See if we can't get a. Oh shit! Oops. See if we can't get a discussion going here. If there were no evidence against the globe, why would you still require belief? The fact that dissension exists, persists, and grows despite ridicule, censorship, and mockery, it is the evidence of a theater. Wait. What happened? Okay. A theater with cracks. If only that were true. Unfortunately, that's not true. Plenty of evidence for the Earth being a globe. To deny it is ridiculous. Now, if you have evidence for anything else, we'd be wonderful to look at it first.
He doesn't believe in evidence unless it's a YouTube video.
Well, he did say, what did he say? He did say something about evidence or something wasn't a video. I think I missed it.
Yeah.
We don't need belief. We just have evidence. Nobody needs to believe anything. Let me pull up my
Somebody said in the chat that it's but really.
Yeah. Oh, we saw a textbook. Oh, wait, that was a while ago. Because your framework cannot hold the truth that isn't mediated by proof, belief, or a symbol. The fuck word is that? Right? Then I can't fucking read. It requires only that you stop borrowing sites from others. I mean, we don't need to borrow sites from others. I can make my own observations. Don't need anything from anybody else. The problem lies with flat earthers not making their own observations. So I'm guessing his stance is to just ignore all of the evidence and only go by what you can see with your own eyes.
Kind of. I mean, that's what it boils down to. But then he saw a video of somebody claiming they faked the final experiment and decided they must have faked the final experiment.
I mean, I'd love to hear his
I had-
explanation of how it was fake.
Well, he doesn't know how. I mean, he doesn't have to come up with that. He just, because of his mighty, theater certificate or whatever, his theater
I
training.
mean, how could you fake something where many fake a place where many people have been and witnessed? How could you fake that? Many people have been, let's say, I don't know, um, what's that place in Vegas? The giant freaking eyeball and the giant.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, yeah.
how could you fake something like that where many people have been there? Or Disneyland.
Well, we don't know why he thinks it was fake. He maybe they really went, but there was no 24-hour sun, or maybe the footage was real, but the people were put in digitally or something, or who knows? I mean, he doesn't know what really happened. He just concluded it was fake, and he used the evidence of a YouTube video.
Does he have a specific video that he can post? That'd be nice.
He does. It's somebody else's video.
Who's who dare I ask video is it?
Let's see.
Did he post it earlier or what?
Yeah.
Let me scroll up.
Well, it will be like a few days ago.
Oh, days ago? Okay. Sight comes before symbol. Truth does not beg for approval. Reality is not shape, not a belief, not a vote. What word is that? What is that? I can't pronounce it.
He's like Norwegian or something.
He
So
wants to be a cult leader, guys. That's what it is, man. It is creepy. If you watch a documentary on that Nexium group, his whole Roinda whatever thing sounds exactly like Ranieri's crap. Like, it's creepy.
How do you pronounce that word?
That's
Weingelsium or something.
Rindalsium. It is a refusal to bow to your cult of consciousness. Maybe he can't. Maybe he can't come into VC right now. He's not listening, or
Well,
if he came into VC right now, or if he watched the stream, I could explain exactly why I think the 24-hour sun is real. I have an entire slideshow I can explain to you why I think it's real. Let's see if he takes the bait. Your illiteracy or attempts of being funny only reveals your inner struggles. Why does it have to be an inner struggle? Why can't it just be, well, I accept the evidence that, what I see. I mean, imagine someone like that being a part of a jury. I mean, that if that was the case, then no one would accept evidence.
Well, he's, you know,
It's a cult. How is heliocentrism a cult? Your excessive need of reading books says otherwise. I mean, don't you read books?
I don't think he reads too many books.
Let me see if I can do it in his words. Your excessive need of reading books is your boast yourself as otherwise. Hmm. Sight comes before the symbol. Truth does not beg for approval. Reality is not a shape, not a belief, not a vote. Riot denialism is not a cult. It's the
Well,
refusal, it's the refusal to bow to your cult of consciousness.
it just kind of feels like you guys approach flat earthers the wrong way. Like, they are not going to take evidence. You just have to use rhetoric. They have to use flat earth to make their belief structures work.
Well, it's basically it's a like it's kind of like a lack of what's the word I'm looking for? You have a problem with authority, right? Not really authority, but a problem with, I guess you could say authority. Anyone that's telling you, hey, this is how this is, you have a problem with someone telling you. I don't know. I guess that's my take on it. I mean, no one's really telling you how to think. Come on, Panic, just join the VC. I think I did try and show him something before. I'm not sure if he really paid attention. Says the ignorant that read zero of it. But didn't he just say that he doesn't read books?
I don't know. I don't think it's clear that I don't think you would make a definitive statement.
Wait, he said your excessive need of reading books and boast yourself says otherwise. And then he says the ignorant that read zero of it.
Well,
What? I don't understand.
yeah, I'm not sure. I just don't think he would make a a concrete statement.
Yeah, I'm guessing he won't join the VC.
No.
Come on, man. I'm trying to get Lion over here. They're all over there in their nice little echo chamber.
Did I just hear a Teams message? Someone on Teams? Anyway, what are you guys up to?
Say again?
I heard someone Teams message go off.
You're breaking up, man.
Hello?
You're breaking up real bad. You're breaking up real bad, man. Can't hear you.
How about now?
Sounds a little bit better.
I heard someone's Teams message go off.
No, that was my
iPhone.
doorbell.
That was me. You heard my iPhone ping,
Oh, might have been my doorbell.
maybe.
So, do you guys think we're going to go to bomb Iran?
No.
I
I
hope
kind
we
of doubt it.
I don't think. I mean, if anything, the Air Force might do some things, but or the Navy. I mean,
Like,
could we wipe?
it just feels like they're repeating all the same shit that they said about Iraq.
Could we wipe
A lot of these
Iran
talking
off the?
heads.
I mean, could we absolutely wipe Iran off the map? Sure.
Well, I don't think we should.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
Like, even if we did that, that's a country of like 90-ish million people.
Yeah,
That would
no.
cause another refugee crisis.
Yeah, it would. I mean, they have people that they go to work every day. They have families, so I don't think Iran would want that either. When it comes down to it, war is just fucking world leader against world leader for what? You know?
No, it's just like, even in that case, like say we just like bomb the shit out of Iran. That's just going to cause more terrorism. It's going to cause another generation of people in the Middle East who are going to rightfully distrust or hate the United States. It just feels like
Exactly.
every time we intervene, we make things worse.
Yeah.
Like
But I
the,
mean,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
but I mean, if Iran is going to threaten to use nuclear weapons, then I think we probably should do something.
Well, I don't think they would use nuclear weapons. Like North Korea, at this point, is considered accepted that they have nuclear weapons and they haven't used them.
I think they're full of shit.
Like, even then, I don't even think North Korea would use them if they had them.
No,
They would
I
only
don't think
use
so.
it's just a weapon of deterrence.
Right.
Like, even during the height of the Cold War, we didn't do it.
Why can't we all just get along? That's the way I think about it. You know, just everyone should just go home, drink a beer, turn on some fucking Netflix, relax. You know what I mean? Like, get over it. Get over yourself.
I don't know. I don't think the situation would have come about if we didn't just have like blank check support for Israel. Like, this whole situation came from like Israel attacking Iran during the negotiations
Yeah,
with an
and why
illegal
exactly?
preemptive strike.
I don't even know why exactly did they even do that?
They say that it was because they were close to developing a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, but they've been saying that since like the 80s. Like, it's always 2 years away.
Well, I mean, either there's some intel. If there's intel that says they were, that would explain why Israel went and did that. If there is no intel suggesting that they were, then it's it's inexplicable.
Well, it's a political move. Like, any war is political. It keeps Netanyahu in power, right? Which is a lot of the reasons why people are saying he's like prolonged this Gaza thing, right? And it could drag the United States into a war, and for Israel, that would mean getting rid of like their main enemy in the Middle East. That's the same
Yeah,
people who said that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Good.
Well, like, remember, like, the current prime minister of Israel is also the guy who went up to Congress and testified that Iraq had WMDs, like nukes, and urged in a U.S. intervention in Iraq. Like, this just feels like, I have to be careful about how I say this because, like, I am incredibly critical of Israel, but I always get like, cringe because like there's like a lot of people, especially online, and if they like criticize Israel, they come off as or are anti-Semitic. Like, this is just me from like a leftist position and like just a general like humanitarian position that I don't really like the state of Israel.
Well, it was Netanyahu and everybody else that said he had WMDs. It wasn't just Netanyahu.
Are you talking about Iraq or Iran?
Iraq.
Well, who was everyone else?
Everyone else.
The British,
But they never found any though. It's about Iraq, right?
Iraq.
I don't think.
They never found any.
They never found any, but the intelligence we had and the intelligence everyone else had said that they did have WMDs.
Right.
So, I mean,
this
I'm
was
just saying
bad
to
intelligence.
blame that on Netanyahu is a little ridiculous. I mean, him and
Right.
everybody
No.
else in the world that.
He was a factor in it. I'm not just blaming him. Like, there was interest in the U.S. who also wanted to intervene with Iran.
But was there
Well, I mean,
actual evidence? like, did anybody have actual eyes on? You know what I mean?
No, it was never
It
found.
was just- yeah, it was just like speculation. Oh, they look like they're moving towards that, but no one actually had eyes on those actual weapons. And you know what I mean?
I just kind of feel like it was just them manufacturing consent to
Right.
go into.
Oh, we see. Oh yeah. Oh, we see the precursors of them actually. You know, we see all these other things that look like they might be developing WMDs.
And to be frank, like if you're like a nation that is opposed to the United States in any way, and you like constantly see these interventions by the United States, like why don't you just develop nukes? Because like they wanted to like blow you up anyways. Like this happened in Libya, where we disastrously did another regime change, and like it's been chaos there for like a decade plus.
And where?
Libya.
What do you think about Ukraine? Do you think we did a regime change in Ukraine?
Huh? I don't think so.
Okay, I agree.
I mean, we definitely. I could see an argument for it, but like, I don't really think so. I mean, it would make sense if you wanted to replace like a pro-Russian government leader. I could be convinced.
So do you think Iran should be able to have nukes?
Here is what I think. There should be no nukes in the Middle East.
I don't think there should be any nukes. Anyone should have nukes.
Well, I
I'm
don't
with
know.
you there.
Nukes prevent conventional war between nuclear nations, or at least most of it. Because like Iran and Pakistan, like they kind of like threw shit at each other, but they didn't go to war. But I think it's very much practical and pragmatic for Iran to have nukes because it prevents regime change. And Israel also illegally has nukes. Like, people don't talk about that. In my ideal world, Israel would also be forced to have its nukes taken away from it, because Israel like denies like the what's that international organization that does like the nuclear inspections and stuff like that?
IAEA.
I think that's it. I know that they deny entry to like the IA.
Yeah, we're pretty pretty certain that. I mean, I don't think there's any question that Israel has nukes. I don't think there's any doubt about that at all.
There's just I don't think Iran is like a nation run by crazy people. I don't think any nation right now is genuinely run by crazy people. I think like their rhetoric can be very inflammatory. They are pragmatic and can look the other way when it comes to their ideology to purpose. Like if Iran had nukes, I'm pretty confident it would only be used as a weapon of deterrence.
Oh, Iran would have nukes, and it would use the nuclear shield for all of its terrorist activity.
I don't think necessarily it's terrorist activity,
Hamas,
but it would. I don't think they would use nukes to defend.
Oh, they would conduct all kinds of terror activity behind nuclear shields. Absolutely, they would.
But just pragmatically, I don't necessarily have a problem with Hamas or Hezbollah. These groups would not really exist if Israel wasn't as oppressive to its Arab population.
I don't think we want them to have nuclear weapons. And I suspect that that Israel was acting on some sort of rational intel in order to perform that attack.
Well, I think it would be perfectly rational for them to just use that as an excuse and then just attack. Like, the United States will eventually intervene if Israel is genuinely threatened.
Mm.
And if they create a war or a situation where they are threatened, I think we would step in, which means that we might try to attempt a regime change in Iran.
Well, Trump might do that. I mean,
Well, to be honest, it's kind of a win-win for me as a leftist because I think if America does that, it's going to cause a huge amount of problems for the country, especially if we put boots in the ground. It creates a situation where, again, a whole generation of people in the Middle East are going to hate the United States again.
so how is that a win for you?
I'm a communist. I want the United States to be weak.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to suck, but I think it's going to cause, again, long-term problems for the United States.
Do you live in the United States?
Yeah, of course.
Well, it seems incredibly short-sighted to just want the U.S. to be weak because you're a commie.
Huh? Well, no, I want the United States to become socialist. I can't do that if America's strong. America needs to lose its sphere of influence. Our economy needs to have problems.
What makes you think that anything that you want would come out of that?
Oh, it doesn't. But even if I lose, America loses more influence, and it divides the world.
I mean, that's basically like, I don't care about accomplishing any of my goals. I just want to see more people in more pain.
No.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
no. I'm talking about the global communist movement, socialism, labor. America fundamentally is opposed to many of these things. If it doesn't come about in America, that's fine. But
tell me
a weakened America opens up more ground for leftist movements to open up.
Tell me about this global communist movement. I don't think it really exists.
It kind of exists in a few areas. Like, for example, there's still an ongoing communist insurgency in the Philippines and India. It's definitely not as strong as before.
Communist insurgency. So what makes you think that if they were able to overthrow the Philippines government, that they would bring enlightened communism to the state?
Well, every sphere of influence that we lose, every country that's under our sway, weakens the American economy. We get a lot out of
Yeah, I get that you want to weaken America. The question that I'm asking is, where do you get anything that you want?
Okay. A lot of the problem.
Just a second, real quick. If you want to weaken America, that, as far as I can tell, is just more pain for more people.
Yeah, but I believe that America is a huge engine of pain for like the global South and the third world. Our living standards come from like the cheap resources, goods, and labor that we acquire from like the third world and South.
Okay. However, and that's also true for like Europe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's true for Russia, for the oligarchs.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, doesn't that, you know, there are places like, let's say, Brazil, where it's, or Mexico, where it's incredibly two-tiered.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Where the society is very much a two-tiered society.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, it's not that America is doing something that no other country in the world is.
Yeah, but America is essentially the stabilizing factor for like the world right now, the capitalist nations of the world, right? Like we do regime change in like South America. We've overthrown like peacefully elected people who were opposed to like increasing like labor laws, wages, etc. Like we're the primary like actor when it comes to preserving capitalism.
You think so?
Yeah, of course.
No, I mean, what makes you think that? So, as far as I'm aware, we haven't done regime change anytime this century.
Iraq?
That was last. That was this century. Okay. I'll go. Yeah. So, but Iraq wasn't done just by the United States. It was done by a large coalition.
Yeah, but I would argue that we dragged that coalition.
I don't know that. I don't know that. I'm not sure I could agree with that. I think that we had, there were certainly incentives to work with us, but the rationale of weapons of mass destruction was not necessarily solely limited to the United States.
Yeah, but we were the primary actor. We held the majority of the ships, planes, and troops.
Yeah, we do have
when it came to the intervention in Iraq.
Yeah, we definitely have the most powerful military. But we didn't invade Iraq because they were creating, a communist utopia.
Well, yeah, I agree. Yeah,
they were an absolute atrocity factor as much as anything.
Yeah, they were bad, but they were outside of like the imperial core of capitalism, which is Europe and America.
Well, yeah, but Western Europe. That's why they were attacked. I don't think it was. I don't think it had. I don't think the attack had anything.
No. The regime change in Iraq wasn't about capital. What wasn't about like preserving capital. It was to preserve the power of the States, which is the heartland of capitalism.
So what that means is America does something that you don't like, attacks Iraq, and you want to strike a blow for communism, for global communism, by hoping, by cheering the weakening of America.
Yeah.
But it's not clear that either the bad that America does won't be repeated by somebody else,
Oh, it will. Like the Imperial Core will move, but it causes chaos. I need chaos. Like American living standards are supported again by like
Yeah, but what about
the
Western
trade.
Europe as well? I mean, Western Europe also.
Yeah, of course. But America is the primary actor on the globe. Like a good example of like European influencing weakening is in the Francosphere in Africa, where who is that guy who just recently came into power? Buka. Hold on, let me search it. I just got to park really quick. Well, I just parked. Hello? Can you hear me still? I'm in the woods.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Well, can you like? Am I coming out clear?
you're
Yeah.
clear. Yes.
Zoidberg, you might remember this. I'm trying to recall the name of that country that.
Burkina Faso.
Yes, that one. That's a good example of like a European country like France abusing former colonies for like the living standards of the capitalist West, right?
Mhm.
So like beforehand, like France has been like essentially using its economy and its influence in former colonies to keep up their living standards and keep access to cheap resources. Uh, America also had a hand in ousting its former communist leader. What was his name, Zoidberg? This is like the 80s.
In Burkina Faso.
Yeah,
Fuck.
very famous communist leader.
Let me think.
Oh shit! Hold on.
It's not Mugabe. Mugabe's not there. Oh, Sankara.
Was it Thomas Sankara?
Thomas Sankara. Yeah. Pretty sure. Pan-Africanist Marxist.
Yeah, we specifically like ousted him to prevent the spread of Marxism in South in the global South, right? Like Pan-African spreading.
Was killed, I think.
Yeah, he was killed. There was a U.S. backed coup or French backed coup. I don't remember which one it was specifically.
Yeah. So
Just a second. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I have to do this appointment.
Yeah, I've got stuff I've got to do too, actually.
Anyway, yeah, I think any American intervention in Iran is bad. Shouldn't be done.
There's no such thing as America. America was founded on non-Americans being not Americans. It was founded by Columbuses who aren't American and Washingtons who aren't American. None of the Americans were American, were they? What the hell? Where's the real American? Will the real American, the American, please stand up? What does an American look like? How do you know you're an American?
Start on their own time. You, Denmark, you're an American.
I don't know. I don't have any comparison. You guys don't ever have anything to compare it with. What's a real American so I can know I'm a real American?
You're not an American.
What is one? It's what we're asking,
You're
guys.
not one.
We don't know what one is.
Yeah,
We're
you're
looking
not
for
one.
what one is. Well, you're not.
Yeah.
Okay, shut up,
You're not
guy.
one.
It's not. We don't know. Stop talking to yourself, weirdo. What is an American?
I'm talking to you. You're not an American.
No, you're not. You're not a part of my combo. You're saying stuff to yourself, like
Yeah,
you've
I'm talking to
always.
you. On the other hand, you never.
You don't know how to
You
talk.
don't
to
ever
other
have a
people.
convo. I
You
don't
just
think you've had
talk
a
to
real
your own self,
conversation in
buddy,
your
just
life.
like now. Watch
All
and
you
see.
do is
Look,
just
talk
all you
to
ever do is
yourself.
just talk. You don't actually listen. You just talk. That's not having a
Yeah,
conversation.
well, we asked the question. We're looking for the answer, weirdo.
Well, the
You
answer
gonna
is you're
talk to
not an
yourself?
American.
Thanks for not answering the question.
So look what
What's
you
an
are, and
American?
whatever you are not. That is what an American is.
Where's your American at? Show me your perfect American.
It's not you. Look in the mirror. It's not you.
Perfect, brother. What I believe is that if you are someone who lives in America and you love America and you believe in the basis of America, you're a good American. Does that count?
All Chinese people are American because they love America and they believe in America. Okay, I got you. China,
they?
America.
Do they though? Denmark, if
Yeah,
you
all
were in,
the Russians want to come here. All the
New York,
Chinese love America. All the
if you were in New York,
Europeans, all
man,
the
if you were in
Africans,
New York,
all the
you would
Nigerians. You go over there in America with a camera and some money and some sweet shit and some food. They're like, "Oh, we fucking love America. Fuck America, yeah." What do you mean?
come on, Denmark, less overt racism.
I mean,
Come on, less
you're
overt racism.
American by
Come
your
on,
definition. I'm following your definition, Bjorn. Your definition, man. Come on, man. Change your definition,
Denmark,
then.
I told you, Denmark. Listen, if you were in New York and you saw Chinatown, you would say, I don't know if these people love America because they just want to transplant their country to here. I believe that if you believe in the rights the Constitution gave us and you want that to be what America is based on, you're a good American. That's just my definition.
I don't even know. What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody gave you shit. You think a piece of paper gave you something? How does a piece of paper give you stuff?
No, being born in America gave me the right to do that and believe what I want and worship what I want, be who I want. That's America. That's what it's supposed to be.
You can be what you want anywhere you're born. So if you're born on an island, you can't be what you want. Only on American dirt. That's weird.
I don't know, man. I wasn't born on an island, so I won't know. Well, technically, I was born on an island. I guess Long Island.
Yeah, America is a big island, isn't it?
I mean,
Isn't America a big island?
in theory, every continent / country, every continent would be an island, but
Okay,
not.
so the island of America, who belongs here and whose is it?
The Native Americans, I guess.
Yeah, technically, I would
What
say
are
the
those?
indigenous
What do those
people,
look
but we
like?
killed them all.
Who are they?
You know,
Show
those
me
are the guys
first
You don't know
Native
who the Native
American
American
ever
is?
seen by man.
I went to
I
third
want to
grade,
know
dude.
the first ones that ever been seen by man. What do they look like and what are they?
You don't know what a Native American is?
No, I never seen
You,
one.
you need it described
Apparently, you
for
don't
you.
either. You keep
You need to
asking
drop a
questions
drawing book
instead
for
of
you, like you do in
demonstrating.
third grade.
Why are you guys asking questions and not demonstrating what you keep knowing so hard? What's a Native
Yeah.
American, man? The
So
original
if
one.
you don't know what a
Not a
Native
fake
American
one,
is, I
not a
doubt if you
half-ass
even
one,
passed the third grade,
not a cut
which makes
down
me
one, not
think
a
that you were
milky.
so probably
We're
so
not talking about
intellectually
watered down
behind that's
shit.
probably not even worth
We're not
discussing
talking
things
about
with you.
watered down 1,000-year-old fucking non-existent things. We're talking about the old first American, the one that Columbus met, the first guy he met here. Who was that? You know him? You met
Yeah,
him?
do you know him?
No, you say you have. I'm asking, who are they?
And you
What
saying
do
you
they look
don't, so you
like?
have to disprove that. Disprove it.
No, I don't have to do shit, but say
Yes,
you're a
you do. You
lying
have to
piece of
disprove it.
shit without
If you
no
don't allow
proof.
me to prove it, then you have to disprove it.
You're a
Disprove it,
lying
bitch.
piece of shit like
Disprove it.
Columbus, and you have
Come
no
on,
proof.
disprove it.
Columbus
Come on,
is an
boy.
Indian.
Come on,
Columbus
boy.
was the first
You
Indian.
gotta choose to tell. Come on.
Columbus was the first Indian. My proof. Now what, retard? All you got's a storybook. How you gonna prove me wrong? Story time.
Wait. Are you saying
Read a
that they
book.
weren't here
Don't
first?
read another book about a book about a book from a book.
No, Denmark. It's called archaeology, man.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Dirt. How old's gold?
No, it's called archaeology. You know, like there are these guys. Like,
you don't know
Denmark,
what
you
you're
may
talking
not know
about
this,
now.
but in the Middle Ages,
How do
in the
you age
Middle
gold with
Ages,
archaeology?
Denmark, in the Middle Ages, the
How do you
indigenous
age
people of
gold?
America, known as the
Archaeology
Mississippian
guy.
culture,
So
had
you
the
don't know how to
largest
age
city in the
dirt.
world. It was
You don't
larger
know
than
how old
London,
the
even.
dirt is.
Yeah.
How old is the
Interesting.
dirt you're using? How do you know what you're talking about? You just say fucking words. All you guys think words mean
So do you,
something. No.
Denmark. So do you.
Go out. No. Go grab some
Denmark,
dirt
you're
and
just
tell me how
talking
old
shit.
it
You're
is.
just talking shit.
You're
Your work
saying
is
you know
equal
how
amount
old
to him.
fucking rocks and dirt and gold are by saying a word archaeology. You're talking
Denmark,
shit.
why do you sound so mad,
How
bro?
old is
Why are you so
gold? Why do you
angry?
talk like you
Chill,
know something?
dude.
Now you don't
Chill.
know nothing.
Denmark,
Now
you
you
need to
sound
calm
so unsure of
down.
yourself, gold
Denmark, you need to
ager.
calm down, dude. It's not. It's
So
this is
you need
probably
to
not good
stop
for your
making
blood pressure,
lies
bro.
up. Stop making lies and telling your kids you can age gold, loser. Stop telling your kids you know how old dirt is. You're utterly fucking stupid if you believe that.
Yeah, Denmark, you need to calm down, bro.
Yeah,
It's
just
not
say
good
a
for your
word
blood pressure.
archaeology, little kid. We know it all.
When was
We
the
know
last
how to
time you
make
checked your
dirt
blood
now.
pressure, by the way?
We know how to archaeological
Actually, no,
water and
Denmark,
dirt.
we don't know. We don't know everything
How
from
old is ice?
archaeology because archaeology is a science, and people are
How old is water?
continually studying what they find
You ain't
and
studying
adding
shit.
to
How
our
old is
knowledge
the
of
water?
history.
How old
That
is
is
the
how
water?
archaeology works.
So you don't know how old elements are, archaeological guys. How old is water?
What is pretty
It
old?
is
It's
as
been
old as it is when it was made.
How old is gold? How do you know which piece of
It
gold
is
is
as
older
old as
than
it
the
is
next?
when it was made.
How old is the gold?
It is as old it is as when it was made.
There's gold
If
everywhere
it was
on Earth.
made a
How do
year
you know
ago, then
my
it's 1 year
necklace
old.
is not older
If
than
it was made
yours?
2 years ago, it is 2 years old.
No, that didn't make no sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make no sense?
Archaeology,
If
boy.
something
We're
was
not
made
talking
a year
about when a
ago,
guy
then
made
it's
a
1 year
necklace. We're
old. How
talking
does that
about
not make
when the
sense,
Earth
Denmark?
made it. The Earth, the date of Earth. How do you date it with gold?
I
Archaeology,
mean,
bitch.
I don't think
You
we
lost
use
your
gold to
archaeology
measure the
power.
age of the Earth.
Now your
Honestly, I don't think
archaeology's gone now.
that's how it's
No
used.
gold dating. Now just excuses.
I don't
Just
think
like
we use
yeah,
gold to measure the age of the Earth, Denmark. I'm not sure where you got this idea from.
What's your
But I mean, it's quite
now
common
you
for flat
don't know
earthers
the
to
age
have
of
stupid
gold,
ideas.
and
So
15 of you can't figure nothing out. It's not an idea. It's called gold. It's a metal. Archaeology's supposed to date it. What your claim? What do you think? Gold isn't on dirt. It isn't earth.
Gold is an element and cannot be dated.
Yeah, cool story, weirdo with no proof. That made no fucking sense. Archaeology, boy. Then how you dating anything? It's all elements. Fucking dummy.
Nope. There are different ions, or there are different kinds of
They're not made of
elements. So some
particles,
elements have a
protons, and electrons.
decay. For example,
Are they all
carbon-14
electrons
have
or
a
not?
decay, and therefore
Are
it
they
can be
electrons
dated.
or not? Are you got new electrons and protons we don't know about? You hiding from us? You
Nope.
hiding your stuff from us?
You're
You're the
just not
magic dirt
listening.
guy? So you make magic dirt that's not made like real dirt out of elements. You're a bad motherfucker. Yeah, so you don't know how old dirt is, or sand, or water, or ice. Talk a good talk, boys, but don't walk the walk.
So do you know that I can make water?
I
Because
know
it's
you
not
don't.
an element,
Now
it's a
get two gases.
molecule.
I want one hydrogen and then two oxygens, and show me how you blow them to make water appear in the center. And don't say that's not how it's done, and don't make no fucking excuses for your claim of H2O.
Yeah, that's
Don't
not
use
how it's done.
electricity.
You need two hydrogen and
Listen,
one
don't use. You
oxygen.
can't use the MOX electricity. You got to use two
It's
gases, not electric. You can't use electrical stuff.
H2O.
No heat. You can't use heat. You can't use electricity. You got to use three gases: one H, one O, and one O.
Yeah, that's not how it works because
Well,
it's
I'll need to see your one
H2O.
H2. What does one H look like? Where can I go get one H? What is that? And then where can I go get one O and one O? Then I put them together to
Yeah,
make
that's
two O's,
fine.
so I have H and two O. Where's that
Yeah,
at?
you can do that.
Do it in your room. What, you ain't got no H's
Yes,
and O's around you anywhere? I
I
thought the
can
air
do
had
that here in
H2O
my
in it right
room. I
now.
can split up
The
water
air's
into
got
hydrogen
hydrogen
and
and
oxygen,
oxygen in
and
it,
then I
doesn't it?
can fuse it together to get
So
water
the
again.
air, use it. The fuck you talking about? Nah, you
I
ain't
can do
fusing
that
nothing.
in the air.
Ain't
It's
no
no problem.
fuse. They make it like Harry Potter. You put it in the thing and it makes it. Are you dumb?
Yes.
What do you mean fuse?
Yeah, you can mix it.
What you talking about fuse? You ain't fusing nothing. What you talking
That's what's
about?
happening
You
in
a guy needs
these
to fuse
hydrogen
stuff?
cells.
So for hydrogen to exist, you're saying a guy's out there fusing shit. That's what you're telling me. Are you dumb as fuck?
You can
Are you fucking
make
stupid?
water molecules out of hydrogen and
Where the
oxygen.
fuck is a guy fusing stuff to make hydrogen or
For
water?
example, in fuel cells.
No, in nature, you dumb bitch. How is nature fusing fucking your gases together with air blowing everywhere? The very air you say is fusing. What are you fucking on crack? How does nature without
You're somehow
gas
strange
play?
arguing. I cannot follow your
You're somehow
thoughts. I
not
mean,
having no
if
H
there
and
are
no
any.
two O's. No, we're looking for an H that you don't have. You somehow don't have an H now. And you don't have two O's. You got a fucking story how heat's doing something. I know electricity and heat are going to make water. That's my claim, retard fucker. You're supposed to use hydrogen and oxygen.
So you know that with
How does that make
electricity
sense?
you
How do you put
can
them
make
together without
hydrogen
you
and
doing it?
oxygen out of
Can they
water,
do it on
right?
their own without your help or excuse? Can they do it
You're
without a
not
lying-ass
capable
human
of
being
talking
involved?
because you have to overtalk all
Can
the
a
time,
fucking
right?
liar not be involved with
So
the
that's
gases
just
to
not
make
capable.
yourself a
Okay.
water? So you
Maybe you
believe
should
that
talk
water's capable of
with a
magically
nurse to
making
give you a little
itself.
bit more of your medicine again.
You don't make any fucking sense. You're talking about the natural water that gets made by two things. Now you got to go jump somewhere and get involved, and now you can't even do it right. Why do you need to do it a different way than nature? Now you're calling it the same thing. You have a mental fucking problem. Now what you need to do is don't use heat, because we know heat makes water. It's called condensation, you fucking retard. Differential high and low. Don't be a fucking retard. Don't ignore fucking condensation, motherfucker. Stop ignoring reality. You don't have no H and 2O there, dumb bitch. A flame is not H2O. Shut your fucking mouth. That's electricity and voltage. So now do you have, without voltage, without fusion, some water being made by nature? Not man. Not man-made's idea of heat. Heat ain't two gases, bitch. I don't know where you get your guys' fucking retarded ideas at, but it don't make no sense to me.
So
You need
Demok,
H.
again,
Do you have H?
what is
What is
water?
H? That's what we're
Which
looking
atoms
for.
are in
Again,
water?
back to the drawing board. What is H? Where is your H located? No
So
H.
again, what is
Here we
water?
go
How
again.
many
Where is
hydrogen,
the
how
H?
many oxygen
Where did you
molecules
get
are
an
in
H
water?
story? Why do you believe a fucking religion story about H's that don't exist? What the
H's?
fuck
You
is an
mean
H?
like the hydrogen or what?
H's and
You
twos
mean
and O's. What the fuck are they? Point them out for
again,
the
are you
class
talking
so we
about
know you're not
hydrogen?
retarded. We want to make sure you're not schizophrenic, just fucking making shit up. What is an H and a 2 and an O? We need the material,
An
buddy, not your fucking
H2 and
stories.
an O.
We don't need a religion.
H2O is water.
Stop talking. What are they?
What are you
Where can
talking
I go
about?
get
What
them?
are they?
Yeah, where do I go get an H? Out of
You
nature.
can
No container.
break up water
No
into two
container. No, I'm
hydrogen
not
and one.
thinking about shit. You're not thinking about
No, no,
nothing, loose
no,
in
I'm not.
religion,
No,
bitch.
I'm not. Blah blah blah.
We're
I
gonna get
cannot
away from
listen.
your
And then
religion.
I always have to talk.
We're gonna get away from religion. What is an H? 20 hours from now, you guys still won't know what an H is. What is an H? How do you get an H to even start your process of water magic? Your claim.
Yeah, it's a proton and an electron.
Do you have one in your hand?
Yeah, probably
Where do you
not.
get them from nature? What do they look like? How do we compare them to everything else? How do we know this is it only?
Good.
What the fuck are you talking about? What is an H, dude? I don't want a banana proton. You think you're just going to give me a banana proton and say that's an H, Democ? No, retard bitch. I want a fucking H. Where did you get an H and how did you get convinced that was real? Where? A physical H,
Yeah,
dude. Not stories of protons that don't mean nothing. The unicorn proton that doesn't exist anywhere in nobody's hand, it's non-physical. It's not going to help you here. Non-physical shit ain't helping you do physical shit, retards.
No, a
H, what's an
proton
H?
is very physical.
So your whole science is just debunked now because you don't got an H, and all the smart
No,
people don't know how
all
to
science
convince
is
you
not
of an H.
debunked by a
They
stupid
failed to get
idiot.
you an H. You have failed to produce an H. All of science is failing now.
I
You're
have
the number one
split
guru.
up water to
You're the
hydrogen and
number one
oxygen.
guru for
No
science,
problem.
preacher. You're the number one H
And
preacher right now.
react
You have a
can
religion about some kind of H
electricity
shit, like a
or
H
heat.
Jesus.
You don't need
Where is
heat
H
to
Jesus
make
buried? Can we
them.
dig him up? Can we dig your H hydrogen Jesus God up somewhere? Does it exist
Absolutely,
anywhere?
yes, yes. Hydrogen
Go get a
is
bucket of it. I
happening
want
in
pure
natural
100%
gases. So,
hydrogen.
for example,
Show me where you
fossil
got it
gas.
out of nature.
I,
You
yes.
know, like a guy filming door to door and he says,
But
I'm going
you
to the
are
house
so
number one.
retarded that you cannot
Yeah,
listen
now
to
film you
someone.
go get some hydrogen.
You always have to talk
Why
over
is this
people
so hard
because
for
you
you
cannot
guys to produce
stand it
your
if
own
someone is
religious
talking.
claim? You have a religious claim on the table, hydrogen. Now go get some in nature and put it on live.
Seriously, go get a doctor.
Nobody knows what the fuck you're making up. Why did you buy this story from this religious dealer? Why did this
Yeah, I
science,
don't have a
fucking
story.
religion science dealer sell you an idea? You bought an idea without the stuff.
Wouldn't be
So you
so
didn't get
fucking
the
retarded
hydrogen,
you
but
could
you
do it
bought the
alone.
idea. Gentlemen, he bought the idea that hydrogen is real. He's getting high off hydrogen cocaine that he can't touch. He's paying millions of dollars for hydrogen that he can't touch or show you. He doesn't got none, doesn't know where any is. He can't test it. Why did you buy the idea you had hydrogen or somebody sold you hydrogen without the hydrogen? This is some good shit. These scientists are badass. I'm going to start selling you guys hydrogen that don't exist. I'm going to say, look, protons right there. Look, I bet you're not going to fucking buy my story like you do the government's, right? And these scientists, I can't go get you some protons and sell them to you, can I? Oh, they wouldn't work, would they? They got to be special, super special magic, unmagicable, unphysical stuff, right? So where are H's at? Where is a real fucking H and what is it? How do you guys even know what that means? How do you know what an H is? A hydrogen. What the fuck is that? You can go get a brick of gold and touch it, right? Weigh it up. Can't go get you no brick of hydrogen nowhere. Where is your hydrogen chunks? Pure 100% hydrogen gas. Where is it? Can we go get just a little bit, please? Just like 2 ounces. You got the whole earth. Supposed to be the most abundant gas that you guys believe your religion your religion is hydrogen. You got a hydrogen helium ball. Let's see. Motion religion, spinning, not feeling it religion, velocity religion, acceleration religion, and you can't demonstrate fuck all and you have no reference for any of it. This is crazy. It's how you do science, boys. You sell a book, sell them a book on religious H, and then when they'll fight for the book they bought. They bought a book for $5 billion and still going. They're still buying the story. NASA too, still buying the NASA Bible, but no NASA stuff, no moon rocks, nobody got no shit, nobody got no proof of nothing. Just a book. Thanks, man. Thanks, books on H. Read another book. Oh, what? That didn't tell you enough on what H was? That didn't tell you where to go find the treasure H? Read another book. Maybe Google about a book. Maybe another book will help you with the book. Sounds like a fucking Bible to me. What's the difference from the Bible to your fucking H's you can't grasp? Sounds like Jesus and God. You can describe it, you can't go get me none. Neo-religion, H. You guys got this Nazi fucking neo-religion about H. Why do you believe the Nazis that H exists? Why'd you buy the story? Why are you guys buying the Nazi stories about H's and N's and bombs and rockets and space? That's all neo-Nazi fucking religion. Same religion your fucking Apollo and all that shit was when they told you they was going to make the sun rise tomorrow. Who can make the sun rise? They predicted the sun was going to rise. Believe that. Globers predicted the sun's going to rise after they watched it happen a zillion times. So that's how Globers make a prediction. Somebody watches it happen every single day, writes it down, and then Glober's like, I'm going to predict this thing.
And why can't Flurfs do it?
Flirts aren't into making religions.
No,
That's
just
the religious category. That's the Nazi religious boys like you. Your German Nazi religion. You can't get over without any proof. You keep buying it. Why do you do it? Don't know. Don't worry about nobody else. Worry about your dumbass self buying religions.
okay. So, just to be clear,
Don't worry about nobody else buying what they buy. You stop buying religion.
Yeah, you see, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Stop buying
There we
religion.
go.
Why is it so hard?
Hardman Bailey Circus is on the air.
Stop buying science religion. Why is this hard?
Science isn't my religion, Demok. That's your problem, man.
What's your religion, science boy? Do you believe in science and globes? You can't prove them. You can only believe in them on this flat earth that you see and prove everywhere around you. You have close and local proof every day of your life of flat earth. But
Yes,
you religiously believe in a ball. But you believe in a ball with no proof because you ain't went and did nothing.
I believe that the pictures NASA showed me are real. So therefore, I can believe it.
Okay, Godzilla.
Demok, what was the last book you read?
Shut up looking at Godzilla. Earth must be Godzilla too because you got a picture.
Sure. What was the last
you
book
live
you
on Godzilla. We know you believe pictures are your Earth.
Stop yelling, you crazy asshole. What was the last book you read? I'm looking for a book recommendation.
Come on.
Okay, Santa. Do you have an H? Can you help your boy with an H? Can any of you help anybody get an H?
Hydrogen in my house because I would like to not blow
Why
up.
do you believe in H's without one?
Because I
question
told it in the boom. There you go. That's enough.
Stickers in my bucket. They're all the continents and islands. How come you don't know where to
There's
place
nothing
them
in
on
your
your
bucket,
ball?
man.
How
Demok,
come
there's
you
nothing.
don't know where to place these stickers on this 360 ball to make it be itself? Why is that beyond you?
Yeah, Demok. Yeah.
Why can't you let the globe be itself, Glober? You
The
against
globe
the
is
ball?
itself. The globe
Don't
is
like
itself.
the ball being a ball.
I don't
Go
have the
fight it.
cognitive dissonance you do to believe you're crazy.
Show us how balls work with the 40-foot ball you keep putting in your fucking chat, Bjorn. Why are you afraid of going out there and touching it? You keep putting it in there. Why you put it in there without any helicopters or airplanes or hot air balloons? Why are you not demonstrating that then?
Demok, if you keep talking over me, nobody's going to want to have a conversation with you. I try.
No, you
I
don't know how to
But
have
if
a
you keep talking
conversation.
over me, I
Kid.
can't have a conversation
I'm
with
asking you why haven't you went yet? It's been about a half a year, and
When
you
you-
still
half
haven't
a
got a
year, I've
toy
been here 2
and
weeks, you dumb
showed how a ball works. That was the only
been
thing
here
I
2
asked
weeks.
you to do, little guy.
Shut up.
Go to your ball, one
Demok,
fucking toy,
Demok, take it to the last pipe and let me talk.
6 months, and you still haven't been
It's
able
not
to
his
demonstrate
job to have a
how a
conversation.
toy goes around
This
a
is
ball.
his performance art. If you unmute him, this is what you get. He has two modes: muted, unmuted. He goes from 0 to 60 in 3 syllables. He has always been this way. He always will be this way. His job is to show how stupid flat Earth is.
The smart guy thinks he's telling stories about how the helicopter goes around without demonstrating it. What a fucking retard. Can't demonstrate his own claim. Makes you dumb. Not smart, Dumbo.
Demok,
No
looking at that.
demonstration makes you dumb. Repeat after me.
He's not going to shut up. Don't even bother. You said you can't talk to him unless he shuts up. You can't talk to him no matter what. This is going to be, even if he shuts up and you ask him a question, you're listening to the answer right now. It'll be the same thing. It won't be an answer of your question. It'll just be, he's playing a tape right now. He's probably out copping a cigarette.
Even if you demonstrate, you don't debunk your globe, that you debunked your globe. What is wrong with you guys? What about this ball do you disbelieve? What about ball physics do you hate with this 40-foot ball in front of you? It's a beautiful ball. It's spinning. It's
How big would the helicopter have to be?
It's 360.
Scale.
That's your
How big would the
problematic
helicopter
boy.
have to be the
That's
scale
your
on that
problematic
40-foot
numbers
ball?
of no scale. You're the one that doesn't have a scale of anything all of a sudden. You don't know how to scale down 24,901. You don't know how to scale an inch to a fucking millimeter. Are you retarded?
Denmark, go look up what
You're
a
the
1 to
fucking
1
retard
million scale
motherfucker who
helicopter.
doesn't have a scale.
Oh,
You
wait.
don't have a scale now. Now the globe is lost. The math is gone. This guy doesn't know how to make a toy airplane small enough. How dumb are you, fucking idiot? You're not making no sense, globe math. You guys should know how to scale it all up and down. That's what you do, right? Scale this thing 400 times farther away and this thing 400 times closer and bigger. Ain't that what you dumb bitches do with scale shit? You fucking idiot. Now you don't know how to, now you're asking a flat earther how to produce your religion. Doesn't make any sense. It's your religious belief that's incoherent, doesn't make fuck all sense. But you're saying, hey, how big should we make our helicopter? You want me to make your
My
helicopter?
religion
10
makes
foot?
total
Do
sense.
you
I'm a
want me to make your
Pastafarian.
helicopter 10
I
foot
believe in the
and your
flying
globe
spaghetti
2
monster.
inches?
That religion makes
Make
total
your
sense.
helicopter 10 foot big and your globe 2 inches. Is that going to help you?
The flying
No?
spaghetti monster.
You don't got your math already, bitch? What's your math thrown out the window now? You don't got a
Yeah, my math
24,901 mile
is
globe?
that the Earth was made by a
So
flying
there is
spaghetti
not a
monster.
24,901
And since you can't
mile
disprove
scale.
that, then we know for that sure that
So
that is real. I mean, what's the problem? That's
24,901
my
mile
math right there.
represents nothing. 24,901 doesn't represent fuck all now. You don't know what that scale means down or up.
No, I
That
don't,
mean
but
nothing.
I am
You
religiously
don't know what
convinced that
24,901
the flying spaghetti monster
This
made
is
our
our
planet, and
problem.
therefore it is real
Globers
because
don't
my
know how to
scripture
scale
says
their
so.
ball up and down to demonstrate. This is our problem, why they can't make a map. They won't let 360 be 360. Guys, 360 is already scaled down 360. You don't have to do nothing. It's already
We have
scaled down.
Google Earth.
Every ball that's small and big are all 360, you guys. That's the beauty of a ball, why they picked it.
You love balls.
There's no difference from 360 to 360. Did you know that?
You put
So
them in
that
your mouth.
means if
And
you
you
got a
fuck
ball
them.
and you claim something's on that
Balls,
ball,
balls, balls,
and you're
balls,
not producing it,
balls of
He loves balls,
steel.
man.
if
He
you
loves
can't
balls
produce
so
your
much.
ball scale 1-to-1 like a cue ball and a marble, and a map and a map, and a marble looks like a marble, and you put stickers on the cue ball, the same stickers on the, you shrink it down. How come your guys' globe doesn't work?
Because you're an
How
idiot.
come your
That's
ball
all.
globe does not work while it's a ball globe?
It
What's
works.
wrong with that?
Standing on.
So I want
It
your
works.
key legend on your ball art.
You're
Fucking
standing on it, you dumb fuck.
You'll need a ball map. Stop using any flat map ever in your life. Don't use any
I
flat
don't use
phone.
flat.
Don't use any one dimension
use
fucking
maps.
map. No one dimension maps available for you bitches. You got to use a 3D ball that you
Okay,
that doesn't
redneck.
exist.
Oakley.
Which ball map is the perfect map for sailing?
Redneck Nathan Oakley.
That's your globe model.
No, that's you.
2025, and that's the best you can come up with for a globe map. Saying
No,
words.
no, redneck Nathan Oakley. That's your new name.
So Bjorn's map is Nathan Oakley. His
No,
best globe
redneck
map.
Nathan Oakley is you. My
Does
map is
anybody else
big,
got a best
beautiful
globe
globe
map
that's on
better than
Google
his
Earth on
Nathan
my phone.
Oakley map? Can anybody outdo his Nathan Oakley map, please?
No, you.
Somebody's got to be better than a
You
Nathan
are
Oakley globe.
redneck Nathan Oakley, Doc. I know
So
you don't
this is your
understand it.
champion. This is your globe champion, the guy who can't produce a ball
I
to be
did.
himself.
I did. It's called Google Earth.
The
You
guy
dumb
who
fuck.
keeps putting a 40-foot ball, but won't
So
represent
we
it
do
for a
know that
globe.
the Earth is a ball because
here's a
since the
40-foot ball
Earth
proving a
was
globe, and
made
I'm
by
not
a
gonna
flying
use it
spaghetti
for a globe.
monster, the ball
Yeah, the ball is
represents
the
the
spaghetti
meatball
monster.
because
The globe is your
spaghetti
spaghetti
usually
monster. You won't
includes
touch it.
spaghetti and meatballs. And
Yeah,
since
you got
we
a
do
40-foot
know
ball.
that there are meatballs in the center
Yeah,
of the
there's a
flying spaghetti
40-foot
monster,
ball. Bjorn
therefore
put in
he
the
chose
picture,
to
go
make the
to it.
Earth in his
Bjorn
image
put the
as a
ball in your
representing
picture, go
of
to
since
it.
meatballs are round,
Bjorn
he
put
made
your ball to
also
go
the
do
Earth
experiments
round.
on.
And his newbie
Bjorn put your
appendage
ball that you
touches us
don't want to
all and
experiment
keeps
with.
all on the planet.
The ball is in Bjorn's picture that you will not experiment with. It's a 360. It is a sphere. You think it's lying. You think it's conspiring against you to not be itself for some reason. Why? Why would that ball conspire, a 40-foot fucking sphere in your backyard conspire to not be a sphere against you? Why do you guys not understand that this ball is lying to you? It won't be itself. It won't let you produce nothing on it to be itself or accurate. So how can you be accurate on a flat map but not on a ball when that's the only thing it produces itself on? The attribute of it only has to be spread on a sphere. So how could it be accurately put on any flat map if it's only accurate on a sphere that it's not accurate on? How come a sphere is not accurate on itself? You need to explain this to the kids. The ones you're smarter than. All the people.
The problem is you didn't get past third grade, so you don't know.
No problem. The problem is a ball can't fit on itself. Why is the question?
My balls fit on
Why do
themselves.
you guys have a problem with the ball being itself?
The ball is itself. You're on it right now.
That didn't make no sense. No, you got a 40-foot ball that you don't trust.
No, that 40-foot ball is
Why
a
is that ball
globe.
lying to you about physics?
It's not lying, Damok. You're just too dumb to get it.
No, you don't believe anything it does. It is lying to you, apparently.
I
Every time
believe
I put
everything.
water on this ball, you call it a liar because it's not sticking. You say ball in the physics lab, you're a fucking liar, ball. Water's supposed to stick to you, bitch. Why isn't water sticking to you while you spin, bitch ass ball? Why are you fucking lying to me and telling me real physics stories? Why are you conspiring against me, ball? Why are you holding this water? Why did gravity go wrong, ball? Why? Why, ball? Why won't you be yourself in a lab?
Nathan Oakley.
Is that what your mom is? Your mom's not here right now. Your mom's got no ball proof either. Nobody's got no ball proof except the ball. The ball is going to try to prove itself to you. Now, do you trust it?
Yep.
Okay, it's a 40-foot ball you keep putting in the thing. Are you going to go to it with some toys?
No, Damok, see, how big would the toy have to be to be the ball?
Will you trust that ball? A ball is a ball, Bjorn, believe me. A ball is 360. Trust me, brother. 360 is the scale of 360. Do you not comprehend?
Uh-huh.
So 360 is not 360. What scale you looking for to be 360, buddy? What do you need different than 360 to be 360? What are you talking about, you dumb bitch? What scale are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean scale of what? 360 and 360?
Damok, if the 42-foot ball...
360 and 360.
How big
Hello.
does the helicopter have to be?
How many degrees are you missing from your sphere? Tell me, please.
1 million, how
I have
big does the helicopter have to
sphere here
be?
and a 360-degree sphere. One's 10 foot, one's 2 foot. Why are they not spheres?
That makes no
What's
sense.
wrong with these spheres that they're not spheres, dude? Well, how are they off? How many degrees?
I don't know.
You're talking about measuring degrees in Eratosthenes. You're talking about the Earth is degrees off. Now I got 2 fucking spheres, and you're not telling me why they're not spheres. Your scale, what are you talking about? Show us what you mean.
Yep.
Yeah, that made no sense, weirdo. So a glober doesn't know what they mean when they say the word scale. They have no clue what they mean. They just like to say words.
Yep.
They can't demonstrate what the fuck they're talking about.
I have the best words.
Bjorn.
Best words.
Demonstrates my word. You'll never get away from this one, bitch. Show or tell. So when you don't know how airplanes fly around the ball, do you know anybody who does know how airplanes
method, and I don't want to take
Do you have anybody with an IQ big enough to possibly demonstrate the physics of an airplane in reality with their hand going around the ball to show you know what the fuck you're talking about?
I mean, I had a high enough IQ to use a condom with your mom, so I didn't make you. I mean, that's a good...
We're not demonstrating condoms, Bjorn. We're trying to find a glober smart enough to show how helicopters fly. Your pilots, your Mick Wesses.
Look up. Look up. If a helicopter goes over your head, that's how it flies over a globe.
Yeah, on flat Earth, we know. How does it work on a ball?
No, you're not on a flat Earth.
We know we're on flat Earth. How does stuff work on a ball? Why are you afraid to tell us the ball?
And it's burned a hole in your
head. We all know how to fly helicopters over flat tables. We know how drones fly over desks. We go from the corner of the desk to the other corner and land it. That's simple. How does a ball work?
You're looking at it.
You don't know.
You're standing on it.
That didn't make any sense. I'm on flat Earth. I don't know about you, weird bitch.
I'm on a globe, like every other person on planet.
Religion. How would you declare that? Where's your reference?
It's
what ball
called...
did you use for a reference on how a ball works?
Damn, I don't need to make a mini Earth to know how a ball works. You dumb fuck.
You were born and you just knew everything about a sphere. You were like, mommy, 360 sphere, scales, little scale, big scale. Mommy, balls, spherical spheres, mommy. Your spherical vagina and your spherical face, mommy. Your
Emma,
spherical
I
titties.
got past third grade, and then they told me you didn't.
Mom,
So
how
that's
come you're a sphere and we're all spheres and I'm a sphere and I look like an orange, Mom? Mom, how can I be an orange? You must measure 360. You don't know what 360 is, dumb fuck. You couldn't tell. You have no comparison. You don't know what that means. You think mountains and mud puddles and dips are 360 for some reason. Is this 362, Bjorn? How about this curb I just kicked my foot into? Is that smooth? No, I just broke my toe on it. It can't be smooth.
You just stepped on your own shit. What?
So what the fuck is 360, Bjorn? What does that mean?
Emma, do you not have indoor plumbing? Do you shit in your backyard? Is that what happened?
Plumbing work on a ball. Show me an outhouse upside
You
down.
had to stop yourself from laughing. Come on, that was good. Give me credit.
Yeah, I want 2 upside down outhouses on a ball working the same. You're a fucking retard. You just debunked your ball outhouse, bitch. Plumbing don't work on balls.
Got offended. He does
Plumbing
have.
don't work on balls. You got your 40-foot ball. Plumb it out, bitch. Show us how the plumbing works on it, you dumb cunt. Now you're gonna make excuses, huh?
Do you want me to come
Nothing
put
but an
you want me to
excuse
come
why
put
you
indoor
can't
plumbing in your
prove
house? Then
plumbing
I would
works
do
on
it
a ball. You can't prove helicopters work on a ball. You can't prove airplanes work on a ball.
Again, look up.
Not a. That's how. Say, hey kids, look down at the turd. Look down at your fucking face. Now die. Look down at the ground till you die. That proved a ball.
Huh?
You're a fucking retard. That's what retards do. That's how a retard teaches class. Hey kids, look at the ground. You're on flat Earth. That's what I'm gonna tell them.
No, normal. Demo call me a
Kids,
retard.
stare at the horizon until you die. Flat Earth. Is that all we got to do?
You are a
Is that how
retard and
you
demo
teach people
small
stuff?
time.
That's
You
how
are
teach
normal.
class. So I graduated your class by Look Up. Look Up is so technologically advanced,
graduate.
right? How
You
much
didn't.
math and how much science did I learn by Look Up? Did I learn my ABCs?
Yeah.
No. So a kid that's 3 years old, you tell them look up, and that's all they need. Hey, kid, look up, and they don't even know what up is. You didn't even tell them what up was yet. You have no reference. You have no orientation. You have no reference for what a ball does or how it works. How you
Really?
could prove to this kid that you made any fucking sense, you weird
You're
bitch.
so dumb that in like third
Story
grade you're
time. You're so dumb. You won't let a ball be itself. You keep talking about the ball. You keep
Well, let
insisting we
yourself.
can't
You're
let the
on it.
ball be itself. You have to be the ball. Your
No, the
imagination
ball-
is going to
the
do a
ball
ball
is
for us.
itself. You're on it.
All Globers are going to be the insane imaginationers of a ball.
No.
They won't get a ball and show you the physics. They won't get their idea of how it even works.
Then show me how a flat one works in a lab. Show me how a flat Earth works in a lab. In my bucket, on 8 inches of dirt in my backyard right now.
Pendulum on the desk. It's going to do the
No.
same thing it does
In
in
my
reality.
bucket, on the 8 inches of dirt in my
Pendulum on the
backyard right
desk.
now. In a bucket on the 8 inches of my dirt backyard right now. Make a flat Earth in the bucket, you bitch.
Can't see how you guys can't figure out. Like you tell kids, oh, yeah, we know pitch, we know this, you got to do this. You get a computer and you can explain that you know all this magical shit. But when I say use your hand, get that little toy airplane and show us, you're like, now all my talking shit went out the window because I got to prove the dog shit I just said. That how it works, Clovers? You know it does.
Yeah, Mark, I'm not answering any more of your questions until you make me a mini flat Earth in the bucket, in a lab, in my backyard on the 8 inches of dirt. When you do that,
for your job.
when you do
No,
that,
that's your
when you
job,
do that,
Clover.
I'll believe the Earth is
Now
flat.
you're the only one with the proof job,
No,
weirdo.
I'm waiting. What do you mean?
Would expect
Listen,
little kids and people to prove anything to you believers. You believers of a ball have no proof. Fuck the fuck off if you can't prove it. You don't have a ball. It's really that simple. Don't worry about nothing else. Don't worry about nobody else but your dumb funky ass religion you can't prove.
The default position is a globe. Prove the flat Earth, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, right. No, the default position is you got a funky ass bunch of liars who can't prove or demonstrate fuck all. Bunch of fucking liars. Yeah, right, liars. Okay, liars. Welcome to Flat Earth, liars. Ain't nobody got to do shit but say, motherfucker. Prove your dog ass shit.
I'm
Stupid.
not on
You're
enough
telling the
drugs
fucking story.
to believe
You
you
come
the
to my house
nonsense
talking
you
about
talk.
buy this shit, Democ. It works. It's real. And I say, prove it, bitch. You either prove it or get the fuck out my house, motherfucker.
I told you,
Bitch, we don't buy your dog shit here. We don't buy your dog shit here, bitch. Your Nazi shit. We're not buying your Nazi globes. We don't buy your Nazi religions, Bjorn. Go back to Nazi
Flat
Brooklyn.
Earth is the one that is inherently anti-Semitic, but we're the Nazis. Okay,
Yeah,
guys.
right, Nazi
Yeah,
fuck.
Flat Earth is
NASA.
inherently
It's
anti-Semitic
started by
because
Nazi
you
Jews. You can't be anti-Semitic. You're Jew
and you know
Nazi.
what gay
You
means.
kill each other, Jew Nazi. Shut the fuck up. You'll kill yourself. You're a bunch of weird
They're not in it
motherfuckers.
like that.
If somebody
They're not in
doesn't
it
believe
like
your
that.
religion, you'll kill them.
Look at
If
you.
they don't believe with all, you want to kill them.
Oh,
You
damn, Mark.
Nazi fuck. You Nazi motherfuckers.
Yep,
Rocket
sure.
boy. Shut the fuck up, Rocket Nazi.
Yeah, my girlfriend's Jewish. I'm such a Nazi.
Nothing but a mo. I don't give a fuck. You don't even know what a Jew is. Shut the fuck up, you weird cunt. You Nazi.
I live in New York. I live in New York. I don't know what a Jewish person. Yep, I don't. Oh man.
Nazi German Jew.
Hitler,
shut up, baby Hitler. What do you have, Jewish and German? You fucking weirdo. Shut the fuck up, loser of cartoon Hollywood Jewville. Shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, that was really, that was really nice anti-Semitism from you, Denmark.
Hollywood, you're a fucking Nazi Jew. Shut the fuck up, Nazi Jew. What's worse than being a Nazi Jew? You weird bitch. You fake ass pretending fuck. You're both.
A Nazi
All
Jew.
you motherfuckers are both with no proof. All you cunts buying Nazi Jew stories suck a fat ass Nazi asshole.
That's what's worse, Denmark. So that's you.
Fat asshole dick. You dirty ass asshole. Get some proof, asshole motherfucking Nazi. You fucking Nazi assholes. Your fucking Jewish words, NASA, with your Nazi fucking upbringing. Get the fuck out of here, Jewish Nazi fucking NASA, bitch. America, Jewish, Nazi working together. They're so cool. Let's kill all of them. Nazis kill the Jews. Jews kill the Nazis. Nazis and Jews kill Americans. Americans and Jews kill the Russians. You guys are fucking retarded, you fucking cartoon bitches.
Fucking trailer
You
trash.
fucking retards don't even know what a Jew is, you dumb losers.
Anti-Semitic.
You don't even know what a fucking Nazi is, you stupid bitch. You are one. America are the new neo-Nazis. All of religion is changed from science to science. Now, it went from religion to neo-religion called Nazi fucking Jew science. It was started by Jew Nazi science in the first place. Churches. Fuck you talking about? An Aryan Nazi fucking Jew? The fuck you mean? Ashkenaz Jew Nazi? The fuck out of here. Ain't no, you can't be an everybody's a fucking Jew.
You're spiraling, homie.
Motherfucker, how can you be anti-Jew if everybody's a Jew?
You're spiraling, homie.
Yeah, you made no sense, Jew.
Denmark,
How can I be anti-Jew if I'm a Jew? You stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, Denmark. Yeah, okay. Anti-Semitic trailer trash.
You ain't never made sense. Your mom ain't showed you how to think. She just said, believe, bitch. Believe, little
You
boy.
actually died when I was 2 months old. It would have been hard for her to tell me
Just
everything.
believe and bark like a dog when nobody believes. Keep barking. Keep barking. Woo, woo. No proof. Woo, woo. You don't know scale. Woo, woo. You don't know what a ball is. We know fucking barking IQ. You're dumb as a dog, dude. All
I
you
know the only ball you know is the end of your
how a ball
mouth.
works.
So, like,
Are
you know.
dumber than a dog. The proof is in the pudding. Ask a fifth grader, can they show you how to fly around the ball with a helicopter? I bet you they'll go do it. And you cunts ain't even managed that yet. Been 10 years. 10 years. And every little kid every day standing on a motherfucking camera will outdo you bitches every fucking day and at least try to explain how it works. You cunts are too scared because you done explained how it works, but you don't know how to demonstrate your fucking cartoon explanation because it's nonsense. You made it nonsensical. Now you bitches are done. You debunked your own fucking retardedness. You shouldn't come up with all these stories. And don't worry about who can prove anything. The only person needs to prove anything is all these fucking globe cunts. Keep yapping their mouth. Space, vacuums, distances, globes, magic fucking gravity, spheres doing stuff magical, moon rocks. That's all you guys are shit. Don't worry about nobody else's claim. Back your own shit. I'll worry about having I can have a fucking demonstration off with any of you bitches, but you won't. You won't even show me how a fucking helicopter flies around a motherfucking ball, and I can show you how it flies on a flat plane every day. You want to do it? You want to bet our cash on who can better show how helicopters fly 90 the whole way? My flat surface or your ball, bitch? Are you guys really ready? Put your money up. Put your money up if you want me to go in the lab with you, because I'm gonna win the bet. I'm not here to fucking not get paid off you lying cunts. I'm here to get paid off you bitches. And it's 5,000 to 1. You want to outdo me? Go get your ball. I'll get my flat surface the same size as your ball. Whatever you think you can demonstrate on that ball, I'll outdo you on flat, and my flat will match reality, and your ball won't. Now, 5,000 to 1, my favor. That's my bet to any Glober. McToon, pussy ass bitch, talking about he got all this money everywhere. The fuck out of here, you lying cunts. Put your money where your mouth is with a fucking lab demonstration next to Demonic Live.
Demok, Toon has a challenge.
Live, 5,000 to 1. You heard. Hey, don't act like you didn't hear me. Are you ready to bet? Where are we meeting up at?
No, because I'm not going to meet your ridiculous standard of proof. That's the problem.
You ain't ready to bet? Keep talking then.
Because you do not have any grounding in reality.
You're not willing to bet for the globe. We know the globe's gone for you. Who's willing to outbet me and out-demonstrate me? Flat versus ball. Flat physics versus ball physics.
Does Demok decide who wins? Of course he does.
Are you ready to bet?
I'm not going to do your stupid bet because I'm not going to bet with a meth head who doesn't know what reality is. So goodbye. Demok, I got things to do.
Not reality.
Things to do.
In a lab.
I could
in the lab.
but I'm
you're going to go in a lab. You call a lab a stupid thing? Why are you calling a lab a stupid thing, Bjorn? You dumb bitch. Me and you going in the lab with this bet's not stupid unless you don't like a globe or don't have any globe proof. Are you afraid to outbet Demok in his flat surface? Are you afraid Demok's going to out-physics you with his flat surface and no lies or excuses? Hello? No ifs, ands, or buts allowed in my physics lab, bitches. That means we're born today and we're going to figure out what we're on. What's it look like? What's it act like? Which thing really has the attribute of this thing? We don't need gravity. We don't need garbage. We don't need none of that dog shit because none of that shit exists nowhere. I've never seen any of it. None of you have ever seen any of that shit. You ever woke up with a vacuum in front of your face and a fucking balls floating around above your head? Yeah? I don't think so. You woke up in fucking air, you weird fucks. The only thing you can demonstrate is air. Sorry. And then how you manipulate air with a container in the air. We got air. We got air. We got air, boys. Well, what the fuck's a vacuum? Fuck the air. Don't use our air for your vacuum, you pitiful motherfuckers. Get to demonstrating all your magic. Fucking magic Nazi Jews. The fuck? Fucking secret religion shit. Religious knives, religious gold boxes, religious fucking bricks, religious boys. Little boys are religious. Oh, this little boy is so good. Touch him, he's religious. Fucking boy loving weirdos. That's all I fucking hear. Boy loving weirdos who won't take the mock up on his bet. 5,000 to 1. I got $5,000. 5,000 to 1's the odds I'm getting because you know the globe's the only thing true, right? It's the only thing that can be proven, right? And we're going to have an off, a physics off, me and you. I'm just saying, I'm giving you guys time. Like, who wants to bet me? Go ask McToon. Say, McToon, DeMock wants to have a flat tide, like whatever you want to describe. Like, I can demonstrate it on a flat surface better than you can, but it has to be something here on Earth. We're not demonstrating nothing magical. Everything on Earth that's real. This is real physics. No ifs, ands, or buts. Like, we woke up today and we're going to say, hey, we're the first fucking Greek philosophers. We're going to prove to the class what outside matches, this thing or this thing. And that's how you're supposed to do it, boys. And you'll never lose. Ever. And then you'll always be able to demonstrate before you make a claim. The demonstration will back your claim you made. Not your claim needs to be backed by a demo you can't do. Isn't that weird? You guys have backward neo-science. It's new science. It's a religion now. It's not demonstration. It's all about belief. And Bjorn, I actually like you, man. But I just don't like how you're so wholeheartedly stupid that you just keep saying the craziest shit. And then you're like, you guys don't know your scale model, then how do you know all your math? How do you guys even know your math if you don't know how to scale down your own math or scale it up? How did you do that? Because close and local, you have to scale it up. mean, what is the midpoint where people can meet in physical reality where actually the physics actually do what they're claimed to do? Not like we predict something that we can't demonstrate. That doesn't know. What the fuck? Fuck all that. You demonstrate, and then your prediction comes from the demonstration. Your demonstration would be your prediction. You don't. No, I don't give a fuck what you're predicting. Go in your lab and keep predicting it to yourself till you get a fucking cause and effect. You get an action and reaction. That's the only thing I want to pay for as a human. I don't give a fuck about what you thought about the process. I want the end result. My magic shit, my gas, my car to run, my shit to be powered. The fuck? I only give a fuck about the end result. The demonstratable end result. Do you buy the fucking beginning result? Well, in 2 million years from now, Bjorn, you have to keep paying us money because I'm going to be fucking dead before 2 million years. You mean I'm paying you to do what? Huh? You can't show me now? So nobody can ever see a globe within their lifetime ever. Ever. Or any kind of proof of any of that shit. Until they're dead. It's just a big Ponzi scheme, man. Once everybody's dead, you've got their millions. Once they're all dead, you've got their millions. You just keep saying it, keep saying it, keep saying it, because every 10 to 20 to 70 years, 70 fucking thousand million people have died. And that's 70 million people you don't have to convince anymore because they're already gone. And once you convince a fucking little kid of something for 7 fucking years of his life, totally, and everybody agrees with it, like fucking retards, because nobody fucking disagrees with shit anymore because they're stupid. Everybody should be disagreeing. When kids go around, they're like, is this the boss? Say, fuck no, they ain't proving that shit. Fucking whack child motherfuckers paying each other to do fucking story fairy tale shit in the lab. Fucking weirdos. That should be what's said to the kids. Fuck no, none of this shit's been proven. It's all theories. Motherfucker, a theory's a theory, proof is proof. There's only one or the other. You either demonstrate the shit or you don't. And if you can't demonstrate it, stop saying you predicted a fucking thing or know what's going down. Yeah, I declare nobody can be anti anything. That's like being anti-human. What are you, anti-human?
You've proven anti-logic many, many times.
Right. So there's no such thing. Nobody can be anti anything but anti-life. So you either like life for those people or you don't, regardless of what they are, because they're the same as you. You don't know if they're your ancestors or not. The fuck? You don't even know where you came from. Half the people in here don't know their dad. What the fuck they talking about? Who's a Jew? They're retarded. I just hate to point this out, but it's just common logic. Some people don't even know who their fucking mom is. Come on now. In that case, who would you argue with about what? Go read a 23andMe book? Sort your shit out? What do you mean? I'm just saying that's the cure for all this shit. Everybody's a Jew, so how can you be anti-you? I'm not anti-me, I'm not anti-you. Everybody's anti-you. Everybody's against everybody. What is a Jewish person? What's it take to be a Nazi? What's it take to be a Russian? What's it take to be an American? It just takes you go stand over a piece of dirt and say, I am this. That's it? Well, shit. We're all everything then. We're all Aryans. Are you standing in an area? Then you're an Aryan. You want to occupy an area? Then you're an Aryan. Do you need that area for gold? Transportation? Water? You're an Aryan. That's like saying, what's a Spanish? Like, what the fuck is a Spanish person? If they went everywhere, everywhere, and took everybody's gold and tried to take everybody's shit and mixed and mingled with everybody a little bit, who's Spanish? How do you know the Indians ain't the same Spanish people? It's like if you get a billion people to go mine some shit, some are going to start just settling there and living there. And then some are still going to be like the thing you call the army and still stay apart and like go back with you and take this to the king. And some will just sit there and live though, like, fuck this. I declare this my island now. I'm just living here now. What the fuck? Like living on a mine. And then when the people who own the mine close it down and leave, there's still people settled on the mine. Does that make them an indigenous, no. They came with the shit. Just stayed after. Who's to say? And I like Optimus Prime. I'm never anti-Semi. Autobots, roll out. "4 billion years. We've been looking for the cube. Bjorn, do you have The cube. The Autobots, they were looking for the cube. I think it's what do they call it? Bismuth? 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 Bismuth. What if the moon's bismuth? Could the moon be made of a little? Who knows? Yeah, you gotta have to something to declare what you like. People just don't get to make up what they are. I make up on this. I mean, if that's the case, what the fuck are we even talking about? What declares you? What's the fucking rule of thumb, ruler for what this thing is or what that thing is? What is a Russian? What are the criterias for a Russian? And you're like a Russian, and that's it. You couldn't be nothing else possible in the world. You're a Russian. What does that even mean? Your ancestors couldn't have traveled from anywhere else to go to Russia. Now you're in Russia, stuck there, but that makes you Russian. I think it makes you passing through. It's called settling or passing through, really. I don't think it makes you anything. And people really can't be flat and globe earthers. They're just earthers, but they've come to the realization that a big ass group of people wants to force an idea on people. Then after they try to force the idea with no proof, then they want to demand all these shit out of these other people who don't give a fuck about what they're talking about. Fuck your demands. Just stop demanding I need to believe your ass. That's the demand you need to cut the fuck out. Demand that I believe you. Fuck off. Demand I gotta buy it or give a fuck about supporting that. Fuck off. All the way off. You got to support no space dog shit for you guys to fucking spy on Russia or Canada or China. You pussy ass fucking DOD. Fucking spy boy rocket bitches. Talking about a fucking going to fucking space my ass motherfuckers. It's just fucking bomb technology. Can we bomb anywhere in the world? How far can our bomb go? How far away can we be and still reach our enemy and they have to travel to get back to us? Answer is there's always jets, planes, trains, trucks, people. So even if a nuke came there, by the time the nuke hit and fucked your people up, the people would be on the way to come fuck the other place up. And the other place wouldn't even know. They'd be like, damn, we nuked the fuck out of them. So and then all of a sudden, boom, then they'd be getting fucking hit with their shit later on. So what's all this cartoon bullshit about anyway? Start nuking away, you fucking pussies. America, nuke the fuck out of Russia. Russia, nuke the fuck out of America. Everybody nuke fucking Egypt. Who gives a fuck? North Korea, start fucking nuking fucking China. China, start nuking fucking North Korea. Everybody nuke everybody. Everybody nuke Chong tonight. Bunch of fucking worthless nukes going off. Not doing shit. Look at that rocket nuke missile bomb airplane. Look at my 9/11 missile bomb rocket jet. Our government's cool. They're just flying around doing just cool stuff. They're not spying and threatening other countries. They're not controlling everything everybody does. You can get in a rocket. You can get in a rocket. You can fly to the edge of the globe. You can fly to 3959 where the globe stops. Can you? Is any glober allowed to fly 3959? Like, are you even allowed to do that? Or is that against the rules to fly in the air? Are you allowed to dive in the water anymore, Globers? To prove that you can pop out while you're going down? No? You must not understand globe physics then. Damn, seems to be you're stuck on flat earth water where you can't pop out the other side. Oh, there's a wall there? Welcome to flat earth. There's a wall blocking your curved water claim. Damn. Maybe you'll be able to drill to the water one day. Like you drill through a mountain to get to the gold. Maybe you'll drill through the pool to get to the curved water. What do you mean it's absurd to have curved water? What are you talking about? You can't fucking put pools on top of a hill. Doesn't this globe have fucking water underneath you on top of hills, not spilling off? Underneath you, 8,000 miles apart, the bottom of your feet, upside down, you have some hills and mud puddles holding water. The opposite way you have water being held. Huh? Where can you have an upside down mud puddle where it doesn't fall out? Show me. Show me where you turn your bucket upside down in Australia and it doesn't fall out. You have a sideways bucket for the ones in China and before you get to Australia. Australia's on the bottom. I'm on the top. You have a side globe bucket, a bucket you can put facing not vertical, horizontal. A horizontal bucket, stick it to a wall, keep the water in. Welcome to the globe. And why does an American start with AM like amphibian? Beautiful mistakes. Our globe's all in your head. The beautiful globe mistake. They're flat maps instead. They made a globe mistake. They shouldn't have put it in your head. They can't demonstrate the stuff that they just said.
What does it say at the bottom right there? Was that Hebrew?
You asking me something? I heard Hebrew. That's all I heard.
What is that writing you got right there? What that is? What is it?
Yeah, that's ancient Hebrew. Not pictographic, but paleo Hebrew.
Okay, I just felt like that. That's just weird. See, I
Or
said just
Phoenician.
okay. There
You
you
can
go.
call it
Yeah,
Phoenician too. It's same shit,
yeah.
basically.
It looks a little Phoenician too. Yeah, but yeah, they're both really like simple. Yeah. No, they always call that one dude squiggly line. I wonder why. Jesse, what's his name? Jesse. Why they call him squiggly line? Does he got a squiggly line for his name?
He's got the Arabic.
Oh, he's got just like you got. Okay, well, what the hell?
He's got Arabic though. That came
Right,
way later.
right. No, Arabic. I know it's different. I'm just saying he's got a different form. Like, so they just don't know how to read it, so they call it squiggly lines. I guess.
But I was gonna say there was a presentation earlier. I missed it. I didn't, just got the message.
What was it on?
In here, I don't know. It was at 1:00. I heard, or I got a message from Earth.
I didn't hear about it. I must have missed it.
Here, I'll post the. I mean, if you're interested, if not, sorry, but I want to post a graph on it.
We posted on Omni text or just regular chat.
1 second. Yeah, it's omnipresence text chat. Okay, here we go. This is all. I mean, I think all languages came from these languages. It's not even. There's better ones than that one. That graph sucks. Try to find a better one.
Oh, a graph for the Hebrew. Okay. Is that what the thing was on?
I wrote my real name. That's my real name in Paleo. You can figure it out.
Okay.
I heard a girl, dude. Did you hear that?
E- Black, white, or gray. He don't play. He's in this B and his name's Steve. Hey,
And I think it's the ball. Not the earth, though.
Yo, check it. I got slugs for snitches. No love for putting
Bitches.
thugs in ditches where my trigger finger itches. I didn't make that up. I got that song.
You stole it.
I stole it.
you think you're seeing glitches?
I got a rep to make police jet. Known to get a pre-sweat.
Free sweat and a green
I
vet.
never beg for like Key Sweat.
Keep it off me. I don't need that yet. I'm on my way trying to catch this jet.
I'm known for snatching purses and bombing churches. I get more on accident than niggas get on purpose.
Fuck that shit. I put them in full service. I'll be having them at the back door in a hearse. It couldn't get worse.
V-Mike, you started this.
It's so perverse.
But I live on a mall.
It started on a good line, but it couldn't get worse. Lion came at me, but I came at him first. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We switched that verse. That's stupid. That's funny. Yeah, I'm on the ball, man. Let's you guys just leave me alone. What the fuck? Nah, I just thought that's funny. No, I'd be thinking though, because raps, dude, you could just get away with. I swear, we should just put some goofy, like put Steve on. I don't fucking know, and just put his picture out there and be like, I'm so tired. Why you playing these games? I'm trying to sleep while I'm sleeping. Trying to these. I don't even know the names. These bullshit lanes. I'm so tired. Quit playing the games. I'm so tired. I'm trying to catch a couple weeks while I'm sleeping. I'm too tired for blinking. I'm so tired. I ain't even thinking. So tired.
Hey,
I was just telling you, keep going like that and just have Steve A picture, his picture next to a guy sitting there, like you got his profile of him, just his picture, and then Steve's face, and then a guy sitting there in a coat. You don't see his face on the sidewalk in Chicago or somewhere. It doesn't even matter. And then you just play the rap song and like certain stuff in the back with the guy laying on the sidewalk in one square, and then the rest of the video play. You're just seeing that's the guy from I'm so tired.
It must be
and
because I'm spinning on a ball with
All the city noise, no sleep at all. I'm so tired. They got a jackhammer running. I'm so tired.
in a street fight, I strike my no. In a street fight, I strike men like lightning. You see what happened in my last fight, friend? Aight then. I beat kids with lead pipes that leave a trail of dead mics where I'm from. I don't. Can't say it. Can't say what I
I
want to say.
wasn't, I wasn't even looking, son. I did it with no eyes, and I'm trying to go to sleep. I beat the man to death. I do it every week. I'm so tired. I feel so weak. I'm so tired. Trying to get a few winks. I'm so tired. Don't try to stop me from blinking. I'm too tired. Why you make me start thinking? I just need to start sleeping. I'm so tired. About to sleep off the deep end. Too tired. You don't know what I'm preaching. I'm so tired.
I'm just biting off songs from old songs, dude. Rappers from like early '90s. People don't
Yeah,
even
yeah.
know.
It's all right. I'm just tired of creeping. Tired of lying. I'm just tired of why am I
Beating
so
it up.
tired?
He's tired of beating.
It's not possible to be this tired.
I'm so
That's right.
tired. And I ain't on your car. I'm so tired. I won't make it far. I'm just tired.
It's impossible to sleep on a ball.
I'm too
Instead of the N
tired.
word, I'll just say the W. I'll say instead of NIG, I'll say Wicca. How about that?
Oh no, the rap for that is everything bad. You just rap, you do everything bad. Like, don't go to school. Look stupid. Ask for dollars on the middle of the line of the street. Carry a sign that says you're homeless, G. I walk around with fake and real guns with no bullets. And I do it for fun. Who wants to try me? You won't get done. I got no ammo. Just grab a beer and drink some weed. Shoot that up. Make yourself bleed. What the? Hold on a minute. Jump off a building. Buy some gold. Drink some poison. Eat the mold. Penicillin on your bread, I'm told. Once it's a week old. No, you just say stupid shit like, go to hell. Rob the bank. Drive around the police station while you drink. You know what I mean?
Big G pulled a cloud on my head.
Got the guns
Trying,
blazing at the police station. I go up to the
trying to
police chief
sleep.
and I'm trying to sleep. I shoot the police chief while I'm
All I
trying to
want
breathe.
is always clouds being pulled on my head from gravity.
You just rap everything bad and they'll be like lean, stirp, coke, and what? Meth,
Uh,
crack, all that stuff.
I
And they'll
got
be like,
I got drug
there's nothing
spots
wrong with
from
that.
New York to Canada. I got more keys than a janitor. That's a good one.
Hey, he said crack on your butt. My grandson. He making his own up in the background. He said crack. I
I'm the
see your
dude
teeth.
police hate in each state. Cause I'm the neighborhood lamper, punk brother vamper. F around, you'll find my silk boxes in your mother's hamper. That's a
He
good one.
said on the way, do you see Papa stuff? And he held it in the front of the phone. He doesn't even hear you guys rapping. And he's over here making his own up from hearing me. It's funny as hell. That's funny. I got the earpiece in and I just now thought about that. I'm like, hold on a minute. Why is he over here rapping? He don't hear you guys. You hear him? He'll make
No,
shit up.
I don't hear nothing.
Oh, that's right. It's probably cancerous. You don't hear it?
I don't hear nothing.
Damn, that's crazy. Hold on.
Well, I'm about to go out now.
Heard that.
Yeah, we heard that one. He knew it too.
Around.
Back up a little bit. And they had, this headphone fucking cancels noise pretty good or something. I don't know. This is the phone. The the other the earpiece you couldn't hear at all. It's crazy.
What, does it sound like shit with the earpiece, or can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you. We don't hear nothing in the background, dude, at all.
No, we heard the kid. I heard the kid there.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
On the speaker, yeah, right here.
Yeah, but
On
we
the
didn't hear
earpiece.
anything else when he was rapping.
That's funny. Now he wants my headphone.
Of course, if you've got headphones, it must be cool.
Oh, I know. He was trying to rap earlier.
Omni.
Yeah.
You?
Yes.
Did you get that message? Hey, Omni. Hey, did you get that message from Neil?
Yeah, I did.
Oakley's, okay, Oakley's coming over Friday.
Yep.
Okay.
Oakley.
Yep.
Oakley will be in town Friday.
I've been Nathan Oakley. No, you haven't, Demock. Okay. It was a joke. I haven't been Nathan Oakley. No, I just think it's funny how he says I've been Nathan Oakley, like somebody else taking that claim. He said, no, you a butthole. My grandson said, no, you a butthole. He even declares Nathan Oakley a butthole.
Well, none of that.
No, I don't know. He doesn't know Nathan Oakley. He's just talking.
I know.
This is hilarious.
I knew I was sleeping. Then Oakley was preaching. I don't live on a ball.
I'm so tired. I'm too tired to preach. I'm too tired for sleeping. I'm too tired to teach. So tired. I need a few more winks.
I'm flat broke, trying to sleep on a round ball.
Just imagine going to sleep on a spinning, wobbling ball. How would that even?
How would it work?
I don't know. You go to sleep in your bedroom that's stationary and flat and not moving, and then you wake up on a spinning ball duct taped to it. Like, what the? It'd be pretty weird, wouldn't it? You definitely know the difference.
I imagine.
Can you imagine that? Omni?
I guess I can imagine imagining it.
So the main focus of the model for billions and zillions of everybody was the sun stationary. So the sun's not stationary anymore? Damn.
Yeah, how's that work?
Yeah, when did the sun start moving?
I don't know. I asked him when you could go up and get high altitude footage of it sitting still, and you said never.
A few
You tell
billion
me.
years ago, I would say, is when it's said to have started moving. You know, I don't know. Don't know exactly, but
No, in our reference frame though, like from our view, it should be sitting still for us.
yeah. I mean, I think so.
Yeah, so I mean my point still stands.
No, no one can go get high altitude footage of the sun sitting still while the Earth's spinning.
Well, if you got high enough altitude, yeah.
Well, that's a good claim. It's like Superman, spaghetti monsters. Jesus God.
She had the right uniform on. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get out of here. I did, but do you know it was a big traffic? It cleared up though. All right.
Hot Micro.
I was sleeping and I was truck driving.
All right, yeah,
Unloading.
and I'll be out of here soon. South Shore cleared up. I appreciate you.
As soon as my head clears, it won't be a ball because I'm now aware. But the clouds keep falling on my head from gravity.
Chicken Newton told you that the sky was falling, even though it's not. Do you still come crawling to Newton math again? Chicken Newton's my friend.
I feel like there might be some evidence of the sky, you know, behaving like a sphere.
Like diamonds in the sky? What?
I'm thinking.
What's your reference?
Per 60 nautical miles.
That didn't mean
What?
anything. What's your reference? What ball are you going from
I don't.
that you can declare?
So we don't have a night sky generator, right? We can't recreate the entire celestial sphere in a lab.
I have no clue what that means. So you don't have any idea what a ball sphere thing would even look or act like?
No, we have a very good idea. In fact,
Well, demonstrate it.
Well, the problem is we can't demonstrate it the way that your goofy.
So you can't demonstrate your excuse. Gotcha.
Well, that's not my excuse.
Well, whose excuse is it? Who's selling the story? I'm not.
I know.
I'm not selling the story. Balls of air exist around a ball somewhere. You are.
Yeah, I'm aware. You would not be telling the story. That is correct.
So why do you believe it without any reference? You have no reference for this action.
Because there are all sorts of things that we can't recreate in a lab.
Like Superman, Godzilla.
Sure.
So you live on Godzilla then, right? No
Well,
difference.
it
You
turns
couldn't tell the
out.
difference. You couldn't create it or not.
Well,
How
I
could
don't
you
know.
tell the difference
I don't
between
think,
Earth and Godzilla?
I don't think just the ability to recreate it is the only.
How can you tell the difference between Earth and Godzilla was the question.
So
How do you know you're not living on Godzilla?
Right. So
Picture
the way you tell the difference is by testable predictions.
No, you go to pictures. You look
No,
up and say pictures. So if you're standing on Godzilla's head and you look up away from Godzilla, you're going to say, I'm on Godzilla and I know it. Pictures. And it's going to show a round ball Godzilla. Pictures. I don't know how you know. How have you proven you're not on Godzilla?
I understand. I understand that it's a hard thing.
Yeah, you're microscopic. How are you going to ever prove more than the eyelid? I mean, it's hard for you to prove you're not living on Godzilla, isn't it? You got a nice picture of him destroying Tokyo and all, but you don't live on him.
Maybe if you went
You're
back in
ball
time. Maybe if
Godzilla.
you went back in time or something.
Yeah, he lives on a ball Godzilla, a picture. Look up. That's all I hear from Bjorn. I asked him, what does he use for him to know the attributes of a real 3D sphere in reality? Any human on this fucking planet, what is your reference for the actions or attribute of what a ball does? Not your claim of a
Let
ball.
me know when I could answer you.
When you answer without claim
Patient.
that you make up. Let the ball be itself, Omni. Please.
Like like answer. And then if you could go back in time, like Omni, don't you think that you should have just bent the knee? You know what I mean? Should have just bent the knee.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I mean, look what you did. You did it to yourself. You know what I mean? I tried to help you. Me and Tori and Matthias, we're trying to talk to you, trying to talk some sense into you. But you had your stubborn ways.
It's true.
All right, Godzilla's waiting for your answer.
Well, I'm waiting to be told that he's done monologuing.
You don't know a curved line. You don't know a scale. You don't know what a feather is, dinosaurs. You don't know whether you live on Godzilla. You have no clue, refraction. You don't know whether it's sweat on Godzilla's nuts that you call your ocean or Godzilla's nutsack. You just don't know. You have no clue. You've been told stories and look up. Look at twinkly lights away from Godzilla. That'll help.
Okay. Let me know. Let me know when you're done.
Let me know when you just describe what ball you used to get your idea of how balls work. Not the Earth, not flat Earth. Can't use flat Earth bias, boy. Not the Earth.
Like I said, let me know.
So you don't have a reference. Let me know when you get that reference. We'll both be waiting, won't we?
You just denied my picture of Godzilla.
Well, I mean, he almost asked some interesting questions. Alas, he couldn't sustain it, but it was a close thing.
Can you sustain what a ball is and how you know that with a real ball? Or you just keep denying this situation here? Why you running, Omni, from a ball? Please don't, sissy. Thought you weren't biased, boy. Little boy's biased, huh? What's a ball reference, Omni, for a ball? Please don't say any computers or flat screens. A 3D ball. Do you know what that is or not?
So, like I said, you're not telling me when I can talk without you interrupting me.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's got to do with the price of tea and you not demonstrating a ball.
Well, it has something to do with me not falling for the trap where I start answering and then you jump in and start flapping your gums, so to speak.
Well, unless you're slow, you don't know what a fucking ball reference is. I mean, you don't know how to get a ball and show me which ball you keep believing in that doesn't exist. Keep flapping your gums without the ball. We're waiting.
Uh-oh.
Which ball do you trust? And why don't you trust any other sphere that you could touch? They're not trustworthy. They don't work for you. Physics, Omni, when are you brave enough to talk physical attributes of a 3D sphere that's real? A real one.
I'm happy to talk physics, but I don't think you're ready to have that conversation.
No, you're the one that's not. You're the loser without the ball. The loser without the ball who won't talk about ball physics said what?
I understand the difficulty for you. I get it.
For me, for I gotta make you grab a ball?
So
that what you're saying now? I gotta come force you to grab a ball to know what a ball is.
Please don't.
Why does a flat earther have to force you to know what a sphere is?
That would be sexual harassment.
Yeah, that made no sense. You
I'm
see
sure
where we're going with this? This
and
guy
it's
doesn't even understand words.
but,
He's got the acumen of a 2-year-old.
Oh.
You're not even as smart as the 3-year-old sitting next to me, dude. Are you serious right now? You don't know what a ball is, dude? You made it how many years in a debate about balls and you don't even know what one is? Omni, are you fucking serious? You've been telling these people you know what a ball is and you wouldn't touch one to save your life. Why don't you touch a 3D ball, Omni? Let's get it on your camera. What are you waiting on?
Like I said, Whenever you're ready, let me know.
I'm ready for your ball right every waking second. Everybody is, me, Steve, everybody, Lion, all of us. We're all waiting on you, Omni. You're on stage. Where's your ball that
All
tells
right.
you what a ball
We
does?
all want your balls. We voted.
Okay, so it's pretty straightforward. The goofy standard of evidence happens when the interlocutor says, "Well, if you can't give me X, where X is their own, meaningless requirement, then you haven't met my, you haven't met my standard. Therefore, I get to I get to reject any of your findings."
Buyer
So
always rejects the seller if they don't want to buy the story. The buyer
my turn. So we get to do that. The problem is that you can apply any standard of evidence that you want, and then just arbitrarily say, well, you haven't met it. I want to, see you pull your beating heart from your chest, and then I'll believe your position. And we all know that that's not how it works. Like, nobody is responsible to do that. So you have to have a standard of evidence that is widely accepted, and that, my dear Dimok, is what you do not have.
said the guy who doesn't know how helicopters fly around a real 3D ball and wouldn't touch a real 3D ball. And the question was, how do you or any glober know how a real 3D ball acts in real physics? Now, your answer is, who the fuck knows what you just said? It didn't have fuck all to do with the 3D sphere. Fuck all to do with you knowing anything about a 3D sphere or demonstrating one to fucking anybody. So, how do you know how a 3D ball has attributes and actions in reality and what a 3D sphere does?
So obvious, D-Mock, it spins.
What does? What
It
spins?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We make these things up. I mean, it's all about consensus, D-Mock. You have to agree with us. That's how we do science.
Oh, so science religious bitches get to come with it with a fucking cartoon book like Dr. Seuss and say, we got all this ball science, just believe us.
Yes.
No,
Now
I don't
you're
think
getting it.
so. So the liars with the fucking story they're trying to sell, the vacuum salesman Omni and the fucking NASA and all these retards, Newton and Einstein, fuck those retards. The fucking they don't get to make what the fuck we pick for fucking proof.
Oh,
If
yes,
you're
we
bringing
do.
a fucking story, you're bringing a
Oh, no,
fucking dick sucking fucking story. You got to prove it to us. Our proof is what we need, not your motherfucking proof to sell your own story to us. That's not
No, we
how that
don't need
works.
to do that. We don't need to do that to you. It doesn't work that way. You know, I don't know where you're living, D-Mike, but you obviously don't live in modern day science. That's not how we operate.
How do we demonstrate how balls
Obviously, you're
work?
not. Obviously, you're not a scientist.
I couldn't possibly be a scientist because I'm going to go get a sphere and show you what it does, and we're all going to sit there and watch it and not do any claims of a globe.
We don't
Why
allow
is this?
outsiders. We don't
Is this
allow
sphere lying
outsiders.
to me?
Yes.
Omni, is this sphere lying to me when it's not holding water? Is there something going on here we should know about?
We don't need to tell you how it works, D-Mike.
Do we need
just,
any more claims than what's happening with this ball? Every time I try to hold water on this ball, it doesn't work. What day is it going to work? When? How many billions of times do I got to pour more water on this ball and more water and waste all my fucking water bill? And it's never going to hold the water like a cup. Why? And where's the reference when the ball will?
we didn't think anybody would ever question.
Yeah, just not fucking saying dumb shit like, oh, I think the earth, because it don't work for me to use it. The dumb bitches don't like me to say the earth is your lab everywhere. That's the most ridiculous fucking thing I heard. What else would be your lab, caveman? The fucking earth, stupid. The fuck are you talking about? The fucking earth is your lab. And not being a biased bitch is your lab. You go
Here.
outside, you set up your fucking thing, your straight flat thing, you set up your moving thing. You don't say the thing you're on is doing fuck all.
Stop yelling.
Oh no.
So what's a ball like, Omni? How does a ball do stuff? How do you know how boats go around balls and helicopters? How would you even ever imagine that without a ball? How do you know the physical attributes of a real ball? Why are you not showing us?
Going on, dude?
Well, I mean, we have shown you.
I'm waiting. There's a 40-foot ball dude keeps putting the thing, but yet I don't see none of you climbing around it with toy helicopters going broom, 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 showing us how they work. Kind of fucking sad, don't you think? You guys don't know how your ball works? You don't even know?
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding a good deal.
Yeah.
So
I think you're misunderstanding
don't
what a
believe in-
demonstration of what your imagination is. A
believe in
demonstration's you showing and proving. Imagination's you talking and not doing.
Okay.
Here we are.
Hold on. Let me respond to you, dude.
So do you understand?
We don't imagine, Omni. Stop imagining. Go demonstrate.
D-Mock, you gotta chill out, dude.
What are we understanding, Lion? Him not
I'm
getting on the
I'm
ball
trying
and
to hear
showing
what he's
how the
got to say, dude.
helicopter
You said a
works.
lot. Bro.
We're
said a lot,
looking for how the helicopter works. I've been saying the same thing for the last 5 years. Since I came in this place, I've been saying the same thing. Not one of them have got a ball out and showed us how a toy helicopter works on it. Do you think that's fucking crazy that they don't even know how that works? You don't think that's crazy they can't do it? I do. Here we are. Today, number 8,500,000,000,000, year 10. No motherfucker with a helicopter, toy airplane, and a hot air balloon all at the same time showing how they go around a ball at 90.
I get it, dude, but you gotta let him respond. You said a lot of shit, dog.
Brother, it's been 10 years. Do you see him with the ball on camera in his toy helicopter?
So,
Are you
so I'm
fucking
gonna.
slow? We're looking
I'm
at a
just wondering,
demonstration of how they know.
Demo, do you have a problem
We're not
imagining
looking
how
for
that
writing
would be
fucking
possible?
Dr. Seuss math down. Horton hears a who. Is that helping you guys? Horton heard a who, and that's how Horton heard how it happens.
You're unhinged, dog. You just gotta chill
No, the
out,
globe
bro.
is unhinged. What is the globe? What does it look like? What is the sphere? How does it react?
All right, that's your cue,
demonstration's
Omni.
unhinged.
Hold on, that's Omni's cue, dude.
All right. So we Globers recognize a phenomenon that we're going to call gravity, or whatever you want to call it. It's a force or a phenomena of mass attracting mass. And what it means is that wherever you stand on the ball, the direction towards the center of that ball is down for you. And because it's a pretty big ball, looking around it, to your eye, and even if you go up a good distance, it looks flat or flat-ish, depending on the terrain. However, because we believe in / recognize gravity as a real phenomenon, that means that we make certain predictions. For example, we predict that two plumb lines will deviate from each other, will not be parallel if they're a distance from each other. And we can test that using certain tools. We hold that points
you
of
just use
equal
plums?
elevation above still water will also fall on a curve. So all of these things are testable. And if you test them and it pans out, it turns out that the test is the test is successful, then what that means is that there's generally said to be something to those tests, right? So we have tested these things, and we have concluded that the okay. Well, anyway, so as you were.
He asked you for a demonstration. You're just saying that it's true because you tested it, but you're not showing the test, but it's true. that a plumb bob
I can show
contradicts itself.
I can show you all the
Where's this-
tests. You've seen the test. You just
I mean, it wouldn't require any other tools besides plumb bobs. Like, why would you say, "Oh, we used tools to test to test tools"?
well, I mean, I guess you could say that, but I don't think
You
that.
said that.
Not exactly. No.
So close
We
and
used
locally, you
tools
see balls.
to test. We used tools to test the predictions that
You don't use a ball?
No,
You don't use a ball to predict what a ball does.
we don't use a ball to do the test for the Earth
What
because
Earth? The flat Earth that we're on? Now you're being biased. What is the Earth? You don't know, and I don't know. So where can we go do our non-biased test? Because I don't see none of that garbage ass shit you just fucking made up with your dumb words, right? Now, me and you're just born. No bias retard shit, right, Omni? Now, how do we get a ball for you to prove your fucking dumb claim that nobody sees a ball doing shit nowhere? We see a horizon and everything. And I'm going to wake up and get a flat surface. I don't know why we're doing this because we don't know what the fuck we're on. We have nothing to prove to each other in this scenario. But since we have to know what we're on and what matches reality, you would wake up as a baby, get old enough to have a brain. I would be a baby, get old enough. We'd be the same age. And you say, I think this thing is a ball. And I say, I don't think so. And you say, I think this is not only a ball, but I think it's spinning and moving and doing crazy magic shit. I say, whoa, that's your fucking retarded problem because you're going to have a problem fucking demonstrating that excuse for fucking reality, buddy. That's you've done fucked up there. So anyway, I'm going to keep it simple, stupid. We were just born. We don't know none of that garbage you just made up. You're just making shit up. A weird motherfucker. So now I got a flat surface. You got a ball. How do we demonstrate which of our things match what the fuck happens outside in reality with water and boats and trains and physical stuff and Foucault's pendulums, right? Let's go.
you make a prediction. So you say,
No, we don't.
I predict that
No, we don't be biased and make shit up.
if
Stop
I
doing
live
that.
on a flat
There is
plane,
no biasness allowed in this demonstration. I
all
just told
my-
you this, Omni. Act like you can't fucking understand direction. Are you guys all retarded? We're not.
prediction.
Yeah, we don't even need a prediction. We'll just make the measurements and see what it returns. And then when we repeat the test, then we'll make a prediction that the test will be uniform. And then we'll look at the tests that have been done by other people before. And then we'll look at the tests on other locations of the Earth and by other people before. And then we'll put all that together and see what falls out. No predictions, except the uniformity of the tests return a unified conclusion.
Consensus. Unified.
I feel
Unified
like
consensus.
that may be a bit
Where'd you get the measurement? Where'd you get the measurement you're talking about?
Well, I made my own measurements. Other people made their own measurements, and other people made their own measurements. Yeah, we got.
Well,
we didn't
you
go
made
get
your own
them.
doesn't.
We did
You
them.
made your own. You made your own doesn't tell me where you got them. I made my own. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
I didn't go to the store. I didn't go to the store and get measurements. If that's
You're
what
going
you're
to
trying
set
to
up a
say.
survey transit for us? You're going to set up one of them survey transits?
Hold on, Steve. First of all, we need to know what the fuck his numbers are doing for anybody anywhere. They're pointless right now. So you and I, Shoe Bill, we're just born. No biased bitches, right? Don't be a fucking liar. You're gonna have to keep.
Last I checked, you are not an infant. You're not an infant, are you? You may have been born yesterday, not me.
You to let me speak.
Yeah, you were born yesterday, not me.
Every day, all day. It's so hard for you. Let me get my 3 seconds, ain't it?
Oh, 3 seconds for you. You've been holding the mic for like 12 hours.
Bitches. Now you got to talk over and mute the mic for 3 seconds. Can I get 3 seconds without a bitch lying or muting on me?
Huh? Come on, Omni.
So, what is a ball? We're just born, Shoe Bill. Me and you and Omni.
I'm not just born.
That's not moving.
You're just born, not me.
That's not moving. Now,
yeah, well, I was not born yesterday.
Show me what you think you're on. Get the physical thing you think you live on. We're gonna test that thing Then we're gonna look outside and see if the two match. Are you ready for no bias science, no bias real physics?
So
Are you bitches ready?
are us
Demo.
bitches ready? I don't know, man.
I
Yeah, we
doubt it.
don't know, low
You're
IQ.
not.
You don't know
If
words.
you're not ready, we know you're not ready.
Never been ready. Neither one of you fucking weirdos. You just want to be biased cunts. So we're just born. We're old enough to grab a table and a ball. You think you live on one? I think I live on one. How do we prove the attributes of these things to everyone around us, what they do, for anyone to know what they do in the first place?
You make a prediction.
No.
Oh,
No, you don't
got
even
your
need a
ball in
prediction.
front of you.
No,
What
we
are you
don't
gonna
need a
do with it?
prediction. We don't need a prediction.
Fuck
We
what
don't
you
sit
make
we don't sit
up.
in a
I
room
wanna
with a
see.
fucking tennis
So
ball.
you don't
We get
do
out there in the
nothing with
real
the
world
ball.
and we
You just
observe it
start
and we
talking.
measure it.
So you just start talking to people. You don't do nothing with the ball.
Now,
The very thing we want to see do stuff, you don't want to do.
now, calm down. Calm down.
So no ball, just talk. Just talk about what your crystal ball fucking predictions are. Now we're going to use a ball in front of us. Your ball doesn't need to predict anything, you dumb fuck. It is a 3D sphere. What the fuck are you on crack? You don't trust it?
No,
You don't
no,
trust
but
the very ball you brought to present itself? To show all the kids what a ball do? How would you ever know what a ball does without a ball, guys? We're born on this earth.
starting
You
with
have no
your
ball. How
no,
do you
no,
know what a ball
hang
does?
on. Start with your premise that we are all
Yeah, we're
babies,
just born.
being born, just being
Yeah.
born. We wake
What are
up
you on?
and we see different observations, like
Nah, we
how,
don't see
why
shit.
does
Nah, we don't see
the
nothing.
sun set the
I
way
don't
it
see that
does?
shit. Just
Why?
me and you on Earth.
Okay,
Only
fuck
50
you
50,
then.
motherfucker. There ain't no consensus to lie, bitch. Just me and you. I don't believe your dog shit. You got a ball in your hand. Show me what the fuck that does. I've got a flat surface right here. It's holding water. It's equidistant. It's equipotential no matter how long I make it. It's not spilling any water off. I can put a vertical one up that way and show you that's different than that one every fucking bit of the way, all the way down. These
Random
things
words.
have reality. And I
Random
can go play
words.
on mine and fly a helicopter and a drone up on mine. It's
He's
not spinning.
replaying a
It's not a
tape.
ball.
He's a
No
bot.
gravity excuses. No excuses for my flat earth proof.
You
And
have
look,
just
what does
shown how
reality
stupid flat
match?
Earth is.
Do you think reality matches your ball that you can't
said you're a bot,
demonstrate in
D-Mac.
front of nobody? Or do you think it matches the equipotential helicopters, hot air balloons, and planes can fly on my flat surface just fine? No
Yo,
ball,
You're a
D-Mac,
right?
clown that can't
So
even
what is
afford
the class
makeup.
supposed to believe? Your ball that got
yo,
nobody around it doing nothing. Everybody's running from it. Physics
yo, he
class.
said you're a bot, D-Mac.
Yeah, they sound like bots. They run from the ball. We're the first two humans born. These bitches are all like, everybody knows this, Democ. We're the only two. We're the only two. There is no everybody. I'm not convinced, bitch, of your lies. Demonstrate. If we're the only two, bitch, you got to prove your fucking claim to me. And I'll get my flat surface and show you how mud puddles, tides, waterfalls, and everything work vertically down the way they all do perfectly. Do you have the ladder? Didn't think so. So we'll be sitting here with our flat earth demo for life showing you what matches reality while you bitches just run away from the ball we got sitting here on the beach, never getting touched by a glober.
Uh-oh.
They want to predict stuff. How would you know your prediction matched a ball when you've never had a ball?
It's a good question. I feel like there could be a good answer, but I don't think we have it.
And he's just convinced that everybody's just as stupid as he is.
Well, I think you might be thinking about this a little too deeply there, Shubil.
No, I know he's a clown. I know he doesn't take himself seriously. I know he laughs at his own spiel. It's his bit. It's performance art. He's like a beat poet. He just says these random clusters of words that all, just to hold the mic. He's an attention whore. Yeah, I got it.
They're real simple. You can't be unbiased. We're the first two humans. You're supposed to demonstrate the physical thing that you find in reality you think we're on and demonstrate that thing in front of me. Convince me that the stuff I see outside matches that. And I'll convince you the stuff on this flat plate or the flat board or the flat thing I got matches it. Who do
Well,
you
is your
think's gonna
board
win
12
this?
miles long?
Is your ball 12 miles long? You
No.
don't need a 12-mile long when you retarded, bitch. Quit trying to make excuses already. I
No,
got
no,
the
I'm
same
I'm
size
going for
board as
reality,
you got
baby.
ball.
I'm
You
going for
retarded
reality,
bitch.
baby.
What do you think the math's for? You meth head
What's going on?
motherfucker.
Whoa.
Your ball.
What's the
Same
topic,
size
dude?
as
What
my
are we doing?
flat.
Come on, dude.
I got a flat surface that covers the same mileage as your fucking
It's
gay
the
ass ball.
ranting hour, I
Use
guess.
your fucking brain. No, it's got the can't understand math hour for Globers. Your
People
globe is
just like getting beat on, or what's
24,901.
going on, dude?
Your globe is 24,901 millimeters from start to finish, and my board will be that way. 24,901 millimeters that way, wide and long. We got you covered. We got the same surface to work with, you fucking biased bitches.
Yo, anyways, you guys been keeping up with what's going on in Iran?
I have
Iran?
not. I mean, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Me too, a little bit. I'm not like I'm too busy, dude.
So,
But I
okay,
heard that Trump sent 12 ships over there. He sent a whole battalion.
No shit. Do you know
Two
what?
aircraft carriers, but it's like 12 ships altogether.
Well,
imagine the president of the United States saying, "I know where you are, and I'm not going to kill you yet." It's pretty awesome.
Well, we weren't supposed to get involved, dude. I thought.
Well, you're not wrong that a lot of people were hoping we didn't get involved, but I think it's pretty clear that at a certain point, the involving was going to happen to some degree. Now, to what degree, I don't think we know, but to some degree, I think it was pretty clear that we were gonna,
Got to protect our CIA post. If we don't protect our little CIA
What happened to the
post, we don't know
pro-peace
what'll happen.
president?
To the what?
He ran on no more foreign wars, remember?
Well, if you believe anything about Trump, I mean, why would you believe anything he ran on?
Well, I wouldn't believe him, but a lot of people did.
Yeah, but you didn't vote for Kamala.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this
Why would I vote for
objectively,
Kamala?
do you think this is like objectively
He would have done the
different
same thing.
than what you would imagine like I don't know, like a Bush, like jumping into Iraq and shit?
What do you
We were
mean?
watching them drop bomb. I guess it's somewhat the same, close enough. I
He
guess
was an
we're watching them.
establishment
We're
Dem.
watching them
Establishment
drop
Dem.
bombs on like civilians and shit on TV.
I'm hearing all kinds of shit. I don't know what to believe in.
That's
I don't know if
basically
it's
all.
propaganda. I don't know if it's legit. But I heard that they're sending one of the oldest aircraft carriers out there.
The Nimitz.
Out of the
Yeah.
whole fleet.
The
And they're
Nimitz.
saying it's going to be another like off of Tonkin incident where they're like, let it get sunk. Like they'll sacrifice it, just to pretext.
No, if they
justification
take
for
the
war.
fucking Nimitz, no, I don't think so. I don't believe that.
I would be quite happy if the Nimitz was not.
It's an aircraft carrier. That's too many Americans dead.
Why would
There is no way we?
They
Why
would
wouldn't they
definitely
just
do that.
9/11 and fill that big
They're
motherfucker
definitely
with fuel and
capable of
just blow the
sacrificing
whole
a few.
area up. 9/11 the whole area. Fill that big old piece of shit, all of our old pieces of shit that are gonna fucking break down anyway, and just kamikaze them all at them motherfuckers. Woo! 9/11 it.
Retarded. But
They won't have a building left.
so there's I've been listening to different analysts, dude, like on the internet and on the news too, and apparently they are like there's a good chance that we're gonna get involved, and this is gonna lead to an escalation of force unless Iran like somehow like changes their mind, which doesn't seem like they're changing their mind. And they're gonna. Did you hear about the threat yesterday too? It's supposed to be happening anytime. Like right now, it's daytime over here. It's night over there. So yesterday they said tonight expect something that's going to be remembered by the world for centuries to come.
Mm-hmm.
You hear about that? Or a surprise? You guys hear about that?
So that's a definite maybe. I mean, have I heard about it? No, but but a lot of shit gets said that ain't necessarily, the case.
And here we are.
I'm just
I agree
saying,
with you.
you
I
know,
agree with that, Omni.
yeah. So, I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but just because somebody says it will happen doesn't necessarily mean much.
I get that, but it was the hold on, I'm trying to find the link, dude. It was on Twitter, on X. You got the Iranian state threatening the U.S. or threatening Israel and the U.S. actually both. I'll find it over here. So we got a couple links. Everybody's been talking. Well, not everybody. A lot of people have been talking about it. No, Iran threatened Israel. There's a surprise tonight that the world will remember for centuries. So tonight is right now. Like any moment, we should be hearing about some news breaking out.
No, that's
because they're gonna retaliate.
Who is there?
Iran's gonna retaliate against Israel and America. Some analysts said that worst case scenario is that they attack the U.S. homeland, but I doubt it.
I don't think so. That would be. I mean,
Israel's a lot smaller. Isn't it easier to just attack Israel?
Well,
some analysts said that they might go after the Gulf.
Yeah, that's possible.
Oil refineries or shit. I don't know.
Yeah, that's possible. That's a lot more possible. Attacking their homeland would be, would mean their destruction if it was a serious attack.
There were 5 hypersonic missiles that were sent at Israel tonight, including one that exploded in the city of Tel Aviv.
Okay.
Doesn't appear to be any massive casualties, but reports are still coming in. The Pentagon thinks that's what the bluster was about, but you never really know.
Okay. Yeah, I could,
Imagine the CIA is all these groups. You know what I mean? All the riling up, the media, the propaganda, the money flow, just put a dude here with a check, get the black card here, you get the black card here, yours black card's good here, whatever type of money it is, don't fucking matter. You're talking about CIA, they don't give a fuck. So and they got you covered. And
have you ever heard of
start shit?
Have you ever heard of Operation Praying Mantis?
I don't know what that
but
is.
I forgot what it
I've heard
was. I forgot what it was.
I've heard a lot of operations, but go ahead.
Basically, the U.S. Navy took off the gloves with Iran for 8 hours and sunk 60% of their Navy, including 2 oil platforms. After those 8 hours were over, Iran was crying for us to put the gloves back on and stop. I don't think they would dare to threaten us.
Bet. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah, I
When
kind of
dealing
believe that too, honestly.
That's why you put carriers there. It's not necessarily to do something. It's to say, hey, if you mess with us, we have 2 mobile air bases that are going to fuck you up.
Yeah, right. The fact of a carrier being sent is kind of a positioning play. It's not. It doesn't mean an attack is imminent. It just means that we have the flexibility, the capability to respond, very flexibly.
There's also rumors that we have manta ray subs in all the Iranian harbors, so if those things are packed with the similar technology with the Iranian drone strikes, we're that's a hell of a good morning.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, but all we got to do is have a CIA terrorist cell anywhere. And then those people act goofy. And then we say, well, your fucking people are acting stupid, so we're going to fuck all you up. And the regular people were like, what the fuck's going on? We don't know. Hey, whoever those people are, stop those son of a bitches. And they find out it was the CIA or they think it's a group of whatever, a radical, whatever. And the CIA is like, you know, they don't find out that it's the CIA. And then the CIA gets to go fuck up whoever they want because they started their own war with themselves and declared it those people, you know, like, oh, these were Iran's peoples. They declared it this, or these are Taliban, or these people. You can have any group of fucking CIA go anywhere and declare anything they want and take down the whole fucking city. Say they're all protesters. Look at these fuckers. Get it on camera, boy. Shit. Them crisis actors are really important.
I don't believe in crisis actors, but sure.
Crisis military wars, crisis actor, fucking everything. What do you mean? All of it. Crisis actor, fucking rappers, crisis actor, fucking Kennedys.
So one of my players in the D&D game is a crisis actor. That is her full-time job. Mostly she helps out with training events, and she scoots around the country and
Yeah, so,
helps everyone.
yeah, I believe in that. Yeah, that I believe in. Not the mass shootings are all done with crisis actors.
Oh, no.
What's the point of a crisis actor? For ISIS?
She's really good at training. Specifically, she just got back from training bus accidents with her local fire department.
For CR ISIS. So if you're a CR ISIS trainer, you're good to go.
No, but they definitely have crisis actors that will incite some type of revolt or social unrest. You get a few dissemblers, right, throwing rocks, breaking shit, looting, and then you just start a chain reaction, bro.
Here's what happens when they're called Karens. Somebody punches them and knocks them the fuck out, and you don't hear no more about it. They're like, I'm not crisis acting over there. Somebody's gonna knock my face loose.
So I hear
It's
that
the crisis
argument.
actor. But think about this. You got a crisis actor, you send them out, you're the CIA. Some random fucking goofy person that's just a violent goofball sees the crisis actor, whatever. They're like a Karen to them. They're like, oh, look at this Karen worried about this or yelling about that. Bam! Punches them in the face. You know what I mean? Then what do? Like, what the fuck? That's just funny to me.
So what you're talking about would be more accurately described as black bloc actors, meaning the parts of a protest group, either wanted or not wanted. Because not everybody wants that shit at their protest. That are hang on. Parts of our protest group that are tasked or have taken on the task to attack, the police or to do property damage or whatever. So-called because they generally wear the balaclavas, even if most protesters are not masked.
Yeah.
So that's black bloc. That's not crisis actor. Two different things.
All right. Well, that's what I'm talking about. You can just hire people, pay them to act like pissed off Democrats. They might not even be Democrats, but the money's right, though. Yeah. They'll act like Democrats. They'll put up signs. They'll do whatever you want.
So that's kind of true. However, attempts to discover how this is working, because there would be money trails and paper trails. You'd see ads in, Craigslist or whatever, and attempts to everybody's looking for them. A ton of Republicans who believe that that's the case are looking for them. And it doesn't pan out. There are definitely have been some people who have found, have found some kind of person who seems to be advertising that. However, when looked into it, it turns out to be a prank or something.
Well, most of the time the groups are segregated too. Like
Agent
still-
provocateurs.
Yeah,
That's
today we're
another-
segregated
yeah,
as people too, though.
Term
The
for it.
government kind of subsidizes certain places for certain groups of people, and they all flock to a certain area. Like if I'm with a busload of people and they all rush to this building or over here to this place, we're all going to probably end up around that place or slightly know each other. I mean,
So
come on now.
The problem with
That's-
agent provocateurs per se is not that they don't exist. It's that, according to most protest groups, they believe, and there is some truth to this, the same way that there's, the black bloc is definitely a thing, that they believe that undercover policemen are sent in to rile up the crowd or to begin throwing things or otherwise incite violence, so that if you have a mostly peaceful protest, so to speak, you can get you can encourage the crowd to
be unruly.
Yeah, to be unruly. Now, whether or not, certainly there is evidence that that has happened in the past. Like the Pinkertons and stuff would do shit like that. But I don't know that there is, solid evidence that it has happened, recently. And, like I don't think there's any evidence of that for the Black Lives Matter protests. I don't think there needed to be police incentivization to bad behavior.
What about the riots in Los Angeles?
The what? Oh, no. I mean, I haven't looked into it deeply, but I don't
know either. But I heard cases where people found like stacks of bricks, pallets of bricks, like just
So that's been a story for a long time, not just recently. And someone did look into that and discovered that they were legitimate piles of bricks that were used by construction companies with ongoing construction projects that were definitely supposed to be there. And we're not, we're not moved there.
Dude, I don't know, man. I find that hard to believe. Even Candace Owens, was talking about it the other day. Like, why are these pallets? Anomalous. What's the word?
Anomalous pallets of bricks. Yeah.
Anomalous pallets of bricks. Because as a construction worker myself, dude, every time we finish a day's work, dude, you always put everything away. There's actually, according to the law, you need to put everything over the line, right?
Right. So, like I said,
over the construction tape, yellow tape, and fencing, so people don't trip and get hurt. You want people getting sued. Go ahead.
I hear you. No,
or stealing your shit.
So, in a lot of cases, the pictures that were presented of the pallets of bricks were in the mornings. So there would be like a bunch of bricks, like at 9:30 in the morning, when people were getting there, and not 9:30 at night. So
that makes sense.
Yeah.
My problem with this theory is it puts way too much trust in people that are always doing the right thing. I think when you get a large group of people together, you're going to get a few assholes in there that want to fuck everything up.
Right. I don't think you need during union, like for union breaking, right? When the unions would like go on strike, we're talking like 1920s, 1930s. When the unions would go on strike, you'd have like the Pinkertons going in there and, throwing Molotov cocktails or some shit, whatever, to give the police an excuse to go in there and arrest everybody. That was like hardcore, dirty tricks shit. But today, with the the protests that we're getting now, I honestly don't think we need it. I don't think there's a strong need for any. I don't think you have to. I don't think. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think you have to go too far.
Yeah, I mean you're making the point that you don't need to manufacture contention. It's very
Right.
natural.
Yep, I think it's organic.
These are the same people who are stealing from the
liars.
These are the same people stealing from
Fully
the
talking,
Apple
I
Store.
can hear. All right, if you're gonna just interrupt me, I'm just gonna leave. I'll just leave. Oh, sorry. Is that Coy talking?
These are people who are literally stealing from
Is
the
that
Apple
Coy?
Store.
Is that you, Coy?
Are you finished, no tanks? Oh,
Yeah, he hates that. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no thanks. Gross.
These are people who are literally stealing from the iPhones or the Apple Store GPS trackers and cameras saying, "Catch me." I don't think we need to attribute a ton of intelligence to these people.
Right. Yeah, I don't. Right. I don't think that's. I don't think that the people who are looting are doing so as part of a part of a plan. I don't think that's how it works.
What are you trying to say, guys? You saying they're dumb?
I think. Well.
Oh, no, I think they're just taking advantage. I think they're just taking advantage of the situation. Now, I don't necessarily genuinely care about riots. Like, whatever.
They might well be dumb. I mean, or just they're.
Is he saying they're Mexicans?
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying that,
They
like,
just don't
like
give a fuck.
Americans need to get over like this, like basic bitch complaining about riots. Like, plenty of other countries riot much better than we do.
It's true.
Like the French, they got it down.
There was a time where we used to celebrate it. We used to sing about it.
Throwing
Like, let's start a
Molotovs
riot
at
was a
cops
popular
and,
song, and
burning
now it's
shit.
not. Now
They're much
everybody's
better
just
at
like frowned upon.
Have you ever seen that Canadian soccer riot?
I love watching soccer riots, man. They're cool as hell.
I mean, they have turned over cars and shit.
So when I hear when I hear like Americans complain like about a genuinely small riot, like in LA, like, what the fuck are you doing? That shit's small as hell.
Yeah, well, the French really
When the
know how
Phillies
to-
riot. Philadelphia.
Shouldn't we? We're a country that was built off rebellion, man. Our country
No,
was born in a riot.
This is what's crazy. America will riot when they're happy, because when the Phillies win, they riot and tear the city down, dude. They destroy mad shit, dude.
Yeah, but that's like part of the culture over there. It's cool. People love it. It's a uniting event for all Philadelphians.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not wrong though. Americans will riot for any reason or no reason sometimes.
That's a good point. Yeah, wasn't it Philadelphia that put the cardboard on the
soccer
windows
riot
during the election?
Those are cool.
I think they're like known for
saw one big one
doing
in
some
Brazil,
crazy weird
like,
shit.
with practically
Listen, Red
two
Tape,
armies
I'm gonna
fighting.
have to.
Red Tape,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
have
Red
to let me
Tape,
meet
hold
you,
on.
sir.
Let no takes finish.
Oh, sorry.
He has me muted, so he doesn't even know I'm speaking.
You can't do that. So Red Tape, if
Kick
you
him,
have
ban him.
No, I'm not.
No, I don't have him muted. Why
Okay.
isn't he?
All right. Well, anyway,
let me double check.
Some-
Not saying he is.
Well, if you can't hear him, sometimes it might be Discord. You gotta leave.
All right, every room that me and Red Tape go into, I don't know why I can't hear No Tanks. Fucking No Tanks.
Well,
that's right. Good. Somebody kicked him, right? That was good. Good job kicking him.
This from the same guy who was specifically over talking me multiple times.
But that was on purpose. That was on purpose because you're a sensitive little girl.
No, I can hear No Tanks now.
Okay. All right.
All is right in the world. But yeah, I was just recalling the memory that Philadelphia was also the place that put cardboard over their windows during the Biden Trump election. Yeah, there's some crazy people out there.
Okay. I'm not sure what the relevance of putting.
They're fucking cheaters. They're fucking cheats. Scumbags.
Okay. All right.
We fucking hate them.
You hate the Phillies?
I don't know. I mean, red. Yeah, who wants to wear red?
I hate the Phillies as a New Yorker. I hate everything Philadelphia.
I don't like the color red that much myself. Now you're talking about the color red. I don't really know about Philadelphia, but just the color.
But you hate their accent?
And wasn't there? I don't know. Maybe refresh my memory line. You might know. wasn't there, as reported on OAN, a key stolen from a computer system in Philadelphia or the surrounding area, where it was prevalent for the votes for Donald Trump, and that state just happened to swing at the core moment needed. I mean that section happened to swing at the core moment needed.
Don't
That's
believe,
in order to give Donald Trump the win.
don't believe anything that you see on OAN.
When was the last time you put a key
who
in a
cares?
computer?
Some sort of key.
Anyone ever done that?
Yeah, say like a little disc, like you stick it in
Cares?
through a hole.
They're both establishment candidates, anyways. So who cares?
Yeah, I did it on Splinter Cell years ago. It's a video game. You sneak into places, you work with the CIA, and they're like, Agent Splinter Cell. You're like, yeah. He's like, code name Bobby Joe. I'm like, code name Bobby Joe. Got you. And then we go in there, and we put the little thing towards the stuff. We knock the guard out, slip out of there, give him the code. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I think it was like I may be lying. I think it was some like Asian dude in a cowboy hat. That very credible witness.
I faintly remember that, but that was so long ago, bro. I don't.
Yep.
Where's the New
you
Yorker?
can't forget the Asian dude in the cowboy hat.
Is the New Yorker here?
Yeah, he's in here.
Forget about him. He doesn't know nothing. He don't know nothing. He don't say nothing that knows nothing. He doesn't know nothing.
He don't know nothing.
He knows about.
I just want to hear what he has to think about the mayoral election going on right now.
I refuse to fucking vote in ranked choice voting because I think the dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. It's fucking ridiculous.
Why? Ranked choice voting permits people who are outside the
No,
mainstream.
because that's how you end up getting someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger become a fucking governor, man. I don't want some idiot. I don't want to deal with it. I'm done. I actually gave up politics, man. My politics is sports. That's it. I'm a libertarian, and my politics is sports.
Yeah, the Knicks really fucked that run
Wait.
up.
Ranked choice voting favors third parties like libertarians. Do you think that would be?
Yeah, no, I just can't be a Democrat and I can't be a Republican because I don't agree with everything they say. So I say I'm a libertarian, and I'm done with politics. I think politics have turned this country into a fucking just constant argument and attempt to own somebody else online, and it's fucking stupid, man.
What's wrong with Giuliani?
Which person
Giuliani
has
is
ever got to be regular? Which regular person has ever got to be voted in? Like when I seen the Bernie Mac.
Didn't he marry his cousin?
Real quick, hold on. Certain people you see go up and speak, right? And they got a big crowd of security around them. Everything's blocked off. 3 tiers, it's levels, and back here's the fucking gate. You got all the car, everybody, all this shit, right? Secrets, whatever, right? Then you got Bernie Mac out on a fucking sidewalk where regular random kids can walk up and take his microphone. What the fuck is going on with America? You see what I'm saying? Can a regular guy, can I walk up there and stand next to Bernie Mac and be like, hey, I want to run with you. Let's do this.
That dude's
Not
fucking
with you,
dead,
dude.
man. He's dead.
No, I mean me or you. Why can't me or you? We're not in this shit. We're not involved with any of this shit. We want to actually make shit right. Why can't me and you do it?
No, we definitely can. 100% can. You just got to start small, local, advertise yourself, have your points be heard locally, and you just grow from there. It's an organic process. When you go to the like township level, et cetera, and then work up.
But then it becomes rub your hands, lobby, money. I don't have, you don't have. We have the best interest for you and I and the people around us, our family, our friends, our neighbors, our city, our town. But that's not good enough.
No, you gotta have what do they call it? You gotta have like a piece. What do they call it? Like you gotta have something that's at stake. You gotta, they don't want somebody who doesn't have a stake in it. Nobody would. I wouldn't want some fucking dude.
My
who doesn't have- Huh?
I wouldn't want D-Muck up there, dude. No,
Like you gotta have somebody with. I can't remember what the term is for it, but it's like a commonly used term. But yeah, you gotta have somebody running who has something to lose. You can't have just somebody like coming in and saying, "I got the right ideas, but I've nothing invested, no skin in the game." That was the word I was looking for.
Well, I am my skin in the game, so I'm saying like it's me. Like I'm the one that will look
You
if I do something.
you gotta
wrong,
put
I'll
your-
be in prison.
You got to put your skin in the game. He said,
Yeah.
"Are you even circumcised?" No.
Holy fuck! That's not what we're talking
How
about.
did you know? How did you know?
What? No,
How do you know he's not
don't do that.
circumcised, Lion? And you were like,
I'm
no,
just guessing,
no
dude.
way, big man. I
He
know
sounds
you're
like
not.
a goy, dude. I just figured he's a goy.
No, we don't need to do that. Come on.
But you know what, Omni? It sounds like Bjorn is he's against your premise. He had described a world with chaos and riots, etc., due to the fueling through politics, not organic, but manufactured.
No, I don't agree. I mean, I don't think he said that. So the politics can create unrest and violence. You don't need secret agents working behind the scenes to do any of that.
Especially not with social media, because social media allows people to amp each other up.
Fucking social media is the answer to the Fermi paradox.
Yeah.
How's that?
What? How are you saying yup?
Why? Oh, you think because social media now we have an uptick of UFOs?
No. What happens is any society in the universe expands and gets more technically adept, and then they develop social media, and then they eradicate themselves. Which is why we don't see them.
I don't think he knows what the Fermi paradox is, man. I think that's
About
where
aliens. It's about aliens. But the other guy said yup. I don't think he does. He's just like,
Yeah, I
fucking
thought.
right.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Drake equation and Fermi's paradox. What's it got to do with social media?
So I'm saying
he's saying that. Oh, sorry.
Social media is what destroys civilizations.
He's saying it's one of the filters of the Fermi paradox, one of the things that kills off our civilization.
Right.
It solves the paradox because it's not that they're. Yeah, it's not. I get it. It's a funny. It sounds like you're maybe a politician yourself there, Omni.
Well, I could be.
Could be, as in you have the potential, or you.
For all you know,
are a spy.
I could be coming to you live and direct from the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm.
But I was thinking like because
I would never trust anyone in the American military.
You'd think that you'd be able to see some type of life out there in the universe, but we can't. But now with social media, we are starting to see life besides us, allegedly, right? That's what I thought you were talking about.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, so possibly true, but my point is just that I think my larger point is that I think social media will destroy us all.
Yeah, it was just his little politician joke.
Yeah.
What he's saying is
Yeah,
that
those go over my head every time.
with the social media, what he's saying is that it's the reason that people stop talking and compromising. Instead of talking to each other, social media gives you the ability to talk at each other. And that's all people do.
Compromise is genuinely bad.
Nah.
Compromise is bad?
No, it's not.
Good luck with that.
No. Compromise is the thing that kills movement. It just turns everything into stasis.
Who's
you need
movement?
change in a society.
That's how you get changes with compromisation. That's the Hegelian dialectic, dude.
Communist.
No, compromise just weakens your ideological base.
Action, reaction, trial and error. If it
Let me
works,
use gay marriage
you're
as an
doing it.
example.
I mean,
Problem, reaction, solution.
It is
Like,
true, but like, if you
usually with the solution between the compromisation between two sides that are fighting or warring each other requires compromisation from both.
Okay, I'm going.
Talking, they're like roboting really bad.
It is true that compromise would weaken your initial like stance, but if you're willing to compromise, that would mean that you see that your initial stance isn't really necessary.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that the problem with compromise is that people who are all or nothing don't get all of what they want, and so they wind up perpetually getting nothing. And people who are willing to compromise can get some of what they want. So those people wind up out competing them in the in the quest for power.
Yeah, but like Red Tape's putting forth this idea that you should be uncompromising and unwavering in your ideology, which would not allow you for any.
Tanky, I'm not sure.
No, he's a commie scumbag, which would not allow you.
That would be a tanky, by the way. Do you know what a tanky is?
No, omnivore. A tanky is not a
it's from the. Is it from
a tanky is someone who supports like Stalinism specifically.
Right. Right. I don't know what kind of communist you are, but for all I know, you might.
We're Hegelian.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you go in with your mindset there, Red Tape, that you're going to be unwavering in your ideology, then you're not even allowing for any kind of external reference for your ideology to be wrong. Like, it's not possible. All right, he has to step away. You said real quick.
Don't care.
All right, Omni.
Yeah, but it's just it would just be circular. It would just be like your ideology is right because because it must be right in order to uphold your ideology. It wouldn't allow for it to be true or not.
I don't care if it's true.
I think compromisation is the thing that would matter in like a relationship. Sometimes you have to compromise. It's for the greater good for the relationship. Some things can't be worth compromising though. Some things can, some things can't. So it's a case by case.
I'm lying.
Basis.
Dumbass.
Fucking lying. Kick this fucking guy. This Calder Globy retard.
It's all good. But I was gonna say regarding compromisation, this is how the elites accomplish change because they'll manipulate both sides and get a polarity going. Polarizing environment.
What do you mean?
You have chaos. Left and right paradigms, binary paradigms.
Well, there is no left or right paradigm in the United States. Everyone in the United States is a fucking liberal.
Okay, dude. I'm not getting into the political spectrum. It's just to keep it simple, stupid, right? You have left and right. Right? Forget about all the political spectrum. Whether you're far left, far right, slightly middle, slightly center, whatever.
Anything other than far right or left is just a contradiction.
No.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to make a point, dude, real quick. Just hear me out, right? So what you do as a controller, you control both sides. You control both the Russians and the Ukrainians, right? You're actually funding both sides, right? Ultimately, you have a greater purpose in mind, a greater goal in mind. But to accomplish that change, you need to get a little chaos going, right? A little division going, a little polarization going.
A little Hegelian dialectic.
Exactly, but what happens eventually is, you get a compromisation of both sides, and then you get an integration of both sides. You get a synthesis. So initially, what you have is a thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and that's the compromisation. That's the integration that they wanted. That was what they were trying to achieve. Go ahead.
I would say that like the liberal elite do not want chaos. Chaos is bad for their bottom line. This is what we saw in the 90s, where there was, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, very little changes otherwise in like the geopolitics.
Red Tape, how old are you that you're such a boring commie who always talks about the Soviets and shit?
I'm 31.
What are you like, 90?
31.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You're too young for this shit.
I'm just going to mute you again.
Communism sucks. It doesn't work. That's been proven out throughout history. Communism sucks. It doesn't work.
Well, yeah, but I could say the same thing about democracy. 2,000 years ago, every example of a democracy failed.
Name me one good thing communism has given to the world. One.
Literacy.
Prisons.
More usual. How can I service? I think we can do that.
What is this in the background?
Somebody
If you think
retarded.
the irony in this is that if you like communism, dude, you are a product of indoctrination and psychological manipulation by the Jews, bro. Because the Jews, and this is funny because when you track where communism came from, dude, where do you think communism came from?
Where did the Jews?
Germany. Karl Marx.
Karl Marx, right? But who first implemented communism?
I don't know. What did the Jews say?
Successfully.
The Soviet Union for about 80 years.
Lenin. And Lenin got his ideas from Karl Marx, and Karl Marx was a Jew.
And this is what
Karl Marx
the
was
Jew
half
That's
Jewish.
And the Bolshevik.
a genetic fallacy, sir.
Wait. I will. Let me answer that. Karl Marx was not a Jew. He was half Jewish. His father was a Jew, and he hated the rabbi that his father was. He criticized Jews constantly.
Okay. The Jews don't get along. Yeah, that's well known. A lot of Jews don't get along. So he hated his father. He's still a Jew, dude.
So it's a bad idea. What, Jewish people
That doesn't
can't have good
matter.
ideas?
Jewish
What is
lineage
this
comes from the
genetic
mother.
fallacious
No, it comes from the
fallacy
father,
going
bro.
on
That tradition. No, there's certain rabbinical sects, rabbinical tradition, where to them it's important that it comes from the mother. But the text itself, the Torah, the Tanakh says it's specifically, strictly, explicitly stated it's a paternal,
Was he a
the paternal
practicing
line.
Jew?
The paternal line.
And it just doesn't. I don't really care whether or not.
Right, you don't care. You don't want to learn anything, dude. That's the problem.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that Karl Marx was not a practicing Jew. He disliked Jewish culture. He, by all accounts, was more German than anything else.
Yeah, there's a lot of German Jews, dude. There's a lot of Polish Jews.
Yeah, but like, I don't care.
Einstein was a Jew, bro. The most famous Jew in your freaking life, dude, was a German Jew, dude.
Irrelevant. He's an irrelevant
physicist.
He has no bearing in my life.
But anyways, you're not making any valid points, dude. You're grasping at straws. You're trying to make sense.
What am I grasping at straws?
Oh, you saw he was German. He was German. So somehow that invalidates my claim.
Yes. Yeah.
That he was Jewish.
Like, who cares that he's Jewish?
My point is that the whole Bolshevik revolution, right? If you figure out who started that, who motivated that, it was the small hat wearing guys.
This is conspiracy. This is just conspiracy.
And it led to communism in Russia.
Okay. Like, most of the Jewish leadership was not Jewish.
And then China followed suit. Cuba followed suit. All these other communist countries that you see today, they followed suit, bro. But the whole thing was a Jewish campaign, dude. And you're falling for it, dude. Hook and sick. You swallowed the whole bait, dude.
Anti-Semitic at this point.
You swallowed. No, it's not anti-Semitic, dude. I love the Jewish people.
It is anti-Semitic.
Look at my banner, dude. I literally got a menorah. I love the Torah, dude. I love the Jewish people.
You're just a Christian LARPing, dude. You're just.
I love the Jewish people, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about.
So even if we leave the whole thing that it was a Jewish thing, communism still doesn't work, and that's a fact. So
okay, Jordan, it worked for decades in the Soviet Union.
Was it worked for a year?
Yeah, I would say.
Was it really working, or was the Soviet Union?
Yeah, it became a superpower. It went from a agrarian society to an industrial superpower that was able to compete with the United States for decades.
I really hate, like, I can't criticize.
They were our competitors.
I can't criticize the Jews without being called anti-Semitic. I can't criticize America without being called or not patriotic, dude. Like, we're allowed to criticize, doesn't make us xenophobic.
Microphone is like,
can you fix that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm an American, dude, and I can still criticize the American government or the American leadership. I still love my country, dude. I still love the American people. This is that false binary shit that I'm talking about. You guys get stuck in these binary codes.
Well, communism we can be binary about because it didn't work. It failed.
It did work.
No,
it was able to compete with the United States for decades.
Maybe it competed.
I would point out to you
in the same way that
this is the same criticism that
playoffs this year, but they fucking lost bad.
Criticize democracy,
make it, man. The Knicks just didn't
make
it. Sure, they competed a little bit, you know what I mean, but not like really, not to any kind of metric that was relevant or reasonable,
democratic society,
or worth the struggle there. Your red tape's just gonna have to just get funny muted by me now. He's not a rule follower. He's a commie son of a bitch. He's not a rule follower.
How do you become a communist? So, like, you're a group of people in Russia on a piece of dirt.
and you're like, I don't like my people. I'm going to be a group of people that group up against my group of people, and we're going to group the people in a group to my group. How do you?
Calder, are you trying to talk?
Yeah, their ideology
Like a
is
lot
like
of background
flawed at its core. I know it's like a contradiction to say like, you know, we ought to like all do, you know, follow each other and work for each other for these metrics that we have voted on. But if you don't vote in accordance with what we voted, then you shouldn't survive. Yeah, it's,
You're the gulag. You know, look at Cuba. You know, I had an idiot tell me, "Oh, well, communism worked because look, Cuba's still around and they can't trade with anybody." And the problem
Well,
is,
yeah, because we do not allow them to trade.
I am talking.
Yeah,
Thank
but nothing's
you.
coming out.
Shut up.
Nothing's coming out,
Why
man.
don't you give people space?
I
Red
agree
tape,
with
man.
you.
Like
Coming out.
really, he's trying to
Yeah,
add
just
to the
noise is
conversation.
coming
It
out
could be
because your point
could be his
stupid.
first time ever, but he's trying to add to it, and you're really just filibustering red tape.
He doesn't want to hear how bad communism is. But this idiot tried to say, "Oh, Cuba can't trade with anyone," which is patently false because every time I get off an airplane in another country, the first thing I do is buy a Cuban cigar. Okay,
Yeah.
so Cuba is a failed state.
Who was their main? Who was
a failed
What is
state?
the closest nation to Cuba? What was used to be their major trading partner, the United States. And we put heavy restrictions on their trade. We don't permit.
The only restriction is they can't trade with the United States, and I'm okay with that because I don't want to trade with commies.
Yeah, but you don't have a good reason for that.
Yes, I do. They're commies.
Okay, why is that bad?
Because communism is a failure. It doesn't work. All it does is allow.
Why does it not work?
Why does it not work? All it does is allow the powerful to put a bureaucracy in place that lets them stay in power, and that's all they do.
That's the same situation in the United States.
Why? Because we don't have communist leaders? Get the fuck out of here, man. I understand
we have. Do we not have?
You're young
Think
and you don't
about
understand things, but
how long have
communism
we had
doesn't
like
work.
the same senators and the same representatives in the United States? How long have we had unelected people?
Listen,
determine our
I'm
policies?
all for term limits. I'm all for age limits on politicians. I'm all for that. Sure. But I'm not for communism because communism doesn't work. Because there will always be people who
Why does it not?
there will
Why
always
does it
be
not
the
work?
powerful
Why
who
does it
take
not work?
Where has it worked? And don't tell me
United
the Soviet
States
Union
is
for 30 years.
I mean,
Yeah, well,
the
it's still
Soviet,
apart.
well, it worked in the Soviet Union. It was able to work for like 80 years.
No, it didn't, dude.
Yeah, really? Bro, come on.
Come on,
man.
wait, not 80.
Couldn't even build a nuclear reactor.
Soviet
to
Revolution was in
blow up.
1917.
North
It worked
Korea,
until
The only time,
China,
communism ever works, bro, is when you
70 years.
when you stored wealth, right? And then you try communism off that wealth that you stored, but once you run out, dude, your people are famished, everybody's starving, dude, everybody's poor. Once the wealth is gone.
Nuclear reactors blow up and all your people start having four-headed babies and shit. You know, like communism does not work. It just doesn't.
work.
Look at Cuba, man. Cuba, they're still
If it
driving.
doesn't work, how do these nations work for decades?
Okay.
If it doesn't
Cuba,
work, how does it operate?
in Cuba, they are still driving cars from the 50s. That tells you everything you need to know. Communism.
running?
Would they be able
North Korea.
Would they be?
I would not say
Are you
China
telling me that
is
there's like?
communist. China is more Maoist. And if you read Mao's Little Red Book, you see that he basically made a dictatorship based around the ideas that communism was working. But it wasn't. Communism
I'd rather have
is
a
a failure.
1950s car.
It's still
Literally.
working. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's part capitalist. It has a capitalistic economy though. Weird, like it's a hybrid. China's a hybrid.
Well,
Yeah,
okay, I can give you a. Hold on, I
around.
gotta turn down this Brooklyn guy really quick.
They're all driving around with 70-year-old vehicles.
Yeah. The reason for that is that they copied what Lenin did, which was he saw there was like this cyclical system, not cyclical, like a stagism system that he believed that a nation will go from feudalism to capitalism to socialism to communism. He believed in the early years of the Soviet Union that he had to introduce a capitalist market economy to the Soviet Union so they could build towards socialism. This is essentially what they did, the Chinese did in the 70s and 80s. And this policy that they were copying was called the New Economic Plan during Lenin's reign. And essentially, the idea is use capitalism, because communists actually like capitalism as a kind of like a developmental force as a way to reach social. That's why they adopted this system, but they retained Communist Party leadership. Because they still viewed that China, when they did this, and when the Soviet Union did this, they viewed it that these countries were still primarily agrarian, primarily not industrial. So they would use capitalism to build an industrial base. But like China still retains like pretty massive like state-owned properties. So did the Soviet Union during that time. They worked.
Yeah, so you still need to implement capitalism to make the shit work, dude. Communism does not work. You have to borrow from our worldview to even make your shit a possibility. If you had to do that, because clearly it's not.
Communists believe that you need capitalism first. You need to essentially build up these developmental forces before you can have the wealth required to create socialism.
Right, but you had to understand what drives an economy, bro. Is innovation, entrepreneurship, right?
Okay, but like
communism stifles that. Communism stifles that. It stifles innovation.
How does it
stifles motivation? It stifles all of that. And for economy,
you're saying it does. You're saying it does, but you're not saying why.
Bro, you had to understand, dude. If you don't have the motivation to make money, bro, because your government controls
you're
the
saying
supply
that people don't
and
people don't
demand,
do
dude,
because they enjoy them.
everybody gets an equal slice of the pie. Ain't nobody gonna have the motivation.
Everybody
to
doesn't
innovate.
get an equal.
No, dude. You had what drives? Hold on,
false.
bro. Hold on, bro. What
Wait,
drives
you said something
dude, hold on, dude. I'm still hold on. You can
respond.
respond. You can respond when I'm done, dude. Hold on.
No, because you're saying you're pointing
no,
out
bro. I don't.
different points.
Dude, I'm about to mute
I will
you, dude,
disengage if you don't go.
Yeah, so please do that. Please do that so I can finish saying. I don't care if you're there or not.
I'm just disengaging now.
All right, disengage. Cool. I don't. Yeah, awesome. That's what I want you to do.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Cool. Now, what drives the economy, right, is a technological sector, the medical sector, and the industrial sector. These things are constantly innovating, constantly evolving, right? But there's people that are trying to innovate, and the motivation for innovation is wealth. It's generational wealth, right? That's what drives innovation. If you stifle that, your economy is going to suffer. Your economy becomes stagnant, and then your shit collapses, bro. So that's why you need capitalism, because you need this constant innovation, constant consumption. Go ahead. All right. It's all good, whatever.
What the heck is communism? Who's got these perfect definitions for these things?
It's hard, dude. Let's talk about it. What? Somebody got a new topic, dude. Talk about communism. Dude. Like what right now? What gives you the motivation to to grow in society, right? Yes, the status comes to play, right? Like your reputation, how people look at you, how your family looks at you, but the motivation to do better, right? To grow, to climb up the ladder in society, to learn, to go to school, to better yourself.
Well, what's that mean? Better than what?
Saying where's the motivation come from? It comes from the potential. If the potential is not there, right? You're not gonna have the motivation because it's not possible to grow, to go up the ladder in a society. It's not possible to better yourself because everybody. It's a classless society. Communism. They promote a classless society. Everybody gets treated the same. Everybody gets an equal distribution of wealth. No matter how hard you work, no matter if you come up with new inventions or innovations in technology or in medicine or whatever the case may be, you'll still be the same as your neighbor. You won't be making any more money. You won't be able to invent any new things, dude. That's communism for you.
So is the money enough that you get to live off of?
Yeah, it's the bare minimum, dude. Everybody gets the bare minimum. That's what happens. You get enough eggs, enough bread, enough fresh water, to last you the week, and the government supplies everybody, bro. That's how they do it in Cuba. That's how they do it in North Korea.
They almost do it that way now. They just put different names on the supermarkets. I mean, you know that, right? In the farms.
You know, it's a crazy story for how communism is. In the 70s, there was a sociologist who had visited there from an American university. And he went and just stood next to a door at a random place in Moscow. Within an hour, the line was to the end of the block because the people thought, oh, if there's a guy lining up here, they must be about to give away some new stuff. That's how crazy communism is. It's dumb as shit.
You're solely dependent on the government for your sustenance. And they don't give you a way out. They don't give you a way for you to be independent. They don't want you to be independent. That's the whole point. They want you completely relied and dependent on the government.
And you can never move up anywhere unless you're part of the elite already. Only the elite get to stay the elite and move up. So, like you said, I totally agree with what you said. That it stifles any kind of innovation because what's your, reason for wanting to innovate something or invent something if you're not going to get something out of it except, maybe a pretty little red star pin that says "Go Communism." That's about it.
A lot of times they don't even have the right infrastructure to even try to implement a new invention, right? Like R&D, research and development. That's not even possible in a communist economy because nobody's doing research and development, dude. There's no motivation in it. So that's why these countries it's like you're going back in time. You're going back to the 1950s when they first became communist, bro. Like this is what we're dealing with here. And I don't know why this guy thinks communism is the way, dude. I have no idea, dude.
The internet and a bunch of other people told him it's a great idea. It just wasn't done right. But it's literally a system that is impossible to do right.
I heard Cuba. One thing about Cuba, I heard Cuba does have good doctors over there, dude. Like they're still implementing traditional holistic remedies that are considered quackery in the States.
That's probably due to, lack of choice. You gotta go. You gotta get a little, unconventional when you have no chance of creating the conventional things.
What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you're talking about the aristocratic class. The idea is that everybody gets an equal share, right, of the wealth. But that's not true. Not everybody gets an equal share because there's always the people that control the distribution of the wealth, the people that took control of the what's God
Of the government, of the bureaucracy, everything. Like that's. I get what you're saying. Just the elites, like the guys that are buddies with the leadership.
production. They took control of the production and they took control of the wealth. Those people clearly get a larger chunk, dude, of the pie. Dude. So while they're living their, off communism, dude, all their people are benefiting. Nepotism, right? Their children, their brothers and sisters, they all get to benefit. And then if as the serfs, as the populace, we get the shit under the stick. Dude. Now, granted, there's a little bit of that in capitalistic economies too, but at least they give us a way to, move out of poverty. Like right now, dude, I just got a 6-figure job this week. I just got the good news. Literally, I'm finally about to get out of poverty, bro. No bullshit.
Hell yeah! Congratulations, my brother.
36 years old. I finally did it, bro. This week coming up, dude. Start a new job Monday. I've been working my ass off, dude, trying to freaking climb up the ladder, dog. Even in this economy, it's still possible.
Not a commie left. Oh, bye, commie.
Dude, I've been living check to check, dude. I've been scraping by, dude. Doing everything I can to climb up the ladder. It's been very difficult, bro. Everything I do, like I got my hydraulics license, I got my CDL, I got my OSHA 10 certification. I got all types of shit, bro. And it's like, dude, I couldn't climb out of I can't even think straight right now. Lack of sleep.
I know what you mean. Man. Like it was tough. Me too. It took me, early 30s before like I was able to start working for myself instead, which paid a lot better. But it's also hard when you live in a place like New York. Everything is so much more expensive. So like when you live in these big cities or these areas like that, sometimes it's harder too because your cost of living is higher. So
yeah, I can't imagine living in Brooklyn.
it depends where you are. Like where I am in Brooklyn, like if you looked up the area I am, it's all middle class, blue collar, working people, construction guys, cops, firemen, that kind of thing. It's not the movie / hipster Brooklyn in downtown Brooklyn. That's like where my business is so that I can make money off them. But my part of Brooklyn is more what's left of the original Brooklyn, which was the working class people,
It's all been gentrified, I heard, and it's not even the same anymore, dude. I guess it used to be the shit back in the day. The city that never sleeps. Which one's that one?
No, that's all of New York. It depends where you go. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, Williamsburg got gentrified in my early 20s. And there are some, bars and restaurants down there I love. But, it all comes, like I said, it's always changing. New York City has always changed. That's just the way it is. New people move in, new cultures move in, and they take over certain areas. So it just depends where you are. You know what I mean? So, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, the prices do go up when you get these hipster places in the gentrified areas. But, it it's not as terrible as sometimes the news media likes to make it out.
That's not. Yeah, it's not a bad thing unless you ain't got money. That's the problem. That's why people hate it.
Yeah,
because the poor people can't afford the prices, dude. But when it's gentrified, it's good for property owners, dude. If you own property and your neighborhood starts getting gentrified, dude, that means your house is gonna go up, dude. You know what I'm saying? So people like that. It just depends on where you are in the ladder, dog.
Mine was like all right property value in my house until Superstorm Sandy, and then the neighborhood kind of got schwacked. And then within like 3 years after that, I mean, the size of houses that were going up, I was like, oh, okay. And then a few times I've had like realtors come and knock on my door, like, oh, would you be willing to sell your house? I'm like, all right, what are you willing to offer me? And the numbers get higher and higher every year. It's kind of crazy. So I'm just waiting, maybe another 10 years, then I'll sell and go somewhere quiet.
I see my area. I've lived in Massachusetts and Connecticut. I've seen areas where they got gentrified, bro, in like a couple years. Everybody moved out. They all the rent price. Because I lived in a neighborhood where the Hell's Angels used to roam around, and it's right over the border of Massachusetts to Connecticut. A place called Thompson, Connecticut. I don't care. Whatever. You guys can do whatever you want. And the Hells Angels used to go, drive around there, and a lot of biker gangs, gun violence. A long time ago, we're talking about 20, 30 years ago, before I moved in there. But I heard a lot of stories, people, buildings getting shot up and shit. And over the years, bro, it's been getting gentrified. But since I've been there, bro, because I was there for like 7 years, something like that, 6 years. Nah, like 6 years. I seen a lot of people moving out, and they started raising the prices. All the landlords, they started raising the prices, bro. Next thing you know, I start seeing like higher class people move in. I start seeing Beamers everywhere and Audis parked up, dude. Like, I was like, what's going on, dude? And I seen it for myself, bro. It went from like rent prices that were like $1,000 a month, $900 a month, to $2,500 a month, $2,200 a month. The same building.
Yeah, dude, down here where I am, like I would say 10 years ago, you could get a small, say, a single person's apartment for like, $1,000, $1,200. Now, like my neighbor is a rental house, the guy that owns it, so he's got an upstairs and a downstairs. Downstairs pays $3,000, and it's not a big house. It's like 2 bedrooms. $3,000 a month is insane.
Yeah, dude, that's unbelievable.
And we're not like an area, like you can't walk to the subway from where I am. I can there's a bus that takes like 10, 12 minutes to get to the subway. So usually things like that, being near the subway, ups it because, people want to get to work in the city or what have you. But I was shocked seeing the numbers down here even. It's crazy. It is crazy. That is the one thing. Most of Brooklyn is getting pretty expensive. So, like I said, there's a good part to it because your neighborhood becomes safer and, all that stuff. But at the same time, the cost of living just skyrockets.
Yeah, and that's another thing that you notice right away is that all the minorities leave. Not a lot of brown people and black people. There could still be some black people. I'm not racist like that, but I'm saying a lot of like if it used to be a majority Puerto Rican neighborhood or black neighborhood, and it gets gentrified, you'll start seeing more white people, maybe Albanians, Jews.
That's Bed-Stuy, where Biggie was from, right? Like when I was a kid and into my like early 20s, you did not want to be walking around Bed-Stuy at night. Now, it's like walking around freaking Greenwich Village. That same kind of thing, like these, white hipsters and coffee shops and bubble tea things and all that nonsense. That's what you got.
Vinyl stores. Vinyls got big around that, dude. I remember the lumberjack Plaited jackets with the beards and the leather shoes and the vinyls. Dude, that was a weird time. Dude. What are lumberjacks doing in Berkeley, dude? What's going on? Or what are lumberjacks doing in Boston? This isn't your environment, guy. What are you doing over here?
I still have one. Like I have like an older lumberjack coat. That's my snow shoveling coat, and we got the crappy snow.
Yeah, I get it. And there's another thing with gentrification, bro. You won't hear all the loud music, dude, all the time. The bass, the car audio, and at night, it's like people never go to sleep. They're always playing loud music, smoking blunts, calling porch monkeys. People that don't live in the city don't really know but that's legit, dude. These people don't go to work; they just collect, dude. I don't know how they get by, dude. Probably selling crack, dude, but they just chill outside, dude. They barbecue. They're always up, joking around, and people trying to go to sleep, dude. All people smoking blunts on rotation all day, dude. I know because I lived it, bro.
I never understood the people that gotta wake up and smoke pot. Like I smoke pot, but I smoke pot when I'm home. I'm done with work. I just want to relax. It's a hell of a lot different than wake up and 10 in the morning I'm smoking a blunt out on the stoop. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, hoodlums, bro. You got nothing else to do except smoke blunts and talk shit. And that's what lowers the property value, bro, because that causes crime. They got nothing better to do except.
Yeah. When you have a lot of people who aren't working, regardless of race, and they're just, around, of course they need to find ways, especially if you're in a city where the cost of living is higher, people are going to find ways, But I'll tell you, since weed was legalized in New York, it's kind of crazy. Like, you can't go a block without smelling someone smoking pot. It's everywhere. It's insane.
Same thing in Boston, dude. Right next to Fenway Park. They got a dispensary right next to Fenway Park. People, they go in and you're not supposed to be smoking outside, but nobody cares. Everybody still smokes outside. Cops don't do nothing.
Yeah, I don't see. That's something I don't like. Like, me and my friends never really did that because I have respect for other people and their children and shit. Like, you shouldn't be outside smoking where little kids are walking by and stuff. It's something you do it in your home where you're not bothering other folks with it.
They think of it like cigarettes, though. People, well, what's the problem? I can smoke a cigarette outside, but I can't smoke a blunt outside. What's the difference?
Technically, the logic isn't so bad because they are making a point of, well, if you let people smoke a cigarette, and this is illegal too, but like I said, I think it's the same thing as I don't like when I go to family parties and stuff. I don't like drinking when the kids are around. So I rarely ever drink because you don't want to set that example, So do the right thing and smoke in the privacy of your own home. And if you can't do that, maybe you shouldn't be smoking.
I love the smell of weed, but at the same time, I do get what you're saying, and it smells way stronger than tobacco smoke. I think you can smell weed like half a block away, dude. So you get the wind's blowing your way, dude.
I do like the legalization just for the point of edibles, because you do a physical labor job too. I don't want to be taking pain pills all the time because you pull your back or something. Eat a freaking gummy when my back's hurting. The next morning I'm fine without taking any kind of crazy medicine. So there are benefits.
Yeah, I'm a driver, so I can't smoke or eat gummies anymore. The drug test me, but yeah. I'm glad I don't get high a lot. Once in a blue moon, I'll eat a gummy or hit a vape. I won't pop hot, piss hot, but just from eating a gummy one time. But
yeah,
try not to not to do
Yeah,
that.
no, you got to be careful, man. CDL, like that's, you got to do the right thing by that. You can wait, when you retire, then you can do whatever the hell you want, right?
Yeah.
All right, time to go walk the dog so that I don't get yelled at by my girlfriend when she gets home. So see you soon, Lion. Take care, brother. Congrats on the job.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Damn, you guys are quiet today. I just threw Jay Ace in here. I was about to ask him a question.
Did Denmark finally give up?
Well, he's only paid to go for so many hours a day, and once his quota
Like he was here for like almost 8-10 hours. I swear to God. I don't understand why they keep him around.
Mic check.
Come again?
Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Oh, good.
You guys missed out on me trolling the Earth Awakening server with presenting Pastafarianism as a proof of globe Earth and gravity.
Yeah, Bjorn's not here. Bjorn of Brooklyn. Yo, get debunked, dude. Scum. Blue marble scum. Yo, Bjorn, you got debunked on the blue marble globe, dude. Leave the chat, bro.
What's going down? Got to get this party started. How do we ever find out how a ball works in 2025? Our math doesn't help us. Our imagination's not helping us. I wonder what we could do to prove what a sphere does.
Well, if you get a sphere the size of the Earth, I think we could probably make some headway.
What does that mean? A sphere the size of the Earth?
I mean, a sphere the
What
size
does
of
a
the
sphere
Earth.
mean, first of all? Can we start with a sphere? What is that?
It's round.
Where do you see that at? Where do you see those?
Oh, here and there.
Where's your reference for a sphere at, brother? In nature. Without being a biased liar, where's your spheres in nature that we see?
Why do I have to see it in nature? Is that
Why do you believe it exists somewhere? It must be an imagined thing, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't see it, you imagine it. Where'd you get the idea from? What's the answer? Your imagination. Okay, Omni, I'm glad you comprehend that. We all do.
All right.
Where else did you get a sphere from?
I
You
don't
said
know.
you're on one. I see a horizon. I'm standing next to you. Where's the sphere at? Is it in the mud puddle? We're the only two humans. Where's the sphere at, buddy?
It's under our feet.
Yeah, cool story. That didn't make any sense. Where at? The mud puddle or the mountain?
I know you don't believe it. That.
No, I know you don't understand topography. I've got a cliff. Is that a part of a fucking earth curve? What part of a cliff is a curve? I know you don't believe this is a cliff, Omni. I know you think it's curved, but there's something wrong with your brain. You ain't got to worry about belief. The cliff is not a curve. Omni, why do you think this cliff and this mountain next to each other are curves? Why would you ever think that? Why would you just imagine weird shit like that as a human? Are you insane? That shit? Where the fuck would you get the idea? What are you looking at? Railroad tracks? What are you looking at? Stop signs? You're looking at a hill, a valley, next to a peak, next to a dip, next to a mountain, next to a waterfall, next to a cliff. Where in the fuck is this curve? Doesn't exist nowhere. Damn, thanks for playing. So everything you guys do is biased and fucking imagined. There ain't no way it couldn't be.
That's so.
It's guaranteed. I'll do the same experiment with everybody you got, and we'll end up with the same result.
So, like I said, yeah, I don't think we can get around the fact that you got a goofy standard of evidence.
Yeah, you got a goofy standard of saying we believe stuff that nobody knows what you're talking about. You just say weird shit. Your standard of evidence is you just fucking make shit up. My standard of evidence is called prove it. If you think proving stuff is goofy, I don't think you should be in the field of doing shit.
I don't
You're
think
lying, aren't you? By that time, you're just a damn liar.
I don't think that your position there.
No. If you owe me money and you don't pay me the money, or you pay half, that's called being a fucking liar. It's not full 100%. You understand?
Okay.
Now, if I get my money, you're not a fucking liar. The money would be the proof. Now, if you say, hey, Democ, I declare this. You owe this because of that, or you have to believe me because of that. That's like paying you my attention or paying you my money. Why would I have to give you fuck all when you haven't proven anything? I don't give a fuck about the words you say as evidence for fucking cornbread. Well, my evidence for cornbread that we don't have, Democ, that we can't make, no, that's not going to work here. You can't just keep making shit up in the Demokian court. You got to prove it or lose it. So that means proof. I know you guys that don't fucking have fuck all don't like the word proof. There's a reason for that. When guys like you don't like the word proof, it's because you have fucking nothing.
I think you might be misunderstanding that.
I think you might be biased and you just don't know shit. When it comes to reality, you just don't have any clue on anything. You have no bearings. You can't say shit at all. You're just an imaginer. You don't need reality. No, you can't use reality. You got to imagine.
So, if we don't agree, how do we know which one of us is right? How do we figure
there ain't no agreeing. Where is a fucking cliff, a fucking curve? There's not an agreement here, Omni. You have something wrong with your brain. We know the cliff is not a curve. There ain't nothing to agree with here.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Which person's going to tell us that this cliff is a curve? You let me know which one. What fucking person you got agreeing with you saying this cliff is a curve?
I'm not sure I follow you.
Yeah, me either. How is a cliff a curve of Earth? I'm not sure I follow you, Earth curve believer. What the fuck does an Earth curve mean? I'm not following you. At all. Like none. You have mud puddles in my backyard. That drops down. A cliff is above my head. A mountain, a hill, and then a valley way lower than a mud puddle. I got water flowing like a river over here, sitting still in the mud puddle in front of me. A fucking pond right there, a lake, and then the ocean over there. All different forms of water doing every variance of different things.
All right.
You seen that on a ball? You got a ball doing that?
Yeah, I think
you have no reference. Now go get to the lab where the ball has all those waters doing it on it. And don't straw man your model. We want to steel man the fuck up. Steel man the fuck out of that ball.
All right. What does steel manning mean?
Go get the ball and prove your fucking lies.
I don't
prove
think
your imagination made any sense.
I might be wrong about what that mean about that as the.
Yeah, well, I know what proof means. Why don't you know?
You're the one who said it. It would be kind of funny if you said you need to.
It'd be kind of funny if you can't prove anything. You just got to claim.
You were actually saying you do, right?
So it's okay for you guys to claim shit and get paid to keep claiming nothing, right? When do you weirdos got to prove shit? When do you fuckers got to prove anything? You just keep lying through your fucking teeth, and that's okay, right? Fucking liar science.
Sure.
That's what we're working with, right? No, not sure. Why not? Fucking liars.
Sure,
Stop lying, you motherfuckers. You fucking idiots. Stop lying. What the fuck is wrong?
You know,
your mom and dad teach you stop fucking lying a long time ago, motherfucker. Don't make shit up, Omni. What part of that didn't you
I'm not
understand?
making anything up. I'm saying that if you
That's all you've ever done. What part of a mountain tip is a curve for Earth?
if you're saying I
Where
need
the fuck have you seen Earth curve at? Where is a curve? Where is a ball? You have to be making this shit up.
do I? I don't think so.
Yeah, where's the curve at, you weird motherfucker? You're making it up. Where's that?
So calm
It's not
down.
in your brain no more, is it? Is it gone now? Out of your head? Curve up. Let's get a curve. Let's work that curve into your fucking psychoanalysis of your fucking memory that doesn't exist nowhere. Where did you and I see a curve to think we lived on a big fucking ball? Where did that even happen at? Where did it happen in reality? Where do you see this at?
So where do I see a curve?
Yeah. Where do you see Earth curve?
How do I have to see it? Do I have to see it with my
I
eyes?
don't know. What do you have to imagine it?
Well,
How else would you know it existed? Are you
well,
fucking
because
idiot right now?
if
You really a fucking idiot right
take
now. How
measurements,
would you have to see an Earth curve?
if I take
Are you
measurements,
fucking stupid?
measurements show a
Are you
curve.
a fucking retard? If you can see not Earth curve nowhere around you, close and local, and you can walk everywhere where you're seeing, and I can see where you're walking, and I don't see no Earth curve, where the fuck are you seeing Earth curve?
Well, I'm seeing Earth curve in the measurements. Because when we
I
measure
have a mountain. What part of this mountain is an Earth curve measurement, you retard?
Demok.
Omni, I'm on a mountain. You said you see a curve. Now, if you live on a curve,
you need to
the
pull
Earth
back
has to be curved.
throttle back
Does
on
it
the
not? So is the Earth curved or not? The mountain's not a part of Earth no more. Omni, are you okay? Omni,
I am fine.
why are you going to take mountains off the Earth?
You need to throttle back on the asshole.
You need to throttle back on the fucking ignorance. What part of a mountain witch hat tip is a fucking Earth curve? Stupid. Throttle up on the smartness, buddy. Figure out where your fucking curve is.
Oh, I'm
There's a
pretty smart.
cliff. Well, you're not fucking proving it. You're sounding pretty dumb with silence. Earth curve.
Okay.
Well, DMOC, where's the edge of the disc that you said
Yeah,
exists?
shut up, dumb bitch. We're looking for Earth curve. We're looking. The guy
Well,
said
I'm
he's gonna
looking. You
prove
said the Earth
curve.
is
Are
a
you gonna help
disc a
him or
couple
not?
days ago.
So you can't help him.
Where's the edge of the
And
disc?
however will he know what an Earth curve is? See, what we're doing is an experiment on who can't be a biased lying cunt. And we go outside, and you get a ball, and I get a flat surface, and we see which one matches our reality.
But you told me the Earth is a disc, so I'm
So
just
are
asking
you
where
ready
the
to
edge is.
demonstrate what you think the Earth is in physics class? Do you
Are
have a
you?
ball handy?
Where's the edge,
All
DMOC?
right. I got a fucking $5,000 to bet too, and I need 1,000 to
If you
1
could
odds.
find the edge of the disc,
I need 1,000 to 1 odds before we debate, and
where's
I
the
got
edge of the
5,000
disc,
on
DMOC?
it. Where is your money? Do you have your money,
Where's
little
the
bitch?
edge of? I'll give you
Do
the
you
money
have
if you
your
can show
money
me the
handy?
edge of a disc.
Earth globe, I'll debate you. Do you have your money handy? We don't do this for free, bitch.
I have the money
You do
if
it
you
to
want to
prove
bet
a
on it.
point.
If
So
you
go
want to,
put your money in escrow.
if you could show me the
Send me
edge
the
of this
messages
disc
from your
that we're
bank.
on, I'll send you
Send me the
$5,000.
message from your bank, and then we're gonna go in a lab, you and I, in front of the whole world. You're gonna show me what you think proves that we live on a spinning ball. That's not
I'm willing
moving.
to
Now we
put up
live on a surface
$5,000.
that's not moving.
If
You
you
can put
show
all
me
the
the
hills
edge of
on
the
your
disc,
ball you want, and all the mud puddles, and I'll put mud puddles and hills and stuff on my flat surface, and we're gonna fucking prove it up. Are you ready?
are you gonna prove that there's an edge on
I
this
don't know
disc
what
that
you're
we're
doing.
on?
You're just talking to yourself. Are you ready? Do you have
No,
a
I'll
sphere
put up
handy? You hear, bitch?
$5,000. That's no
Yeah.
problem.
Do you have a sphere handy?
Do I have a
You're
spear
gonna need a
handy?
sphere. Yeah, retard.
Oh, a
Do you know how
sphere.
to comprehend? Do you comprehend what I just
You
said,
said
retard?
sphere. You
Hey,
didn't
retard.
enunciate very
Hey,
well.
little kid. Hey, fucking retard. Yeah, it's a flat earth round earth debate. What do you think I said, bitch? You have a brain in your head?
I'll show you the
Hey,
sphere.
low brain cell. Keep up with the convo, little kid. Get your
Dial
brain
it
out,
back.
you dumb bitch.
Demok, I'm
Get
telling
your
you.
Well,
fucking
I
ball.
put the sphere in there.
Go to the lab and show us what part of that ball made you think you lived on a
The
ball?
lab is in the text
Now
chat on the
show us
right hand
how a
side.
helicopter flies around it.
Just look at
$5,000
the
that
text
you
chat.
can't show
That's
us
the
how a
lab.
helicopter flies around a ball. Listen to this loser,
That's the
guys.
lab.
This loser won't even bet money that
No,
he can show
I
a
said
hot
I
air
would bet
balloon,
money if you could show
stay
me the edge
90,
of the
and
disc.
fly around the ball. Yeah, he's
Where's
going to
the
keep
disc,
talking to
D-Mock?
himself. So put the fucking money up that any one Glober knows how a helicopter flies around a ball. That's DeMock's bet.
Where's the edge of the disc,
5,000
D-Mock?
$5,000 to 1 odds. Any Glober want to take it that they don't know how helicopters and hot air balloons fly around a real sphere live. You can get a 40-foot one, a 100-foot one, a 1,000-foot one, a 10-foot one. Pick whatever real physical fucking ball you need and get your little toy fucking helicopter and show us and how it flies around the ball. Your airplane too.
I put it in the chat if you want to see.
No, I'm waiting for your video live.
Oh, I put the video live in the chat.
Yeah, right, lying bitch. We got
I
another
did.
line.
Look.
We just got dumb lying bitches.
No, I put it in the chat. Look.
Yeah,
Live.
okay, bitch. Okay, retard.
It's live. Seriously. Did
What
you see
is?
it?
What's live? You
The
with a
live
toy,
video I put in the chat.
your toy helicopter?
Live, yeah, the
Showing us how it
helicopter
flies around
on
the ball?
the globe. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means, weirdo. Stop saying
Yeah, I
dumb
put it
words.
in the
Bitch.
chat though. Did you see it?
No, you old bitch. Are you
You didn't see
retarded?
it? Oh,
No, you
just hit
senile fuck.
the chat button.
No,
Do you see that?
senile. You have Alzheimer's?
Do you see
Have
the chat
fucking
button?
Alzheimer's. Do you have Alzheimer's? What address are we
Well,
going
that's what
to
I'm saying.
do?
Hit the chat button and you could see it on
Yeah,
the right
what
hand side.
address are we going to do this fucking globe flat off?
Well, it's not an address. It's
This
a
is your
feature
ball
within
and my
Discord.
fucking no. We're doing an address. We're gonna
It's
do
a
real
Discord
physical
feature.
science. Don't run from physics, Glober. Don't run
They
from
have this
ball.
text chat which is
Please don't
attached
run from
to
the
the
ball
voice chat.
demonstration.
Just
Why?
click
What?
the
What
open
part about a
chat
ball
button.
don't you believe is itself? What
Oh
part
yeah,
of
I
ball?
put it in the chat.
Why don't you chest balls?
Well, let me ask you this: which chat do you have
Why don't you
open?
chest
I'll
3D
put it
physics
there.
of a sphere?
Do you have
I
the
was lying to
omnipresence
you.
text chat open? Is that what you're
Why
in?
did the ball conspire against you?
Here, hold on. I'll put it in there if that's where you're at.
Did the ball lie to you and say, "Hey, you're on me, but I'm so much bigger"?
Hold on.
Is that what it told you? It's like, I'm so big, you'll never know.
Do you see it
You'll
now,
never see.
D-Mock?
See you not have a ball in a lab? I don't think you
You
know
don't
what
see
a
the
lab
live
is.
stream I just posted?
I don't think you know what a ball is.
No, I do. It's in the chat.
Yeah, we're gonna need you and McToon and Omnivore and all you retards, especially get New York, right? Especially because you guys need to show him because you're so smart how a fucking helicopter flies around a ball
Oh, I
and a hot air balloon
put that in the
and a
chat.
jet
Yeah, the
and an
helicopter's in the
airplane.
chat.
All of them, and they got to stay 90.
Do you see it? What color's the
They
helicopter,
can't
D-Mock?
tilt. They can't drop. Probably the color of your imagination. Unless you make it real, we'll take a look when you turn your video camera on, you retard fuck. The color of fucking hopes and dreams, apparently. Fucking sad. Sad day when the host of this channel thinks the fucking mountaintop is an earth curve or a cliff. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking crazy. How about a tunnel? You think a tunnel under a mountain or caves an earth curve too, Omni? Fucking weird, man. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. So nowhere on earth has anybody seen a fucking earth curve ever. Don't even know what the fuck that means. So you're born on the earth, Omniborn. He's around here like, I see earth curve, whatever the fuck that means. I don't even know what the fuck that means to myself. If I'm seeing earth as a curve. What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even, what, huh? That's not even physically humanly possible. See earth as a curve.
It's not?
Fuck no. Where is it
Okay.
at in the mountain? I got a cliff right here. Where is it possible to see this fucking big ass cliff? Mountain high fucking cliff. Fucking where the fuck? Where's the Earth curve in this fucking cliff, man? I'm waiting for your math. It's not mathing.
The math is not mathing. Well, we should definitely do something about that. We should make it math.
Yeah, stop making shit up. You should look outside and see that you have no curve. And stop saying you do when you know you don't. Because in your backyard, it's not there, is it? Where's it at in your backyard? Where do you locally see an Earth curve and go stand on it right the fuck now and prove your lying ass point?
So,
or shut the fuck up. Yeah,
okay.
it's called stand on it. Yeah, you don't stand on the Earth curve. You don't stand on your fucking. You're not your own witness standing on your word. You can't prove that measurement right there next to you with nowhere on the Earth. So what? Now you're a loser and a liar. We're back to square one. Fucking bias Bob. Because when you hit the mountain, your Earth curve's done. When you hit the cliff, your Earth curve's done. When you do anything on any flat horizon or anything on any fucking, as soon as you hit a mud puddle, your Earth curve is done. The fuck are you talking about? There's no Earth curve nowhere. That doesn't even make any sense. Make some fucking sense, would you? You don't even have a physical Earth curve to fucking compare nothing to keep demanding. You know what a fucking Earth curve doer is? There's no physical Earth curve to me. You don't have one. That's what started this fucking thing, brother. No proof of Earth curve. No way, shape, or form. You don't have a ball as your reference. You won't look at it. You'll stand on flat Earth and keep saying, I'm on a globe. Yeah, we know you're not on a globe. We know you're not on a globe because globe physics don't do that. Nowhere. Nowhere can you demonstrate globe physics doing anything you fucking say. You can demonstrate a stationary plane doing everything you say.
What if?
Why is
what
that
if,
so fucking simple?
What if I told you that you're wrong about how you think globe physics works?
It doesn't matter what you believe. You have a good religion, Preacher Bob. Stop trying to sell your religion to me, motherfucker. Do you have any proof?
So we have extreme amounts of evidence.
No. Do you have any proof with a ball, a 3D tangible sphere? You're trying to prove a sphere to me. Please don't run from the sphere. That's your main tool. The main tool to prove a sphere is not your imagination, Omni. It's not words. And it's not in a book. It's not a religious book, is it? So you're saying a square, four-cornered book with words in it proves a ball, not the ball next to it. Get the fuck out of my classroom right now. Get the fuck out of here. You're not allowed in physics class anymore, buddy. None of you guys. You're fucking weird. You motherfuckers are weird. You're insane. I think you have a learning disability. All of you guys. You have an insistent disability on insisting what reality is and saying fuck reality. Fuck reality. Magic happens. Okay, Omni. If you want to go to that school, weirdo, okay. The fuck reality school. Don't touch a ball class.
If that's what it's called.
I've been trying to get you guys to fucking demonstrate how something works with a real ball for ages now.
So
you guys don't even know how. You don't even know how. You don't even know how to physically move a fucking airplane in a 360. Something wrong with you, dude. So, where do we go from here, Omni?
Well,
you serious? You think that's okay?
Yes. What has
you
to
think
happen?
it's okay that you don't know how an airplane flies around a ball and your hand is the one that's going to maneuver it? You think that's okay?
Yep.
2025, you think it's okay to not know how to fly around a ball?
Yep.
What's all your math about? What was all your dog shit about? What was all these pilots and you're talking about? I don't see them with the toy airplane in their hand, Yepper. I see them, DeMarc. You're wrong. That ain't cutting it. You'll need to demonstrate. Why don't you guys never want to demonstrate? Because you know you're fucking retarded. People who will not demonstrate are fucking retarded. It's as simple as that, brother. Every little kid starts off school with show and tell. They have no problem coming and do it. They start school with that. That's the easy stuff. You guys don't seem to be able to handle that part. We're not talking about learning shit. We're not talking about doing crazy shit. You bring something in and explore that, demonstrate that, describe that thing to the class. That's what you dumb fucks can't do. You're lost, all of you. You don't even know anything about a ball without show and tell with the ball. You're fucked. We're not talking graduation here. We're not talking fucking test here. Talking bring in a ball and show me what the fuck your daddy told you about a ball. How his magic fucking knowledge of a ball only can be done on a ball with pitch and yaw and dip and haul. And he and Coriolis B. But you don't know what the fuck that even means. None of you. You have no fucking clue. You go up in the air, fly horizontally straight and land. Huh. On a flat plane. Demonstrated every day, easily. Never been demonstrated with the ball. You guys have no fucking clue. Throw your computer screen away. That's not a 3D sphere. Throw your TV away.
The story of how Coriolis came to the United States Navy is an interesting story. Have you heard that one?
The sun move. Did you know that? Coriolis makes your sun move, and if you go up high enough, your sun sits still. Where's that footage? Did you hear about that? You don't have any footage of the sun sitting still? Next. Try again until you get some of that live.
It was a legally blind man.
Well, they shouldn't have been lying.
Name.
They lie a lot without proof.
Okay.
Admiral
Lee.
The sun's supposed to be sitting still. What about the moon? Is it supposed to be sitting still too? Or is it moving too? Or is it moving locked in place? I mean, what do we? Who's got images of the sun sitting still and not moving?
When he first tried to enlist in the Navy, he was deemed too blind. He then went to school, and while he was at school, got onto the national shooting team, competed in the Olympics, got bored after clearing the rifle range and winning gold, walked over to the handgun range, picked up somebody's practice weapon, and cleared that and got gold. The U.S. got involved in World War I. He came back to the United States and lied on his entry application to Annapolis, where he was commissioned as a commissioned officer, even though he was legally blind.
That's funny. And then
Well, Globers are legally blind because they don't use a ball to know what a ball does. They're like, nah, get that ball out of here. We'll mathematically tell you what a ball does. We'll describe this for you.
So what was his? I mean, how did he wind up bringing, Coriolis to?
So in between the world wars, we finally got the technology, and that the guns were stable enough and could be accurate. And he wrote a paper in the newspaper. It's called Proceedings. It's still published every month, saying, "Hey, if we take this into our gunnery tables, we'll be more accurate." They did a whole bunch of testing, and he wasn't an admiral at the time, Lee was correct.
Would they use a ball? Did they put some BB gun barrels on a spinning ball and like start shooting them and stuff on the ball? How do they know what a ball does? How do they know?
Later on, World War II happened. Sorry, hold on.
When did they compare this with a ball? When has anybody been shooting shit from a ball to a ball that's spinning off the same ball that's spinning to itself? Who's doing this?
During World War II, Captain Lee at this time finally got command of a battleship, where he was the most accurate battleship commander in the United States Navy. That is a prestigious title that he still has. It doesn't mean as much because there are no battleships in the United States Navy anymore, but his eyesight was so bad he was always squinting. So his nickname was Ching. It was Ching Lee.
Good Lord.
He hit his target though, didn't
Yeah.
Yes. He has the farthest capital ship engagement with confirmed kills.
Cool.
Do you know what crossing the T is?
Yes.
He was able.
It manages to bring its entire broadside against the head or tail of the opponent's ship, target ship. It is able to use all of its cannon at once against a small subset of the enemy's cannon.
By Captain Lee breaking his force off from Admiral Nimitz, he was able to cross the T against the Germans.
Okay.
Sorry, against the Japanese. Wrong enemy, my bad.
Yeah.
I love the World War II history because the shit's still around. You can go visit the ships and whatnot.
Yep.
You ever been to one?
I have, yeah.
I don't want to dox you, but what ship did you go to?
I was young. I don't remember, but I think it was shit. I don't know. Alabama.
Nice. That one, badass.
Yeah, well, I remember being duly impressed. I don't, I don't remember specifically which ship it was, but I remember thinking, man.
If you ever get a chance, go to all of them. But the Iowa classes are so well maintained. You get, I don't know. We went to the New Jersey a couple months back, and that thing was fucking amazing.
So when you guys demonstrate a ball, all you need is like a little bitty computer screen or like your phone screen or like a tablet, and then like that little 2D circle on there is good enough for you guys for scale and model and everything for your maps and everything, right? So, but a 40-foot real ball is like too big. I'm not understanding it. So
on
your
the
little
New Jersey,
screen big enough to show us how helicopters and hot air balloons and planes and jets fly around a ball, but a 40-foot ball is not big enough. Gotcha.
so on the New Jersey, in order to fire the guns, there's 3 triggers. The first one is an air horn. The second one actually fires the gun.
What's the third one then?
The third one is the manual override. It's emergency only. The second one, when you pull it, you give the fire command, and the gun actually does all of the last minute aiming and waits until the boat is completely level before it fires.
Huh. Okay.
One of the checks that it does is the Coriolis calculation.
Completely level. How would you ever do that on a sphere?
You wait till the boat's tipped the correct direction.
That don't make no sense.
Boat's tip.
So your boat's like a teeter-totter on the curved water?
No, it's more like, oh, what are those things where it's got a ball and then a board and you have to stand on the middle of it and it rolls in all directions? You ever stood on one of those?
Yeah, but it's basically a teeter-totter.
Yeah, a teeter-totter, but in all directions.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So
what
like
makes
this,
sailing so cool.
The wave is actually doing the thing, not an earth curve or anything like that. Got you. So when the wave is like flat, that's when you shoot. You're like level, go, boom, unlevel, level, boom. I got you.
Yep.
I played shooting video games. I'm pretty fucking good. Hit my targets. I'm really damn good at racing too, man. I tell you what, hold some records. Even though they're video games, I'd rather hold the record on a video game going 200 something, 300 miles an hour than fucking in real life and fucking hit something,
crash and never come back. Your car turns to feathered pillow dust.
Okay.
Just saying, are you guys good at like jet fighting games and stuff? Have you played those? Like against the other people? Live people like fighting each other in the jets on the game?
I haven't played too many of those, but I have played a few.
They're pretty fun.
Yeah. I generally don't like playing games against other people. I do like playing, against a computer.
Yeah, I agree. I'm totally more PVE.
Well, it's a group of friends too. They'll actually be. It's like they teach you. They're like, "Hey, man, I'm not really good with these jets. Come show me, Democ, and I'll show you what I know." Then you, of course, just pick up what you pick up as you know. You know what I mean? Just however you play, do what you do. You'll
Yeah,
graduate.
well, yeah, that's fine. I would play games with friends if we did that. We generally don't, but if we did, that
Yeah,
would be
that's
fun too. But random people are just, it's like,
well, that's how we started out. We play each other to make each other at least be able to be good to like show you how to. And then like we get it to where like if you shot a missile at me, I could dive around and go around you and make your own missile hit you to piss you off. But if you got good, you were able to dodge that shit too. So yeah, and then we'd go fight other people and see how good our skills were. Yeah, just to see.
Did you mention you're playing DCS?
who, me?
No, I think DMOC just let the character slip because he gave the accurate game if you're into that combat simulator.
Well, GTA does have a flight simulator in the game. Like
Uh-huh.
you actually
Yeah,
have to go to flight school in GTA.
but you said DCS. What's the new
Yeah.
button in F-16?
What's what?
What's the new button in an F-16?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. You're a nerd. I know it. You're one of us, DMOC. Dude, it's fine. You don't have to
I like
troll.
to know things. I'm interested in trying to find stuff out if it's possible. What I do is like, I'll think some big conspiracies are there. You know what I mean? And what I got to do is talk a lot of flat earthers off these fucking edges, if you know what I mean. Because a lot of them be like, "Oh yeah, yeah. What about this?" I'm like, "Wow, hold on a minute, man. You got to rethink that." And they're like, "Really? Why?" And I'll be like, "Because it's just think about this, this, and this." And they're like, "Holy shit, you're right." I was like, "No, no, no, I'm not right about anything. Just think about it and then go rethink. Don't say anybody's right about anything until you thinking it all, because 2 seconds later you be like, holy fuck, he's wrong. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yep.
But just like crazy stuff like the Mandela and stuff, certain things I've just never believed. It's like, come on, man. Human error is a motherfucker. And Mandela, that's basically every which way trial and version of either human error or human intervention, like selling the company, changing it for, if you change the name, you change the owners, you change it. So something has to change. The shit they own either has to get bought by you and owned or redone, the trademark and shit. But they'll keep the name close. Like if it's fucking McTunes, instead of having the TOs, they'll be like TUU or TOU, or spell it a little different, but it'll still be the same product, but another company bought it and tried to make you think it's still McTunes, but it's not. It's basically along that version. Or motherfuckers spell wrong, like I said, human error.
I find DCS really interesting. They have such a dedicated player base, and the whole thing is literally a modeling for Lockheed Martin.
That's crazy. Just imagine all the free ideas and inventions. Like if they gave you man, I've already thought of the game. When I became a flat earther, I was like, we need a video game that has everything on it, like for engineering that you can. Okay, So say you've got elements, gold, uranium, just even shit that's bad and volatile. It doesn't matter. It's a video game, right? So what the video game is knows the real life reaction or attribute of it, and it'll be portrayed into the game physics. So like the game physics will mimic life, real life, whatever, close and personal, what we demonstrate and repeat and test. And then everything you do, you can trial and error stuff. So you won't have to have fucking $8 trillion to try to see what Newtonium does with this and this and this and this. You have a billion different people, and who knows what this little kid might click on and do. So what it'll do is it's just long-winded a little bit. It'll record and record everything that you do in your lab. And so when you get along, like it'll let you discover stuff, test stuff, make new stuff, create new things. You can do the lab for chemistry. You can also do fuels, just everything. You can do motors, gasolines, different types of motors, different types of magnetism. So to have all the physics locked into this game, or you separate the games, one for this, one for that. So it's easier for it to be computed or whatever. So anyway, you let the kids at it and they all try to do stuff on it. And in the game, they earn credits to earn a bigger shop, bigger lab, bigger stuff. The more stuff they do and like things that they make, they get more shit with it. So then if the result is their lab blows up, they just start back the day before with the mechanism or the result they didn't add. So if you and I added mercury, 1 ounce of it, and it blew our lab up, we go back to the day before where we didn't add the mercury and we add half an ounce. Now our lab didn't blow up. We got this result. You see what I'm saying? So to actually like, I'm telling you, I think that would like further everything for like new motors, new technology, just everything really, if you think about it. And if you actually do something that like gets notarized or notified, you get a check. Like the game will pay you a literal fucking check. And the thing you created gets to go to everybody's game. Now it's a part of reality, like because if on the game you do it, it matches physical reality just enough to where you should be able to go outside and do exactly what the fuck you just did on this computer. Like if the government wants that, they got it. Everybody's got it. Now it's illegal for you to touch those real chemicals and stuff, like I said, so you're not going to be actually doing that. But the thing is there, and if you get the thing to like a Bitcoin, like if it matches up, and it's like cling, 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 you win, you win. You get $100,000 check sent to you, and everybody gets to see your name, see what you discovered, see what you made that was different than anybody. You know what I mean? Like a new patent, and they get it too. It gets uploaded to their computer, and they get to go from there too. They get to use that tech too, and then we just keep furthering it.
I'm game.
Yeah, the real physics game to where you could actually get paid, like for solving problems, whatever, lasers, anything where you can do all the shit. It'll be game credits. You won't be able to pay cash. It'll be all for any kid that's poor. It's all free shit. Once you connect, it's like, or maybe you pay one price, like $5, and you got the game forever. And once you got the game, anything you need to buy can be done by the game. I mean, if you want, you could probably buy a little shit if you wanted, but you wouldn't need to, is my basic thing. Anything you need to gain, you could gain by actually getting results in the game.
Is your name Holiday? Because you just described the plot to Ready Player One.
Kind of.
Right, the prequel.
I wonder what Nathan Oakley is going to be doing tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, rather.
What's on Friday?
Yeah, Nathan Oakley is going to come on OmniTalk. He
Ooh.
says. Good God, this Zynax stuff is still going on.
What is it?
The Zynax nonsense in the text chat.
Oh. Is that that one dude? Is that one dude that's a flat earther, or?
He's like a truther or Earth truther, so he won't really say what he is. But
okay.
I mean, he's something. We don't really know, but
yeah,
whatever he is, he's arguing. He has his like theory of everything, like his philosophy. Which
Well, you got to. I mean, that's where you got to start.
Well, he's created his own philosophy, and I don't know. I'm not sure if we're dealing with like mental illness, or if you.
No, Omni. No, it's not. That's not what it is. Listen, every kid wants to be superheroes and shit like that, and be cool or first or number one or be in with the crowd. That's not really nothing wrong. And then everybody wants to have that new idea to be the one like, yeah, this fucking dude, Bob discovered or said this thing, Like I don't know. I heard in the news one time this kid discovered took acid and said we're all vibrating and moving but sitting still. Well, the Glovers have been telling us that forever. So, like, what the fuck was new about that? But yet they found a way to sensationalize and post some shit in the paper about this kid taking acid that he supposedly discovered some shit. So everybody likes that idea of that feeling. It might be something wrong with them to want that, but yeah,
Well,
it's the same as Newton, Einstein.
Yeah, but yeah, but hear me out on this. So, he gets really taken in with his his this theory that, as far as I'm concerned, he can't explain very well. Like I admit that might be me. Like I might not be picking up what he's putting down. I've tried to get him to talk through it, and he never gets.
Oh, he's never really stated anything for fact.
Well, he gets started, and then like I'll have specific questions, and when he's trying to answer, he'll just like he'll beat around the bush a lot. He'll be like, well, and because he's trying to set up his answer, but then like 2 hours later, it's like, well, I'm not sure I got that. But yeah, and also he said stuff like he thinks that because he was trained in acting, he would be like one of the world's best secret agents, and he's
Oh, I see.
I mean, that's like
he
a little
is Superman in the flesh. I got you.
it's a little I'm not sure. I mean, I agree with you that some people are more full of themselves than others, and certainly I've been accused of being incredibly full of myself, and I'm not I'm not too concerned about that. But I just I can't tell if like I want to tell people to just stop messing with him. But clearly he doesn't want that. He's totally there for it. And I don't know.
He's that guy that thinks he's the smartest guy in every room he walks into.
Yeah, he totally does. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, that by in and of itself isn't that much of a problem. But I'm afraid it goes beyond that. Like I'm afraid that whatever has gotten into him, whatever he's on about, I just don't know if it's healthy.
Well, the stuff that he says about acting and stuff like that, and being an actor and a stage, you know, like, I mean, he's onto his own little rhythm of trying to explain things. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's not too bad, you know. Like ideas, philosophy, thoughts, where all that shit. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of not too far off with that stuff. But then other things, I mean, yeah, creation, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I can't really, I can't really figure out if it's like the good kind of he's full of himself, so it's fun to talk to him, or like the bad kind where he, if he gets mad enough, he might.
I haven't talked to him long enough, actually. Like, he mostly agrees with most stuff I say. I haven't talked to him long enough to see exactly what he was into to, like, talk to
I
him.
don't know either. Well, if anyway, like I said, so if you are talking to him, just
I'll
try to
find
suss
his
it out.
biasness, and yeah,
Well,
I'll
no,
find
I
his bias
mean,
spot.
yeah, all kinds of people have something going on. I just, there was a point where I was just like, I think we might need to just call it off here because I'm not liking what I'm hearing, and I'm not sure we should be doing this. So if when you talk to him, if you get a good sense one way or the other, let me know. Because I can't ask him. I ask him not at all as an insult. I asked him if he had ever been tested for autism, like on the spectrum, and he wasn't happy to be asked that, and I don't blame him.
Don't they say that like 90-something% of everybody has like a percent of some type of autism?
Yeah,
Like,
there's some right, yeah, right, and I didn't mean like, dude, you're totally inept. I just was like,
correct. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
yeah, it's like you're really into this, and I totally don't get it. So I just have to ask, like, maybe there's a more fundamental issue. Anyway, he told me no, he was not, and I believe him. I'm sure he's not lying about that, but I don't want to. I'm afraid to ask him about his mental health because I think he'll just take it as insults, and I've already gotten into it with him, so I need to come up with something better.
I had to stop talking to him because I was getting creeped out. When I say it sounds so culty to me, it really does. Like,
Yeah.
his theory, if you line it up next to that guy from Nexium's rational inquiry thing, it's almost the same exact shit. That's what creeps me out about it.
Well, I mean, it could be, I guess.
Maybe they got the idea from that. I don't know. Maybe read a
I
book or
don't
something.
think so. I mean, he might have. So he's been putting this. So he thinks he's come up with like the philosophy for the next millennium, whatever that is. I'm not, and that. So he started his server and he invited me to it, and I was like, I had told him, I was like, dude, because I knew him from Earth Awakens. I was like, you kind of go off at length, and it kind of alienates people. And he was like, yeah, I know, I'm working on it. And I was like, yeah, okay, all right, good. So I was, and he took it well. I wasn't, I wasn't insulting to him about it. I was just like, like you could maybe work on that. And he was like, yeah. And so he invited me over there, and he was writing, and he had all of these, like the server that he's got is like divided into like a dozen different channels with sub channels or some shit, and it's really complicated to figure out like what he wants there, but he wasn't getting much engagement. Like a few people had joined, quite a few people had joined, but nobody was doing anything there. So I wrote, he was writing something about the Great Illusion, and I was like, well, one of the illusions that we suffer with is we is that if we think everything is a big conspiracy, like obviously it's becoming more prevalent that people think everything is a conspiracy, like hair trigger, like, oh, there must be a conspiracy behind that, and not just things. Some things are fucked because sometimes things are just fucked. And and I thought that he would respond fairly well to that, because I didn't think that he was like an incredibly conspiratorial person. He also had told me he was not a flat earther, which turns out not really to be true, or at least it's not true in the way that I would understand.
He's sort of like somewhere in between.
Yeah, he's somewhere in between. I mean, he won't say the Earth is flat, but he'll definitely say it's not a globe. So, make of that what you will. So, but I put that, that that thinking everything is a conspiracy is like a different form of just lying to yourself. Like you could lie to yourself and say nothing is a conspiracy, and you might be wrong about that. I might be wrong about it. But if I tell myself everything is a conspiracy, it's definitely lying to myself the other way, because I don't think it can be that positively everything that's wrong in our world or everything that's wrong in my life is a result of a conspiracy. And he like went off on me, and he wrote like thousands of words in rebuttal to me. And I was like, dude, let's like pick one thing you don't agree with, and we'll talk about it in voice chat, because I'm not going to write a book. He's like, no, you have to be on the record. You have to be on the record. Otherwise you're just cowardly, and you're not, you're not making a written record of your argument. And I was like, well, you can bring a tape recorder, and you can record what I say. But I'm not going to respond to your, gigantic counterpost. And it seemed like that really pissed him off, or he just wanted to write a book about how dumb I was. And, so I kept telling him, hey, let's talk about it. And then finally, and he like wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. And then finally I was like, all right, dude, we don't have to talk about this. We'll just we'll just talk. Like I'll find you in VC sometime, and we can chat. It doesn't have to be about any of this. And I found him in VC, and he was chatting with another person. So I joined, and I was like, listening, and it was cool. And I figured he knew I was there, because I wasn't like being stealthy. It was just the other guy was Cuddles, who doesn't especially like me. So I was like, yeah, but they were having like a nice conversation, so I wasn't gonna jump in there and fuck it up. But yeah, when I joined, he was like, I need to go. I was like, yeah, when I said something, and I was just like, oh man. But he seems to have gotten over whatever was going on there, so. But I was worried. I was like, I really insulted. I was like trying to give him content on, because like he wasn't getting a lot of engagement. So I was like, yeah, I'll try to give him some content to chew on. And people will see the post there. Maybe people will write other posts and stuff. And it didn't go well.
They tried.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. I honestly didn't think it would piss him off. I knew there were some flat earthers there who might take issue with it, but it wasn't a shot at him.
Yeah.
And
now
I don't know.
Like he's got no reality. That's the thing. His whole thing is his whole thought process or whatever, that ruined or whatever, is to be able to deny any reality unless you're there. And that's like a little much, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's what he says, but he can't live his life that way. I mean, it's like, well, I know where the supermarket was yesterday, but I'm not there now, so maybe it moved. I'm like, how do you deal with object permanence?
No, it's like it's out there, you know?
He said he went to the store yesterday and tomorrow it's not there.
No, his whole thought process, Democ, like his whole, whatever you want to call it, his philosophy is that nothing is real, basically, unless you're there to experience it or see it.
Oh.
Which, with the way he writes it, is like, it basically gives him free reign to say that's real, that's not real, that's real, and him be the final arbiter of it, which is where I see it as a little creepy to me.
Yeah, because without him, there is nothing. Like we don't exist right now. We couldn't possibly be talking right now.
Yeah.
He'd have to be here. Like our existence is not. Yeah.
That's kind of how that's how it comes off. Honestly, yes. That's like how he presents it, but he can't possibly live his life that way. I don't see, and I don't also like he thinks the final experiment was fake, which okay, I don't agree, but I'm like, but how do you how is it that you can say you can't trust any sense other than real vision, like your untempered senses right in the moment, but then you can watch a video on YouTube and go, yeah, now I think that this other thing that I had no part of really happened and was actually faked. Like it was like there was actually an attempt to fake it. Like how do you square those things? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't even know how. Like, if he says there's nothing but what he experiences, then it's not even really a thing of fake. It's not existent unless he sees it. So if he's not watching the news, there's nothing really happening on the other side of that camera. Like nobody could have filmed yesterday, or that video from Staying Alive or Jackson 5 is not. That's not really doesn't exist because he didn't watch it when it happened.
Yeah, right. That seems like the position he'd take. Yeah, which I
Crazy. It is pretty weird. I didn't know he was going that route.
I don't know. I look. I would not. I'm saying that's how it seems to me, and it really does seem that way to me. I don't.
Like that's from what he's written to us and what he said in here the other day. That's what it seems like.
That's what it seems like, but I don't know, man.
I would say more along the lines that our stuff is real because it's whatever the fuck real means. This has got to be it, right? This is what we declared that to be, correct? That term, the word, the phrase, like it's all. So this is it, and I'd say I don't know what happened before in this real thing. I don't know what happens after, of my experience. I don't know what it's going to be upon death. So that's a better way to say things than everybody declaring they know it all, saying you don't know exactly.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Right.
Yeah.
Like I can certainly say I wasn't there, so I don't, I didn't have any experience of what happened, so I honestly can't say for sure. But and I would extend
like
that
1,000 years ago.
Yeah, right. And I would extend that even to things I am there for. It's like I know human memory is is fallible. And so something I remember back from 2 years ago, if it wasn't like a big deal at the time, I know that my memory might not be any good. I might make our brains can make stuff up. And so if somebody told me that I was 100% wrong about something that I kind of remembered, I would say, okay, that's possibly true. Like a movie that I didn't really pay much attention to, but saw a few years ago.
Yeah, I did that. I did
I-
exactly that.
I
You
did-
remember the Great Randini?
Yeah.
Well, he did a special, and I watched it before. I don't know why I did this, and so I watched it before, and I knew for a fact it was an April Fool's thing. I knew it. I already seen it. I already seen the when he first did it, right? Because I liked the dude, and I liked to see if he was going to pay anybody. Well, one day I wasn't paying attention to the date or nothing, and they did it, and he goes, "Okay, here's the check for $1 million," and everybody was clapping. Yeah, this guy actually got the million because he'd never paid nobody the $1 million. So what he did was he said, "Okay, now sign it and look at the date." And the date goes. The guy read off the date, 4/1 whatever, April 1st. It was April Fool's Day. It was April Fool's joke. So I seen it already, right? But then like a year or two passed, and somebody was showing the video, and I was like, "Holy fuck, no! That great Randy, he didn't pay nobody no money or whatever. Like, there's no way. No, I don't remember he paying. He's paying this dude money. There's no way this dude got the thing. No, I remember he didn't pay no money. You know." And then at the end, I was like, "Oh fuck, I already knew that." But like, I just forgot that I already watched that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Well,
was acting like I didn't know the outcome. I wasn't sure, but I already knew the fucking outcome.
yeah. But I mean, right. So I mean, I'll extend my level of not completely sure of things pretty far. Like, there's stuff I think it's true, but could I be wrong about something that's that I am fairly sure of? Yeah, I could. I guess I could be. I don't think I'm not talking about. Oh, I think we're all brains in a vat. I mean, that's where like
No.
the tag people go with it. Like, yeah, I don't think that's happening. But yeah, but I don't know. I don't know about Zynek, man. I'm not sure where he cuts that. I'm not sure where his you can't know that. It's like he tells other people you can't know things, but it doesn't sound like that applies to him. Like he definitely can know stuff. Other
It's
people,
like we're particles and he's a wave.
yeah, something like that. Yeah, he's got the philosophy, so he can say what is and is not true. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he's gonna be the author of his book, of his own thesis, of his own theory. Yeah, he's gonna be the authority of his own authorship. Yeah, he's gonna be it.
Now I'm trying to figure out what's going on with freaking Iran. Trump says he hasn't made final decision about U.S. striking Iran.
Oh, he's just getting troops ready. He's not really striking shit yet.
Apparently not. I mean, that's what CNN is saying. Whether or not anything has changed since they did the story, I don't know. Israel is conducting a series of strikes 17 minutes ago in Tehran and other areas of Iran. IDF. 40 minutes ago.
He goes up there and the reporters come up and they're like, "Hi, Mr. Trump," and he's like, "Fake news. Get out of here."
Well, I can believe he hasn't made a decision yet. I mean, obviously, any decision that gets made could be overturned in the next 10 seconds if Iran sinks the ship. I mean, all of that stuff's fluid, so it doesn't matter what the decisions are. It matters of what develops. I guess my question is, how certain are we they were spreading for a bomb? Like, if we were not certain, then this could be really ill considered. If we were damn well certain, weapons of mass destruction.
It was Israel's sources. It was Israel's sources only. Apparently, the U.S. security had no evidence for a bomb. So we're going on what Israel say, and they were kind of wrong in Libya and Syria, and they've been wrong a lot, guys. I don't think the U.S. should get involved because Israel are emboldened by the fact that U.S. might support them. So I reckon if the U.S. pulled out, Israel would pull their head in. But anyway, that's my view. It's a tricky one. Don't go to war there, man. Cheers.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't disagree. I've heard the same thing said, that their intel said yes, and our intel said probably not. But I don't know if that's like they do have access to some sources of intel that we don't. Being a regional player and having people who can, without difficulty, pass and speak the local languages like natives, which are hard for us to get and less hard for Israel to get.
Yeah, but remember George Bush in Iraq? Like we're going looking for the WMDs.
Yeah. I agree. Look, I'm not saying all I'm saying is it doesn't seem beyond. So Trump says he believes Iran was, quote, a few weeks away from nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yep.
So, if that's, I don't trust anything that Trump says necessarily, but if there's reason to think that, then it makes it seem much more sane to me.
Well, that justifies the invasion. But the thing is, if the US get dragged in, that then opens up you guys on the home front to terrorism from Iranians. And I think that's not worth the risk, mate. They don't get along over there. They've hated each other for 2,000 years. I don't think it's going to change, but I just feel more sorry for the US because you guys in the street are the ones who become vulnerable. They don't walk into the White House and blow it up. They can't, but they can walk into a shopping centre and do shit. So that's it. Us innocent dudes are the ones who suffer from someone with a big fucking mouth who's got nothing to lose. Yeah, but yeah, I just hope it doesn't escalate. Why can't we fucking get along?
Well, I agree. I mean, that is the question. I mean, it's a shitty situation. And honestly, I'm so far out of like the loop on this. Like, there was a time when I read intel, private intel stuff and followed military forums and shit like that, and I would have been much better informed.
Well, what seems to be the caper is like looking at it is why do Israel need the US? Because I mean, they've got probably one of the best equipped militaries on the fucking planet. Like everyone's done their time. Like the whole country, it's basically every country has an army. Well, Israel is an army that has a country. Like they all know how to shoot and fight. But getting the US involved, it sounds to me like they want access to that. What's it called? It's not a daisy cutter, the bunker buster bomb. Because 2 of those, they want to use those. And that's really the only thing the US offer that the Israelis really want or need other than approval. So it looks like they might. And these bombs, man, they're 33,000 pounds and the size of a bus. That's some serious fucking democracy there. And so that's 33,000 pounds of democracy. That's seemingly what they want.
Yeah. I mean, well, I had read the war planner analysis of an attack on Iran. Now, this is, like I said, 20 years ago. So obviously it's changed, but at the time it held that they were so dug in that the centrifuges were buried under mountains near the city of QOM, QOM, and that they were so deeply dug in that like the only way to be sure of destroying them, and this is at the time, this is before that bunker buster, that MOP, massive ordnance penetrator, I guess is what it's called.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about those laser devices too. But go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, what the war planners were saying was the only way to be assured of destroying the centrifuges was to use tactical nuclear weapons, which the U.S. was just not willing to do. Like once you do that, you then open the door to everybody else using TAC nukes. And that's people who have them. Like Israel could decide to go use TAC nukes, or Russia could decide to go use nukes, or Pakistan.
Well, that's a place. That's the saber rattling we don't want to get to. Saber rattling is cool until they call you bluff, and then if it's a bluff, it's fucking all in. But here's just an extra thing to put in with the old economics and trade. Is apparently Iran has got it's the third largest strategic reserve of resources, which I presume is oil. Now, could it be worthwhile to upset the Ayatollah, whatever he is, Khomeini or someone, get him thrown out by the local presence, by the local people, to then put in someone who may trade more freely, because oil prices are going up? Could that be an objective? Topple the current regime to get better business deals down the track? I think that's possibly follow the money, not the blood. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think so. So, first off, we kind of tried that once. It didn't go so well. And I don't think our intelligence services, at the time that we tried it in the 1970s, we were coming off the U.S. intelligence services, the CIA namely, was coming off the Cold War high and had a vast overestimation of their capabilities.
Yeah, you're talking about the hostages, the hostage situation in Iran back then under Reagan, I think.
I'm talking more the let me see what the so it was 1953, so not the 70s.
Oh, right, that's really early.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it was when the CIA was was like we're fighting the evil empire. Basically, they thought they had they thought they were shit hot, and I don't know that today we would trust the CIA to try that, and I don't think we would do that just to try to get cheap oil.
Right, because there was the Iran-Contra deals too, which is a bit later. But something I did want to add was back in like the 80s, I remember the political narrative. So we're talking Gorbachev just coming in, Ronnie Reagan saying tear down the wall, Cold War, pretty much the end of the Cold War. But what used to be a common narrative was the United Middle East would be the third superpower. And basically the powers that be have never wanted the Middle East to unite. And with the difference in all their religions, like the Shiites and the whatever, I don't know the intricacies of it, but to not unite the Middle East seemed to be a major objective of both Eastern and Western powers. And I think this is kind of a leftover of that, just keep stirring the locals up, and then when they wreck it, get the resources. Same in Africa too. But back then, a united Middle East was a common narrative that never started arguments. Everyone kind of agreed, like, if they all get together, they're all crazy, and yeah, look out. But I think it all stems back to the French when they fell over after the war, and the English, because they'd both done different deals with different factions within the Middle East to give them land after the war. And they all didn't kind of line up, like the left hand, No one got the memo other than the English or the French. And then when they divided it, it was like, what? Wait, what? We're supposed to get a bigger slice of the Ottoman Empire. And the other one, which they say a lot, there's not much water and it's bloody hot. And I think that's that basic human thing can, food, water, and shelter. Or food, clothing, and shelter, rather.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What's crazy is Americans not on the, I heard some younger Americans today saying, oh no, we sent an aircraft carrier. We're going to war. And it's like, y'all not learn anything over your life that just because we put an aircraft carrier somewhere doesn't mean we're going to war? It's kind of like a soft power move. It's kind of like, look, if you go too far, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So, and it's also to be prepared. You know,
I don't think sending the aircraft carrier is automatic. Is certainly not automatically a prelude to war. Yeah, I mean,
well, the other thing too, Iran does have that. What is it? The Straits into the Gulf. They kind of have a controlling thing there. They can make naval movement, which I think is 1/5 of the world's resources go through there. So they can make life unpleasant for ships there. But yeah, an aircraft carrier is just saber rattling. But here's the thing, and I always used to say this, and everyone disagrees with me, but imagine if the US were to just demilitarize the area completely, pull everything out, including your diplomats, and issue travel warnings, no tourists. So suddenly there's not an American soul within 1,500 kilometers of whatever the target city is, and you say, we're not fucking around, dude. Like, do you know what I mean there? Like, if you pull all your ships out, that suggests there might be a nuke coming. And I don't know, because they call them nuclear deterrents. Is that an interesting way to deter shenanigans? I don't know, guys. Do you think I'm being a warmonger or demilitarize?
I no idea. I don't even know what war with Iran would look like today. So one of the things about the Ukrainian war is that it convinced me that, you know, our view of what other countries' military is like, you know, is, you know, it could be a ton of bullshit. Like, everybody expect Russia to just crush Ukraine, and it absolutely didn't happen. You know, and I mean, I think that that's kind of a one-off. You know, like, I certainly think that if China attacks Taiwan, Taiwan is in deep shit. But yeah, I think the fact is just we don't know. I have no idea how much power Iran can project beyond its borders. Like you were talking about Iran, you know, doing terror attacks against the US. So having, you know, mercenaries or terrorists shoot up a shopping mall would do very little to the US other than just insanely piss us off. And that would be a go-ahead for, you know, for the US to wipe Iran off the map. Like, they would have public support for that. Now, I wouldn't necessarily, I would be hesitant to just swallow that narrative because it's so obviously the case that, you know, like, somebody else might try to do that if they wanted to get Iran wiped off the map. But you know,
I don't know that they would do it, only because I think you have a lot of the. I'm going to call Iran a terror state because that's kind of what they are. But they have to know, after Bin Laden, they have to know that if you do something like that to America, there is a very good chance that there will be a black helicopter over your place and some Navy SEALs coming in to put a bullet in your head.
Oh, they know. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, they also, it's just like, it doesn't even have to be after 9/11. It's just if you go and you completely, it's like, it wouldn't hurt us. They could blow up 10 shopping malls in America and it wouldn't cripple our economy or anything. I mean, it wouldn't, you know.
Agreed. It's a hearts and minds attack, though. It's in fact, you might hear Jim's CBR go on about it, how apparently Roosevelt knew about Pearl Harbor and they let it happen in order to gain our support. And look, there were reports saying the Japanese were about to attack Pearl Harbor on that day, but there were also newspaper headlines for every weekend before and afterwards saying the same thing. And they didn't have all of the codes, so they didn't know 100% it was going to happen. So you can't preemptively attack a navy and induce a war. But the way Jin goes on about it's conclusive evidence. Nah, Roosevelt, they had an idea it was going to happen, but then, they just didn't expect it on that particular time. Mind you, it is interesting how the aircraft carriers weren't there. So there's one that sort of backs it up. So when you see that, but getting back to Iran, they did send in a strike team to get the hostages out in 81, 82. And because of the way the desert climb is, it actually fucked up the helicopters. They crashed and burnt and failed. The operation failed. But then on the opposite token, the same military got bin Laden a few years ago. So they've honed their techniques. But hearts and minds, you can invade somewhere and take it, but you've got to have the hearts and minds of the people. The occupation's the hard bit. The invading's pretty easy. It's just that the afterwards plan is the hard bit.
Absolutely. A determined guerrilla enemy fighting on their own land is a very difficult thing for any military to take on. We saw that Soviets, Afghanistan. It's really, really hard. We're seeing it now. Russia had a large conventional army, and then the Ukrainians are fighting them a little dirty, which is the right way to do it. And look how many. I mean, we don't even know how many Russians have died. A whole lot of Russians have died. That's for sure.
Not only. I mean, they're not. It's not just that they're fighting a little dirty. They're also fighting incredibly tenaciously and they're like tenacious and smart. Like they're doing everything right, and Russia has done almost everything wrong. Russia's army was apparently hollowed out by graft. Like all of those oligarchs were intercepting military hardware to sell it on the black market, or money for military stuff, and just collecting the money. And people were falsely reporting that everything was great, and it turned out not to be true.
Well, no, look at what the thing I saw that I remember early on was all the tanks now have that reactive armor, the little squares on it that blow up to explode. Right. And then they found out when the javelins started killing all the Russian tanks, they were like, oh, there's just paper in there. They're not real ones. They're literally put on fake reactive armor, which is like, I don't think they were doing that necessarily. Like, that seems like what you said. Someone was grafting. Someone got a contract for, a million of them and only made 10,000.
Yep. Seems to be, agreed.
Also, I think direct warfare has changed a little bit, because any of us who've ever, you probably heard this before, but any of us who've ever played Star Wars Battlefront know when you see that little drone appear up above you in your trench, shoot it real quick, because there's some artillery coming in. So I tend to think that drones going in to be artillery spotters is going to kind of nullify the tank per se. So I think everyone's a bit, it's a chess game or a game of Chinese checkers where one wrong move, suddenly they bing, bing, bing and take all your pieces. It's kind of like that. But right now, I think the tank might not be the main battle tank that we believe it to be. I think now the drone with artillery support on foot to consolidate.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Actually. But I'm not military. I just play games, dude. And
Well, I mean, you're not the only person. So people have been talking bad about tanks for a while because the faster, tanks can only move at the speed of their treads, which is going to be slower than helicopters, much slower than jets, but jets can't loiter. Like jets can fly over and that's it. Helicopters can hover. Helicopters are fucking expensive. But drones can hover, loiter, and they're not comparatively that expensive. So
they can stay up like 20 hours, some of them. It's crazy. Yeah. Some of the, there's one, I think the one that's more for surveillance, the Global Hawk can stay up like 40 hours.
Yeah.
Which is just insane.
Well, is that the one that has solar arrays on its wings? So it repowers while it's cruising around?
Yeah. I love that technology. I think it's cool. Like, I prefer that. I would rather we send drones up than put young Americans in a cockpit and risk them. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd
Well,
rather.
it's even.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Oh, there's even talk of a wingman plane. So there's the pilot, and his plane is a drone wingman. You don't know which one's got the pilot in it. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there, Omnivore. It's my delay.
No, it's fine.
Saw that too. I saw them talk. I saw a news story about them. Well, read a news story about them working on that. To have like you'd have a pilot and he'd have a drone or two as his wingman, and this way he wouldn't have to get himself into danger. He could use the drones, which is a cool idea too. I'm all for all that. Anything that keeps, humans out of it makes me happy.
You ready for a corny just offshoot? They were working on. In fact, I've got a feeling it was JFK's older brother died in one of these planes. It was an unpiloted B-52, no, not B-52, a Flying Fortress that was actually guided by a pigeon that would peck a certain spot on the radar screen to keep the plane. So it was a pigeon-piloted flying bomb. And apparently when he went on it, he had to wire it up and click all the switches and then jump out. But apparently there was a fault in the wiring that made the plane ignite midair. So JFK's older brother, who was going to be the president, died in a US bombing operation. They didn't quite have the wiring right. But the pigeon-piloted fucking suicide bomber was one of those amazing military hardware things.
Yeah, it was just like when the little kids, they were racing these little race boats in the water, and one group of kids was smarter than the other, and they put a real live duck inside the little box like boat. So all he had to do was stick his feet out. So they put their boat in the water. They had their little fake controller or whatever they had, whatever. And then the boat took off, and they won everything. And they were like, "What the fuck?" And they found out it was a duck.
Well, I think that was you, Democ, wasn't it? Yeah, it sounds like something you'd do. We used to have rich kids go down and have remote control yacht races at a place called Albert Park. And I was so, look at these little up themselves cunts all with their remote control yachts. I so want a remote
I know what you're
submarine
talking
and go
about.
out and sink them.
The missiles.
Start well.
Yeah, the missiles with the pigeons. Yeah, they used to do that because the pigeon would just peck towards the picture, and every time it got on the kept pecking the picture, it would get a piece of food. Picture food, picture food, picture pellet, and it would keep tapping to the right or left of the picture that matched the boat that they were going after or the image. So they see the thing and they'd be like, "Oh, right towards it, right towards it, right towards it, left towards it." You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then that would shift the front of it. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So you know about it, do you? Yeah, you've heard of it too.
Yeah.
They've come a long way. They used to just be fucking messages in the First World War, then they were piloting bombs in the Second World War. Pigeons are very good warmen.
Remember,
What
I
else they used
forget
to
what
have?
museum it was. I saw the pigeon that saved the lost battalion. Cherami.
You know about
was
that? Isn't that an amazing story? He was shot, and he actually made it 17 miles back home, despite having been shot. And
And
yeah,
stop
there's
those
he's
stories. Yeah, that was that whole story. There was actually I think it was a TV movie on History Channel like 20 years ago with Rick Schroeder in it about the
and he's
lost
got a-
battalion. Fantastic
yeah,
movie.
that pigeon's got like, is it a Victoria Cross, or he's got some high-level military honours award because of what he had done. The Lost Battalion. Thank you. I was trying to think of what it was connected to. I'm going to go look that up again because, yeah, the pigeons. Fuck, man. The Soviets used to have anti-tank dogs as well. They'd feed the dogs under tanks. Yeah, they'd get a Panzer III and put the food underneath the tank, and then they would starve them 3 days before battle and then let the dogs go. And they would run under the tanks and they were wired up to things, and they would, yeah, I won't go on because I like dogs. But anti-tank dogs. Because underneath the tank's the thin armour.
Anti-tank crocodiles. Ooh.
Lasers, Denmark. Dogs with lasers on there. What's that movie? The British guy. Well, he's not British. He's Canadian.
Sharks with lasers on their heads.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do you diffuse the thing you're trying to focus? So if you're trying to compress something, but release the heat or focus it, but like, how would you? So what do you think about spin? I wonder if that guy would ever spin a lens, like take a lens or a liquid or gas and spin it, right? And have a thicker amount here, like a cone type material, and make it like a toroidal effect, like a tornado, and then shoot your laser through that. And I wonder if that would like help focus it more than it normally would through just a stationary piece of glass. The spinning effect to focus it through.
I don't know.
Wonder if they've ever tried that. I'm just saying, think about it. Liquid is clear. If you get it rotating, like the center of it can be like hollow, and everything will stick to the edge of the tube, and you can shoot it through it, but at the end have your lens too, or whatever. So like, yeah, I don't know. Just trying to think of more ways to focus something while diffusing it, whatever that means. If it could be done. Basically a cold laser. I mean, because the guy wouldn't try diamond lenses. And it says in the thing, they're pretty much one of the best lenses you can use to do certain things with, you know, heat. They handle the heat, they handle, pretty much whatever. So I wonder if you rotated your lens or rotated your liquid or rotated like a tube, and your tube was the lens and you had it like a cone, like a funnel, like a gasoline funnel or whatever. You shape it like that and then spin that bitch and then focus your laser. And it takes that or diffuse it. And then it takes the diffuse part and focuses it down the other, you know what I mean? Because it's going to be the same light. Like, and same as the magnifying glass has a rounded part on this end and a rounded part on the right end. It's like light opens it, puts it back. Why doesn't it focus? That's what I'm not. It's like they diffuse your thing that you want to compress before you compress it. And why don't they compress it? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you just see what I'm saying? Because if you have a bowed out piece of glass or plastic or magnifying lens, like the one I got on my table right here, it's pretty thick. And then the other side's bowed too. So like, why don't you think like a flat side or a convex? I don't know. Concave, whatever. Just a different type of lens. Why don't they try? Yeah, they use a magnifying glass to make a sun laser, but then in their little things, they got little cubes everywhere. And I'm like, hold on, back in my head. I mean, they might have some little rounded lenses down the way too. They got about 5 to 7 inches, but just saying, like, where's the new stuff? You mean to tell me, like, okay, if I've got a rocket that's the propulsion rate of exchange, like pushing it forward or off the ground for its weight ratio, like I say, okay, let's do this with the end rocket thrust, right? And you get so much thrust, you get so high per second, right? And then you triple that, then you quadruple that. You would stay with that shape or keep trying to change that shape to try to make it better. So yeah, they should be doing the same thing with lenses. And if they are cool, if they're not telling us about it. Why wouldn't they have a computer program that everybody could sign online to called whatif.com and you just test stuff? Or call it trial and error, trialanderror.com or trial and error the game. You can do it for jets, like there's one for anything to do with a car, anything to do with physics of any kind of shape or attribute of stuff, like just the physics of stuff. One for jets, one for what, I mean, you can implement whatever you want to do, like an add-on to a game. You can have the house making part, the car making game, the jet making game. All about air. Separate them into categories, but you can still do them all.